Chapter 1170. Huangfu Ju and Rin Xiaoyao used the management rights of Cloud Mist College in exchange to ensure that Luo Tian would be safe for the next 3 years. But the premise was that the higher-ups of Haijia and the Prince of Haijia would not act. There were many experts in Haijia. Apart from the higher-ups, Luo Tian was still in a dangerous situation. When he returned to the backyard of Dongfang Restaurant, it was already night time. Luo Tian walked into the simple courtyard. There was no light in the courtyard. It was pitch black. Luo Tian muttered, "It seems like Uncle Dongfang is not back yet." However, just at that moment, a sharp arrow shot out and locked onto Luo Tian's vital gate. The arrow had a yellow glow and was strengthened by earth elemental energy. As long as one was shot, even if one did not die, they would be seriously injured. "Be careful!" A shout came from the dark corner. It was Dongfang Shua's voice. "You're looking for death." Before he finished, someone beside him kicked out and heavily kicked Dongfang Shua's chest. With a bang, Dongfang Shua spat out a mouthful of black blood. The arrow whistled. It was extremely sharp. Luo Tian frowned. He was slightly startled, but he didn't panic. His body moved, and he took out the divine void mirror to summon his doppelganger. His true body jumped to another place and hid his aura. Chi! The arrow pierced through the vital gate of Luo Tian's clone. Ha ha ha, just a martial void realm trash. One arrow was enough to deal with him. What trash? Light the torches. Let me see what that kid looks like. He actually turned Dongfang Restaurant into this. The manager here is really trash. He can't even deal with a martial void realm trash. The man said proudly. Dongfang Shua's heart sank. His heart was in pain. Lighting the torches, the courtyard became bright. At that moment, a small dagger was quietly placed on the neck of the man who had just spoken. A gloomy face appeared and said coldly, "If I'm trash, what are you?" "Ghost! Ghost! Ghost!" The man let out a shrill scream. Many of the disciples were shocked as well. They looked at the corpse lying on the ground and then at the person behind the man. They looked exactly the same. How could this be? He was clearly shot to death by an arrow. How could it be? The man was so scared that his legs trembled. He looked down at the dagger on his neck and said in fear, "Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. Don't do anything rash. I'm an inner disciple of the Dongfang family, the direct disciple of the Dongfang family. Killing me won't do you any good." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Dongfang Xiong's direct disciple? Just nice. Help me pass a message to Dongfang Xiong. Tell him that I, Luo Tian, am here. If he dares to touch Dongfang Shua again, I will make him regret being born into this world." The man's heart relaxed, and he immediately said, Okay, I'll definitely bring it over." When he really wanted to leave, Luo Tian said coldly, "I didn't ask you to stay alive to deliver a message." As soon as he finished speaking, the dagger gently moved, and a cold light flashed from the dagger, cutting off the man's main artery. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the ground. When the surrounding martial artists saw this, their faces were filled with shock. They were all scared out of their wits and turned around to escape. However, how could Luo Tian let them leave? "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find any elemental energy. You guys came at the right time." Luo Tian snorted. In the Cloud Mist College, facing the arrogant and despotic Haijia, his heart was filled with anger, and he was worried that he had nowhere to vent it. Since these blind people came to give experience and sin points, how could he let them go? Shua! Shua, shua, shua! His figure was like a ghost as he jumped back and forth in the night. God Explosion activated. 9 suns sacred are activated. Every time, he would use all his strength to kill. He would definitely not give them a chance to attack. He had to be ruthless to his enemies. 10 seconds. There were 6 more corpses in the courtyard, and the courtyard instantly quieted down. Dongfang Shou raised the torch, and looked at Luo Tian. Tears flowed down his face. He had been holding it in, but he couldn't hold it in. He looked at Luo Tian excitedly and said, "You saved me again!" The person he killed just now was in the Taiyan realm. However, he was still killed in an instant by Luo Tian. The surrounding martial artists were also strong, but Luo Tian dealt with them like cutting cabbages and radishes. His growth was beyond his imagination. He was happy for Luo Tian. Luo Tian quickly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Dongfang, what are you talking about? You are my uncle, ha ha ha." "Right. Where's Uncle Yao Hai?" Dongfang Shuo went to look for Yao Hai. Now that Dongfang Shuo was back, where was Yao Hai? Dongfang Shuo was covered in injuries, and his face was pale. Luo Tian frowned and said, "Who beat you up like this? Was it the Dongfang family? That Dongfang Xiong who was hiding from your family?" Mother ****. Luo Tian was instantly furious. He immediately wanted to rush out of the courtyard. Dongfang Shuo immediately pulled Luo Tian and said, "Don't go. The current Dongfang family is no longer the Dongfang family of the past. The current Dongfang family is already a subordinate force of Haijia. Other than the experts of the Dongfang family, there is also a Holy Spirit realm expert overseeing the Dongfang family." Haijia's pace was very fast. He was rapidly expanding his power. In the past, he didn't care about platinum-level forces at all. However, this time Haijia took in the Dongfang family. More importantly, they actually sent a Holy Spirit realm expert to oversee it. Holy Spirit realm? Luo Tian did not place him in his eyes at all and shouted, "So what? I can't let them go after beating you up like this. No matter who it was, no matter how strong the other party was, as long as they touched Luo Tian's bottom line. Even the emperor's beard would be pulled out." However, Dongfang Shuo held on to Luo Tian tightly and didn't let Luo Tian take the risk of going to the Dongfang family. He said, "Luo Tian, I know your potential. You need to know how to hide it. Don't expose it for me. I'm just half a piece of trash. A piece of trash that can't even take one move from Dongfang Xiong." Dongfang Shuo laughed bitterly. These few years, the gap between him and Dongfang Xiong was like heaven and earth. Luo Tian's face sunk and he clenched his fists. He could feel the pain in Dongfang Shuo's eyes. That helplessness and powerlessness was really uncomfortable. Just like the current Haijia crown prince, it was like a mountain pressing down on his heart. Although Luo Tian had never seen him before. However, his existence was like an invisible pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. Just like Morong Wanjian in the past. Dongfang Shuo said, "We can't stay here anymore. Yao Hai was moved to another place by me. I waited here for you to come back. I didn't expect Dongfang Shuo to send people to ambush you. Come with me to another place. I have something important to tell you." Chapter 1171. In the middle of the night, Dongfang Shuo brought Luo Tian to a small courtyard in the slums that looked like a garbage dump. It was a simple and crude small room. A middle-aged man was lying on a bed in the room. He was on the verge of death. "Yao Hai." Luo Tian stepped forward, his heart tightened, and he continuously used the regeneration technique. However, Yao Hai's injuries did not improve significantly, but his face was slightly rosy, and the pain was not as intense as before. Yao Hai's eyes gently opened. Seeing Luo Tian, he excitedly smiled, a smile that was very difficult to smile, but very happy. "I knew you would come. I knew I could wait for you to come." "Ha ha ha!" Yao Hai excitedly laughed a few times. "Cough, cough, cough!" After a few coughs, he coughed out a large mouthful of black blood. Luo Tian once again released a regeneration technique, and at the same time took out a healing pill. But it was rejected by Yao Hai. Yao Hai smiled and said, "Don't waste pills for me, it is useless. My heart vein is broken, and I don't have much time left. This breath is because I want to see you one last time before I die." Luo Tian clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His hatred had never been so strong. He roared in his heart. "Who is it? Luo Tian heavily spat out these two words. His murderous aura pervaded the air and spread out in all directions. Everything within a radius of several thousand meters was shrouded by this murderous aura. Some people couldn't even breathe and felt extremely uncomfortable. Yao Hai said, "Luo Tian, thank you. Thank you for avenging my family. Thank you for letting me live for so long. Being able to meet you is the happiest thing in my life. Just that cough. Just that I cannot continue to walk with you. With my talent, with this strength, I am not worthy of walking with you. I will only be a burden to you." Uncle Yao Hai. Luo Tian did not know what to say, and the hatred in his heart soared another level. The death god's killing intent in his mind seemed to break through his sea of consciousness. Yao Hai smiled and said, "Luo Tian, you must live well. You must stand at the peak of this world." The conversation ended here. Yao Hai's voice became serious. "Bai Xiong has been arrested." Buzz. Suddenly, Luo Tian's mind felt like it was about to explode. His expression tensed as he asked, "What?" As expected, there was no sign of Bai Xiong and the others at Cloud Mist College, which meant that something had happened to them on the way. Yao Hai had seen Bai Xiong in Lingyun City before, so he naturally knew who he was. Yao Hai continued, "They were captured by Dongfang Xiong and given to Haijia as a gift. This is the reason why Haijia absorbed the Dongfang family as a subordinate force. They also sent a Holy Spirit Realm Master to protect them and prevent Cloud Mist College from investigating them. Other than Bai Xiong and the other two, there were also 2 managers from Cloud Mist College. Chen Dongfeng and the others were definitely dead. Otherwise, Dongfang Xiong wouldn't be afraid of Cloud Mist College's investigation. The Dongfang family was only a platinum force. Even if they were given 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to go against Cloud Mist College." Luo Tian asked, "Have their identities been exposed?" This was what Luo Tian was most worried about. If their identities were exposed, then Haijia would definitely not let them go. Even if their cultivation was superior talent, or even Lin Dong's peerless talent, Haijia would not let them go. Yao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know about this, but I overheard the conversation between Dongfang Xiong and the Holy Spirit Realm Master. Bai Xiong and the other 2 will all participate in the second round of the assessment and will use a new identity. I heard that they're going to enter the secret training ground for super talented warriors." This was the absolute secret of Cloud Mist College. Haijia had always wanted to know, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find out. The training ground for super talented warriors was the most powerful part of Cloud Mist College. Once super talented warriors went through the training, their talents would be infinitely magnified and their cultivation would rise to a terrifying level. This was a place that Haijia feared, and also a place that Haijia wanted to obtain. "Haijia, Haijia, Haijia again. You're still fucking everywhere." Luo Tian frowned. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his killing intent soared to the sky. He clenched his fists so tightly that his joints cracked. Ever since Haijia appeared in Luo Tian's world, he had been in a bad mood. Yao Hai grabbed Luo Tian's sleeve and said, "Luo Tian, listen to me. Before you reach the Emperor Realm, you must never provoke Haijia again. Also, don't avenge me. My life was worth it. Remember, remember. Don't avenge me. Don't." Before he could finish his words, Yao Hai's ruddy face suddenly turned stiff and his body slowly turned cold. However, his hand was still tightly gripping Luo Tian's sleeve, as if reminding him not to avenge him. "Uncle Yao Hai! Uncle Yao Hai! Yao Hai, Yao Hai!" Luo Tian's heart was in pain. He still remembered when he came to the ancient world. Yao Hai gave him a second chance to take the test and gave him an invisibility pill that allowed him to escape. Luo Tian engraved these little things in his heart. Luo Tian would never forget this kindness. Revenge. Naturally, it was the same. "If I don't avenge this, I am not a man. Dongfang Xiong, you just wait and see." Luo Tian almost roared out. The evil aura that erupted from his body was so strong that even Dongfang Shuo could not help but tremble. Dongfang Shuo said, Luo Tian, remember Yao Hai's words. Before you reach the Emperor realm, you must never provoke Haijia. As for us, you don't have to avenge us. Don't let us affect your plan. He was worried that Luo Tian would act rashly. One must know that Luo Tian was only a level 5 martial void. His strength was still very low. Even if the Dongfang family did not have a Holy Spirit expert from Haijia, he would not be a match for Dongfang Xiong, let alone the Platinum Organization. How could it be simple? Luo Tian was still able to deal with beginner Grand Yen martial artists. But once he encountered a Grand Yen rank 3 or rank for martial artist, he would have a hard time. Without using the transformation card, he would definitely not be a match for a high-level Grand Yen martial artist. Luo Tian retracted his aura and said, Uncle Dongfang, don't worry. I won't do anything rash. Luo Tian also knew that he was not a match for the Dongfang family. However, Yao Hai's revenge must be avenged. Soon, he would make Dongfang Xiong regret being born into this world. Soon, Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, Wash your ass and wait for me. Haijia, you want to take all the 1,000 spots, right? Just you wait. I won't let you get a single spot. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fist. Looking at Yao Hai on the bed, he said in his heart, Uncle Yao Hai, rest in peace. I won't let your death be in vain. The day after tomorrow, I will use the heads of the Haijia disciples to pay tribute to you. I, Luo Tian, swear to the heavens. Killing intent. Never before had his killing intent been so strong. Never before had he been as angry as he was now. How dare you provoke me? I'll *CK your 18 generations of ancestors. Luo Tian's killing intent grew as he said to himself, Haijia, just you wait. _brothers, how about another monthly ticket? Chapter 1172. The night passed in sadness. The next morning, Luo Tian arrived at the gate of Cloud Mist College early. Ren Xiaoyao was also waiting for him at the gate of the college. Today was the last day of registration for the second round of assessment. Those who had passed the first round of assessment had all come. In addition, there were more than 1,000 new disciples from Haijia. The gate of the college was crowded and noisy. The registration line was very long. Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue. I thought I was early, but I didn't expect that they were all earlier than me. Ren Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, Come with me. The two of them walked to the front of the line. Ren Xiaoyao came to the registration place and said with a faint smile, Xiaozhu, he is Luo Tian. The young man called Xiaozhu seemed not to see Ren Xiaoyao and said coldly, Go to the line. Ren Xiaoyao was slightly surprised and continued. His name was reported by Dean Huangfu yesterday. You just need to register. Go to the line. He emphasized every word, but he still didn't look at Ren Xiaoyao. There was still a trace of contempt on his face. Ren Xiaoyao was still the deputy director yesterday. Even if he was demoted, he was still a mentor in the college and a senior in the college. How could he not give him face? Not only did he not give him face, but he also showed disgust. Ren Xiaoyao frowned secretly and smiled softly. He said, I didn't expect you to be from Haijia. However, he was reported by Dean Huangfu himself. You, Zhu Dixing interrupted Ren Xiaoyao impolitely and sneered. Dean Huangfu reported his name, didn't he? Then you should go to Vice Dean Huangfu to register. His tone was extremely arrogant. After that, he said coldly, Humph, do you still think you are the Vice Dean? Don't you know what your status is? You are just an ordinary teacher. How dare you show off in front of me? Humph. He was very disdainful. He didn't take Ren Xiaoyao seriously at all. Ren Xiaoyao's eyebrows furrowed even more, revealing a displeased look. At this time, Tian Yihong, who came from the other side, couldn't help but get angry and shouted, Zhu Desheng, who are you talking to? Back then, you were brought into Cloud Mist College by Vice Dean Rin. Have you forgotten it already after a few years? You ungrateful thing. Zhu Desheng sneered and said, Do I need him to bring me along? I relied on my own strength. Tian Yihong, you better watch your words. Don't put me together with this old thing. What kind of good days can I have if I follow him? Luo Tian couldn't stand it anymore. This wasn't making things difficult for him, it was an insult. Furthermore, Zhu Desheng stared coldly at Luo Tian as he spoke. Obviously, his main target was Luo Tian. Shortly after, Luo Tian tugged at Ren Xiaoyao's clothes and said, Elder Ren, let's line up. Tian Yihong was furious. Luo Tian said, Why bother with a dog, Elder Tian? Zhu Desheng glared at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He suddenly jumped up and shouted, Boy, who are you calling a dog? Luo Tian was not afraid at all. With Tian Yihong and Ren Xiaoyao, two masters, there was no need for him to be afraid of Zhu Desheng. He said with a smile, I'm talking to you. You're courting death. Zhu Desheng instantly wanted to slap Luo Tian. However, before he could make a move, Ren Xiaoyao's pressure of the 6th level of the Holy Spirit crushed down like thunder. In an instant, Zhu Desheng, who was about to explode, was crushed to the ground. His face was pale and painful. Tian Yihong said contemptuously, Ungrateful thing. Immediately, the three of them walked to the back of the line, just after they left the registration office. In the crowd, several men wearing the uniform of the Hai family's disciples had gloomy eyes as they whispered, That kid is Luo Tian. Do you remember his appearance? This is the first task given to us by Haijia. If we can't even deal with this trash of the martial void realm, then what qualifications do we have to stay in Haijia? Him. Ha. Wait and see. I can kill him with one finger. Don't be too careless. He is not ordinary to be able to kill a super talented martial artist. Moreover, his cultivation method is very strange. Some of them have never been seen before. When we enter the assessment area later, we will slowly toy with him to death. The disciples of Haijia. Luo Tian's appearance was imprinted in everyone's mind. This was their first task in the second round of the assessment, a task that must be completed. In addition to the disciples of Haijia, there were some other people who were also paying attention to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was at the back of the line. He looked left and right, trying to find Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and Bai Lingling. However, there were too many people around. He couldn't find them after looking for a long time. However, Luo Tian couldn't find them. The three of them found Luo Tian. However, their appearance was a little different from before. Their aura was also different. Furthermore, their names were also different from before. It was as if they were completely different people. In addition, their bodies were also a little different from before. Bai Lingling tried hard to control herself. Tears were rolling in her eyes. Lin Dong whispered, Restrain yourself. Their boss found us. Otherwise, he will be in more danger. Bai Xiong looked at Luo Tian's figure in the distance. He secretly clenched his fists and said, Boss, we are sorry, but don't worry, I will not let you down. The whole day, the registration time was over. Luo Tian also successfully registered. He received the wooden identity card. In the evening, the open field of Cloud Mist College was full of people. There were more than 50,000 people. These people were all the most outstanding martial artists in the younger generation of the Central Continent, except for the super talented martial artists. Among these martial artists, Luo Tian didn't know anyone except Lu Zhan, who he met yesterday. There are no names of the three people you mentioned. They were on the second round's list, but they didn't come. If it's really as you said, then they might have been disguised by the Hai family. Moreover, it's very likely that they are under the control of the Hai family. Tian Yihong walked to Luo Tian's side and whispered. Luo Tian's heart sank. He said to Tian Yihong, Thank you, old Tian. Tian Yihong wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he said, Luo Tian, I don't know how good their relationship with you is, but many things in this world can change in an instant. Don't trust anyone in the assessment field. Remember, don't trust anyone. Although it was not very polite to say this, but he was also doing it for Luo Tian's good. Among more than 50,000 martial artists, how many of them were Haijia? It was hard to say. Luo Tian didn't know, but the Haijia knew Luo Tian. He could be in danger at any time. Moreover, Haijia could disguise the three of them. Naturally, they could also disguise the three of them. Chapter 1173. In the evening, acting principal, Elder Tianlong walked up to the stage. A white-haired old man. His eyes were bottomless. Luo Tianyuan glanced at him from afar and felt that he was also looking at him, seeing through his mind. In his eyes, Luo Tianyuan felt like he was naked. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Tianlong coughed lightly and said faintly, First of all, congratulations on passing the first round of the examination. Secondly, I wish you all good results in the second round of the examination. Following that, Tianlong turned his gaze and looked at the 8 directions of the field. There were 8 people dressed as children standing there and said, Open the passage! The 8 children nodded. Then they sat down cross-legged. A ripple-like thing appeared on the right side of the 8 of them. It slowly twisted and turned, and finally, a large space portal appeared. It was a portal that could allow dozens of people to pass through at once. The 8 doors opened. Tianlong said faintly, The space transmission array will bring you to a mountain range filled with demon beasts. As long as you pass through the mountain range and walk out from the other end of the mountain range, you will pass the examination. The time limit is 10 days. Inside is the real world. Death is death. And I hope that everyone can work together to pass the examination. All right, let's begin. The second round was completely different from the first. If the first round had various restrictions, then the second round had no restrictions at all. This also meant that, inside, you can do whatever you want, including killing people. Luo Tian grinned and thought in his heart, Haijia, Lousy is here. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner and entered the space transmission array. Many warriors had already begun to shout loudly. I am at the 8th level of the martial void realm. My talent is high. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me together? I cultivate the spirit level healing technique. I have enough milk. Please take me in. Level 1 Tai Yen. Extremely powerful. If you want to come with me, come to me. I am a little sister. I know how to warm the bed. Please take me with you. The scene was just like in a game. Luo Tian was stunned. The scene was too familiar. When he walked towards the direction of the recruitment teams, before he could reach them, a voice immediately sounded, It's full, it's full. Or else, we won't accept trash below the 6th level of the martial void realm. Scram, 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 we don't accept trash. Luo Tian didn't want to join any of the teams. Instead, he wanted to familiarize himself with the atmosphere and feel it. Looking at their disdainful expressions, he smiled and turned a deaf ear to their discussion behind him. At this moment, a man stood behind Luo Tian and asked weakly, Do you want to join us? It was a girl's voice. Her voice was very beautiful. However, Luo Tian didn't even think about it and said, I like being alone. When he turned around and saw the girl in front of him, he felt a little regretful. He was stunned for a moment and said, It's you! Huang Fuya. Huang Fuya pouted. Behind her stood a bunch of young warriors who wanted to team up with her. Their cultivations were not low. Humph. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. How dare you reject me? Kid, don't beg me when we get inside. Humph. Huang Fuya said angrily. Luo Tian was a little confused. Huang Fuya's talent was definitely superior. However, she was actually participating in the second round of selection. This Huang Fuya waved her fist at Luo Tian. as if she had seen through Luo Tian's thoughts. She said, "Don't think too much. I just want to train myself. The vitality in this space is several times denser than outside. When I break through to the Tai Yin realm, I will definitely beat you down." Humph. Luo Tian smiled bitterly. She was definitely looking for trouble. Moreover, was she not afraid of the Haijia people with her status? What on earth was a woman thinking in her heart? Of course, Luo Tian naturally couldn't understand. In addition to training, Huang Fuye was also entrusted by Yi Yunmeng to protect Luo Tian. Huang Fuye was Huang Fuju's only daughter. Even if the Haijia wanted to deal with Huang Fuju, they didn't dare to act recklessly at this time, let alone do anything to Huang Fuye. If they angered the top 10 people in the central continent, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was precisely because of this Huang Fuju didn't stop Huang Fuye. Her little thoughts naturally couldn't escape him as her father. "Yeah, this brat is trash. Why are you teaming up with him? I will protect you. I will definitely let you pass safely. Am I that close to him? Who do you think you are to call others trash? Can you beat 3 super talented warriors? If you can't, please shut up." Humph. Huang Fu, you made a royal family disciple ashamed. She was completely different to Luo Tian and some other people. At this moment, a man walked to Luo Tian's side and said with a smile, "It seems like she's interested in you." "Huh." Luo Tian turned to look. "It's you." The man was Lu Zhan, who Luo Tian had met once in the special recruitment hall. Lu Zhan smiled and extended his right hand. "Hello, I am Lu Zhan." Luo Tian shook his hand and said, "Luo Tian." Lu Zhan said, "It's a pity that I left too early yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been able to see the scene of you crushing those 3 insufferably arrogant, super talented warriors to the ground." Ha ha ha. Yesterday, Luo Tian's words woke him up. He had to rely on himself to fight for everything. No matter how big the obstacle was, if he didn't fight for it, how would he know that he couldn't do it? Wasn't it just the Haijia of the King faction? Luo Tian laughed. "Brother Lu, you must be joking. With Brother Lu's cultivation, dealing with the 3 of them is just a matter of saying a word. It's just that their talent is slightly better. Talent is not something that determines everything." Lu Zhan laughed. He felt that Luo Tian's temper was very similar to his. He couldn't help but change the topic and teased, "If the principal's daughter is in love with me, I definitely won't participate in this assessment." "How boring, ha ha ha. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't reject just now. Look at her hot body. You still don't know that she is one of the top 10 beauties in Cloud Mist College, right? The people chasing after her can surround Cloud Mist College hundreds of times. Only you would reject her. If she invited me, I would definitely be very speechless." Luo Tian was speechless. He originally thought that Lu Zhan was a taciturn person. After listening to him talk, he realized that he was completely wrong. "I didn't expect Brother Lu to know so much about the beauties in Cloud Mist College." "Of course. Let me tell you a little secret." Lu Zhan became mysterious and said in a low voice, "My purpose in coming to Cloud Mist College is to chase the Ice Queen Yi Yunmeng." Luo Tian was shocked again and looked at Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan saw Luo Tian's shocked expression and couldn't help but ask, "You know her?" Chapter 1174. Luo Tian didn't say anything. Lu Zhan continued, "You definitely don't know her. How could she possibly know you?" Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "I heard that she was poisoned by a Haijia sorcerer, and her face was completely disfigured." Lu Zhan was slightly shocked and said with a wretched smile, "It seems like Brother Luo is also a kindred spirit. You even know about the Ice Queen's face being disfigured, haha. Actually, it wasn't disfigured, but poisoned. As long as I become the strongest student, then represent the Cloud Mist College to climb the Heaven's Chosen Mountain, become a Heaven's Chosen Sorcerer, and then detoxify her and restore her peerless appearance. She will definitely love me to death. At that time, wow, This young master will definitely be the happiest man in the world. Huh? Hey, hey, hey! Brother Luo, why are you walking so fast? I'm not done yet. While Lu Zhan was immersed in it, Luo Tian couldn't bear to listen any longer. However, what Lu Zhan said was also what he wanted to do. A girl's appearance being disfigured was a very painful thing. Moreover, half of the Misty City knew that he had crushed 3 super talented warriors in the special recruitment hall. It was impossible for Yi Yunming not to know, but she did not appear. She must be avoiding him. Thinking of the black spots on her face, Luo Tian's hatred towards Haijia couldn't help but grow stronger. A big grudge, a small grudge. All of these added together are enough for me to F***ck you over 1,000 times. Luo Tian thought to himself. Lu Zhan caught up and said, "No matter what the Ice Queen becomes, she will always be the goddess in my heart." Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "You've seen her before?" Lu Zhan grinned. "This is also my first time in Misty City." Then, he immediately added, "Although this is my first time here, it doesn't prevent her from becoming the Ice Mountain goddess in my heart. Moreover, aren't I in Misty Cloud City now? In 2 more rounds, I'll be a student of Cloud Mist College. Naturally, I'll be able to see her then. I'll definitely show her my most perfect side. At that time, she'll definitely be charmed by my handsomeness. Wow! Just thinking about it makes me excited." Why did he walk away again? "Brother Luo, wait for me. I still have something important to tell you." Lu Zhan quickly caught up. Just as he was about to say something about Yi Yunming, he saw the teleportation array in front of him. He immediately asked seriously, "Brother Luo, how about we form an alliance?" "With me?" Luo Tian was startled and said, "You know that I have offended the Hai family. The Hai family will definitely not let me off. Forming an alliance with me will definitely not bring you any benefits. When the time comes, you won't be able to pass the second round, and you won't be able to see your ice goddess." Although he said it half-jokingly. However, Luo Tian didn't want to implicate anyone, including Huang Fuya. It was just that Luo Tian completely ignored how thick-skinned Lu Zhan was. Lu Zhan said righteously, "It's precisely because Haijia wants to deal with you that I want to form an alliance with you. With me here, I'll protect you. Don't worry. It's not easy to find someone who shares the same interests. How can I let him go so easily?" Luo Tian was almost touched. Lu Zhan immediately said, "By the way, do you want to know some of the Ice Queen's secrets? For example, when is her period?" Luo Tian directly said angrily, "Get lost." Lu Zhan didn't care. He said, "A woman's period is very easy to attack. If her stomach hurts and you care about her, she'll love you to death." Hey, why are you leaving again?" At this time, Luo Tian had been swallowed by the waves on the teleportation array. Lu Zhan quickly chased after him after all the disciples on the playground entered the teleportation array. Rin Xiaoyao and Tian Yihong also left one after another. At this time, the teleportation array should have been closed. But it wasn't. An old man appeared beside Elder Tianlong in the void and said softly. Tianlong frowned and then relaxed. He exhaled softly and said, "Zhu Desheng, take a few mentors into the space to maintain order. Remember not to cause a big massacre." Zhu Desheng was happy and immediately said, "Yes, master." At this time, a team of mentors who had been prepared for a long time came out of the darkness. One of them was wearing a black robe. His face couldn't be seen clearly. However, there was a strong dark aura on him, which he didn't hide at all. Tianlong's eyes moved and he was shocked. He wanted to stop him, but in the end he didn't say anything. He closed his eyes slightly, looked up at the night sky, exhaled heavily and said secretly, "Haijia, this is the second time you've sent Ghost Concubine to deal with the same person. Boy, I hope your death can calm Haijia." Immediately, his figure flashed and disappeared from the high platform. Zhu Desheng brought 8 people into the space from 8 different teleportation arrays. Damn trash. Your death is coming. Zhu Desheng snorted coldly. During the day, he was called a dog by Luo Tian. He was extremely unhappy. He had been around for so long and finally found a chance to curry favor with Haijia. This time he wanted to take the first step and kill Luo Tian. This way, he would be able to make a contribution in Haijia and truly become a person of Haijia. When he thought about how he would be a member of Haijia in the near future, Zhu Desheng couldn't help but smile. Buzz. 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 The teleportation arrays closed one by one. There was no one on the huge field. A figure landed. Then, 2 more figures landed on the ground. Haitong Tian is too arrogant. Elder Tianlong is too much. He knew that it was Ghost Concubine and still let him in. Which side is he on? Huangfu Zhu slightly said. Not in the position of the dean. I don't know the difficulties of the dean. Tianlong also has no choice. He has his own difficulties. Let's not talk about this. While the rules of the teleportation array haven't completely disappeared, feel free to open it. Otherwise, if that kid really meets Ghost Concubine, he will definitely die. I heard that the second Ghost Concubine was sent this time, and her cultivation is already at the 5th level of the Holy Spirit realm. An old man slightly said. Huangfu Zhu did not speak. He opened his hands. His 5 fingers formed a claw and suddenly landed on the original position of the teleportation array. His 2 hands reached into the void, his robes rustled, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Suddenly, a strong power of God's chosen poured into his palms. Chi-la-la, chi-la-la, chi-la-la. Cracks appeared in space. The laws of space were broken. This power was extremely terrifying. Under his hands, the teleportation array that had disappeared appeared again. Although it wasn't as strong as before, it was enough to teleport. The 2 old men hid their auras and jumped in. At this moment, Huangfu Zhu's hands loosened, and the teleportation array disappeared without a trace. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, as if he was about to collapse. Even if he was an Emperor Realm superpower house, he still had to pay a huge price to break the laws of space. Huangfu Zhu gently exhaled and thought to himself, everything depends on your luck. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 1175. In the space, the 8 entrances were on the same line. Each entrance was about 10 kilometers apart. Each entrance was the entrance to the mountain in front. After Luo Tian entered the space, he didn't stop at all. He quickly jumped into the forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, there was a person following behind him. Lu Zhan, why are you running so fast? No matter how bold the Haijia people are, they wouldn't dare to make a move outside the mountain. After all, there are so many people here. If they make a move in public, it will not be good. Even if they want to make a move, they will do it in the depths of the mountain. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Zhan asked, puzzled. Luo Tian suddenly stopped. He stood on top of a treetop and said very seriously, you don't need me to tell you about my situation. This time the most important task of the 1,000 or so talented disciples of the Hai family is to eliminate me. If you follow me, it will only bring you trouble. It's better for you to stay away from me. This was the truth. Although it was difficult to escape from the encirclement of thousands of Haijia disciples alone, Luo Tian didn't want to implicate anyone. Lu Zhan rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and said like a big brother, don't worry. I, Lu Zhan, will ally with you. Let alone Haijia, even if the strong people of the whole continent want to get rid of you, I will not leave you. I, Lu Zhan, will not give up on my friends so easily. Let's talk about it later. Lu Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, I heard that the relationship between Huangfu Ye and the ice goddess is not ordinary. If possible, can you let Huangfu Ye introduce her to me? Hee hee. As long as you agree, I can help you with anything. Speaking of Yi Yunming, Lu Zhan had a perverted look on his face. Luo Tian wanted to kick him a few times. However, when he heard Lu Zhan's words, he was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, Huang Fuya and Yi Yunming are close. Lu Zhan smiled and said, that's for sure. As one of the top 10 beauties in Cloud Mist College, how could I not know her? Huang Fu, you definitely knows Yi Yunming. If she can introduce me to her, I'm willing to do anything. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his head and looked at the pure, white moonlight shining through the gaps between the leaves. He thought to himself, Silly Queen, are you all right? Immediately after, Luo Tian said contemptuously, Don't expect me to introduce you. You'd better stay away from me. After that, Luo Tian leaped several feet away and lightly tapped on a leaf. His body was as light as a swallow, and then he leaped again. Like a ghost, he flashed quickly without leaving any sound. Lu Zhan mumbled and said, F***CK, you won't even help me with this? You have a personality, I like it, ha ha ha. Brother Luo, wait for me. In another place, Haijia disciple Tsang Yan. He was an assassin on the sea god list. The reason he entered the assessment mountain range was to get rid of Luo Tian. Behind him stood a row of disciples dressed in Haijia attire. One of them said, We've already found traces of that brat Luo Tian, just southeast of the first peak. There's another person beside him, the high-talent Lu Zhan. He was once warned by Haijia, but who would have thought that he would not be afraid of death and still participate in the assessment? Tsang Yan sneered and said, It's just 2 pieces of trash. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. He was at the peak of the 2nd stage of the Taiyan realm, and his talent was infinitely close to superior talent. More importantly, he cultivated a heaven stage cultivation method, which was extremely powerful and had extremely high lethality. Just based on this cultivation method, he had squeezed into the top 800 of the Sea God sect. Continued to follow them. When they actually go deep into the assessment mountain range, that will be the time of their deaths. Tsang Yan sneered and thought to himself, 1,000 kill points, none other than me. Yes, sir. Young Master Tsang, please rest assured. Our people have been following behind them. Once they go deep into the mountain range, we will immediately report back. The Haijia disciples didn't care about the assessment at all. Their main target was Luo Tian. In another place, Huang Fuya said softly, Did you find out where he went? A man in luxurious clothes said reluctantly, He went to the southeast. Yaya, he doesn't even care about you. Why do you have to care about that piece of trash? Thousands of Haijia disciples are surrounding him, and many of them are super assassins on the sea god ranking. He's a jinx now. Whoever messes with him will be unlucky. Offending the Haijia is no joke. He didn't finish his sentence. Huang Fuya's figure disappeared. She didn't even care about him. The man's eyes twitched, and he was very unhappy. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly, and he said coldly, Little bitch, don't give me the chance. Otherwise, I'll make sure you have enough fun. How dare you act all high and mighty in front of me? Don't you know who you are now? Do you think your father is the dean? And that piece of trash, Luo Tian. You better die in the hands of the Haijia. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, I'll let you have a taste of what I, Huang Tianyu, can do. A man behind him asked, 7th Prince, what should we do now? What should we do? Go after her. If anything happens to her, I'll teach you a lesson, Huang Tianyu said angrily. At dawn, it had been a night of fast running. Luo Tian had already entered the depths of the assessment mountain range. The surroundings were filled with the dangerous aura of monsters. This aura was terrifying. When he stepped into the depths of the mountain range, Luo Tian slowed down. Lu Zhan was puzzled. At first, he thought that Luo Tian wanted to rush to the exit in one breath so that he wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded and killed by the Haijia disciples. But why did he slow down? Lu Zhan said, Why did you slow down when you just stepped into the depths of the mountain range? Brother Luo, what are you trying to do? Luo Tian didn't say anything. He moved his eyebrows and released his consciousness. Before he could sense it, Lu Zhan said, 3 kilometers behind us, there are 6 rank 8 Haijia disciples. Other than these 8 people, there's also a hidden rank 1 Taiyan martial artist. His talent is also high. Huh. Luo Tian was slightly surprised. He hadn't sensed it yet, but Lu Zhan had already said their location. Lu Zhan rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and then stared at him in surprise. His eyes widened as he said in shock, Damn, you're not thinking of killing them, are you? Luo Tian grinned and said, I don't like the feeling of being chased. Lu Zhan was shocked. You entered the depths of the mountain range so quickly. You knew that they wouldn't attack outside the mountain range. They would definitely attack in the depths of the mountain range. You want them to attack earlier? Correct. Unfortunately, there's no reward. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. However, his heart began to palpitate. My time as the sovereign is up. Chapter 1176. No, absolutely not. Lu Zhan immediately grabbed Luo Tian and clamped his legs directly on Luo Tian's thighs, like an abandoned woman. His eyes and expression were exactly the same. Do you know how many people Haijia sent? Just the disciples alone number over 1,000. There are also those assassins on the sea god list hiding in the dark. Once you turn around and kill them, there will definitely be even more disciples of the Fair family surrounding you. No matter how strong you are, you cannot possibly be a match for over 1,000 people. Lu Zhan analyzed. Indeed, it took time to kill. Moreover, these warriors from Haijia who were chasing him were just the vanguard. There were still a large number of Haijia disciples behind them. Once he turned around and killed them, those Haijia disciples would inevitably swarm him. At that time, he would definitely not be able to get away. However, so what? Yao Hai's death, Huangfu Ju's abdication, the humiliation Rin Xiaoyao suffered at the registration, and the unfair treatment he received. These were all because of Haijia. Moreover, Haijia sent so many disciples to kill him and he couldn't fight back? Luo Tian said, Brother Lu, can you loosen your feet first? No, Lu Zhan said firmly. Luo Tian kicked Lu Zhan a few times fiercely, but he couldn't get rid of Lu Zhan at all. He said, Loosen your feet, and I'll introduce you to Huangfuya. That's what you said. Lu Zhan's feet immediately loosened. Luo Tian was speechless. Was this guy only thinking about beautiful women? The moment he loosened his feet, Luo Tian suddenly jumped out. His body was like a line, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking was heard. Boom! Before he could react, his body was shot back like a sharp arrow. There was not even a second between them. Luo Tian grabbed onto the ground with one hand and his body slid back rapidly. A long groove appeared under his feet and a bloody handprint appeared on his chest. His internal organs were slightly tumbling. Luo Tian's face darkened as he thought to himself, What speed! What ferocious strength! He slid for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. At the same time, Luo Tian stopped. A young man walked out from the darkness. His clothes were embroidered with the symbol of Haijia. He coldly glanced at Luo Tian in the distance and sneered, A piece of trash like you wants to hunt down my Haijia disciples. You overestimate yourself. Luo Tian didn't reply. Instead, he stared at the man who was still drunk on Luo Tian's words about accepting Huangfuya. He was still drooling and didn't realize what had just happened. Luo Tian wanted to die. He really wanted to give him a few kicks and shouted, Lu Zhan! What? Is Huangfuya here? Lu Zhan immediately played with his hair and put on a pose that he thought was very handsome. He lifted his long hair with his right hand and looked at it. When he found that it wasn't Huangfuya in the distance, his expression immediately turned cold and he shouted angrily, Who the hell are you? Luo Tian also said angrily, I actually believed that you could sense everything around you. You didn't even notice someone who was so close to us. What the F asterisk CK? Lu Zhan looked sideways and was shocked. He stared at the Haijia disciple and said directly, You injured him? The Haijia disciple sneered and said, He will die in my hands later. Whoosh! Lu Zhan disappeared. In an instant, he actually clamped the Fair family's disciple's head with his legs. Then with his fists like a torrential rain, he cursed in an incomparably violent manner, You bastard actually injured my friend. You bastard actually injured my friend. Do you know who he is? He is the most important person in my life. No, he should be the second most important person in my life. Only he can introduce me to Huangfu. Only Huangfu you can introduce me to Yi Yunming. You injured him and destroyed my chance of meeting the goddess. Don't you think you deserve to die? Bang, 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 bang. The punches were like a storm. That high family disciple didn't even have the strength to fight back. His body was slowly smashed into the ground. His body directly sunk into his waist. His head was bleeding. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he was firmly clamped down by Lu Zhan's legs. He couldn't make the slightest sound. He couldn't even scream. Luo Tian was stunned. F asterisk CK. He was very clear about Lu Zhan's talent test at the special recruitment building. He never thought that the power Lu Zhan burst out with would be so terrifying. That Fair family disciple's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level martial void realm, but he was completely suppressed. After a violent beating, he didn't even have the chance to retaliate. Dead. Isn't this cultivation too abnormal? Don't you deserve to die? Do you deserve to die? Yes, no, you deserve to die. Pa. Lu Zhan ruthlessly stomped his foot, and the Haijia disciple's body was completely buried in the ground. Only a string of hair was left outside like weeds. He was directly buried. After the beating, Lu Zhan fiercely spat on the disciple's head. Hurting my friend is not giving me face. If you don't give me face, there is only one result, and that is death. After the beating, he clapped his hands. As if nothing had happened, he walked to Luo Tian and instantly changed into a perverted expression. He asked in a despicable manner, Brother Luo, you just said that you would introduce me to Huangfu. Is that true? Hee, the Ice Queen is my goddess. I won't refuse Huangfu. Lu Zhan couldn't wait for Luo Tian to immediately bring him to Huangfu side. After the introduction, he would stay with Huangfu and talk about love. How pleasant would that be? Luo Tian sighed and said, I really don't know Huangfu well. TCH, brother, you're not being kind. If you don't know her well, why would she take the initiative to find you? Don't tell me you don't want to introduce her. Brother Luo, please help me. Lu Zhan almost knelt on the ground. Luo Tian was really speechless. Lu Zhan's fighting strength was frighteningly high. However, when it came to beauties, this guy was completely an idiot. Luo Tian ignored him and quickly walked into the depths. He did not go back to Haijia to find those people who were following him. If he stayed here for too long, it would be very unfavorable for Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian walk away, Lu Zhan looked at Luo Tian's back and muttered, From the moment you rejected Huangfu, I knew that you were destined to be my brother. Immediately, Lu Zhan quickly followed. Outside the assessment mountain range, Haijia, more than 1,000 life lamps were lit in a secret room. Suddenly, one lamp was extinguished. The old man guarding the life lamp slightly raised his eyes and then closed them expressionlessly. He didn't care about the extinguishment of a lamp. Moreover, among these life lamps, there were a few that emitted a particularly strong light. As long as these lamps were not extinguished, he didn't have to worry and didn't have to report anything. A life lamp represented a Haijia disciple. Before they entered the assessment, their life lamps were secretly lit. They would know how many Haijia disciples would die in the assessment mountain range. They could also change the mission at the first moment. Ah, in the assessment mountain range. Tsai Yen laughed disdainfully and said, "Ninth stage martial void realm dares to show off courting death." At the same time, a warrior walked forward and said, "Young Master Tsang, that kid has entered the mountainside of the first peak. There are some third and fourth stage demon beasts in that area. This will be a very good opportunity for us. As long as the demon beasts delay them, we can catch them off guard and kill him. Moreover, there are already hundreds of Haijia disciples approaching here. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid," Tsai Yen frowned and said with a smile, "pass down my order, we can draw in the net." "Yes, sir." Halfway up the mountain, Lu Zhan brought a half-dead third-stage demon beast in front of Luo Tian and said, "This is the 17th demon beast." Boom! Luo Tian's right fist was like a hammer. With a heavy blow, the demon beast was instantly killed. Lu Zhan instantly rushed to the side of another demon beast and beat it half to death in a few moves. Then he sent it to Luo Tian's side. 18th, there are still 82 demon beasts left. You won't lie to me this time, right? Luo Tian killed it in one move again and said, "Brother Lu, I didn't say anything. If you want to know Huang Fuya, you can go by yourself. I'm really not familiar with her." "Humph. I know you don't want to introduce her. But I have plenty of patience and—" Lu Zhan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Huang Fu, you will definitely come to find you. As long as she stays by your side, I can get to know her even if you don't introduce her." This was the plan he had made up his mind. Luo Tian was really puzzled, but he didn't say anything more. In any case, there was a person who provided him with free experience. Where could he find such a good labor? Suddenly, Lu Zhan threw a demon beast to Luo Tian's side. He chuckled and said, "They can't hold it in any more." Luo Tian naturally noticed it as well. He secretly smiled and whispered, "Remember what I told you just now." Lu Zhan laughed. "Understood. Anyway, if I follow you, Huang Fuya will appear. Those people from Haijia are too arrogant. I'm also very unhappy." The two of them pretended as if nothing had happened. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, in the darkness, Tsai Yen shouted, "Do it!" Whoosh! 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 3 large nets covered the sky. The gaps between the nets could be completely ignored. It was extremely accurate. Luo Tian did not move. Lu Zhan grabbed the corpse of a demon beast out of nowhere and threw it out. Walala! He threw it into the air and directly threw the 3 giant nets away. His entire body also moved in an instant and directly pierced into the dark forest. Bam! A corpse flew out and landed at Luo Tian's feet. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he stomped heavily with his right foot. Bam! The head exploded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Sin points +1. Whoosh! Another body flew out from the darkness, and Luo Tian killed it in one move. The experience points weren't much. However, the essence points were considerable. The most important point, Sin points. In the second round of the examination, there were thousands of Haijia disciples. Luo Tian wanted to summon Lord Lucifer again and sweep away all the Haijia disciples. 2 in 1 chapter. Happy weekend. Chapter 1177. A body flew out. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. Luo Tian jumped into the air. His fists were like heavy cannons. Kill. Ding. The system beep sounded out. The entire forest turned into a symphony of death. The god of death was dancing, and Luo Tian was dominating everything. The surrounding Haijia disciples were overturned one by Luo Tian, and then they were all killed by Luo Tian. Their cultivation was also one of the lower levels among the Haijia disciples, but they were all above the 5th stage of warrior. Not far away, Tsai Yen did not panic. Seeing his subordinates being killed one by one, he did not have the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, his eyes narrowed. showing a surprisingly calm expression. Star escape. 1. His figure was like a ghost as he disappeared from the spot. Even the men around him didn't notice when Tsang Yen disappeared. The moment he disappeared, Lu Zhan frowned and immediately reminded, "One of them has disappeared. He should have used some kind of stealth technique. Be careful." His perception was very strong. From the very beginning, he had been paying attention to everything around him. No one's aura could escape his perception. Luo Tian nodded and said, "You should be careful too. His target might not necessarily be me." Lu Zhan laughed out loud. "As long as he dares to make a move on me, I will let him know how powerful this young master is." While they were talking, another 2 disciples were sent flying. Luo Tian killed them. The cooperation between the 2 was surprisingly good. Die. In the air, a word was spat out coldly. In the blink of an eye, high up in the sky, a cold sword flew over as if it came from outer space, piercing straight towards Luo Tian's head. If this sword pierced through, even an immortal would not be able to escape death. Lu Zhan's eyes turned sinister. It was too late to stop him. It was too fast. The peak of the second stage of Tai Yen was astonishingly fast. The gap between realms could not be changed. Feeling the killing intent above his head, Luo Tian's mind moved, and he suddenly shouted, "God, explosion!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His attributes suddenly changed. Luo Tian raised his eyes and directly summoned the heavenly sword, shouting, "Buddha's Fury Vajra!" Boom! A massive illusory image was summoned. The violent gorilla sat down on the illusory image, intending to trap Tsang Yen. However, just as Luo Tian unleashed this sword move, a sneer appeared on Tsang Yan's face. Star escape. His body disappeared again. There was no sign of life. It was as if he was not in this world. The Buddha's Fury Vajra missed. This was the first time he had missed. Luo Tian kept releasing his will, trying to capture Tsang Yan's aura, but he couldn't sense it at all. "Humph! You think you can sense my aura? Trash, prepare to die." An arrogant voice resounded in the void. Very disdainful and arrogant. It was as if he was toying with Luo Tian in the palm of his hand. Luo Tian looked around and seriously sensed everything around him. The cultivation technique Tsang Yen used was similar to the invisibility technique, and with the advantage of his realm, Luo Tian was unable to sense his location. However, he would eventually appear, and once he appeared, his aura would be exposed. Tsang Yen was waiting. Luo Tian was also waiting. The 2 of them seemed to be competing with each other. Tsang Yan's arrogant voice sounded again. "Luo Tian, this is your burial ground. After offending Haijia, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, it will be useless. You still want to go to Cloud Mist College? Stop dreaming, ha ha ha. An ant will be an ant, forever an ant. Don't think that you are amazing just because Huang Fuju likes you. The more he likes you, the more you have to die. Chatter nonstop." Luo Tian was a little annoyed when he heard this and said, "Stop scaring me. Don't you want me to die? Come out." Tsang Yen laughed wildly. "What's wrong? You can't wait to die. I haven't played enough yet." This was a battle of the minds. Suddenly, Lu Zhan nodded his head lightly. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, the door opened wide, and laughed. "You're not coming out, are you? Then I'll make my move." Tsang Yen sneered and said, "Even if the 2 of you stand together, you won't be able to sense my location." Not waiting for him to finish, an arrow pierced through the air. There was a light red light on the arrow. Elemental essence. The power of bloodline. This, the power of the innate bloodline, and the power of the bloodline that was activated. Tsang Yan's face was slightly shocked, and he thought to himself, "I didn't expect that the brat surnamed Lu would actually activate the power of the bloodline, and it's an elemental bloodline, elemental essence he was forced to move by the arrow. If he didn't move, he would definitely be injured." The star escape technique was a superb invisibility technique and could not avoid any attacks. In that instant, Sang Yan's face turned angry, and his body moved with a bang, just in time to see that Luo Tian's door was wide open, without any defense. The long sword was like a rainbow, pouring in a dense amount of elemental essence, and with a whistling sound, the sword pierced towards the space between Luo Tian's eyebrows like lightning. Luo Tian's pupils shrank slightly, and the corner of his mouth drew back. He revealed a confident smile. Smile? Let's see if you can still smile later, Sun Yan said with a cold snort, and the power on the long sword became even more intense. Luo Tian withdrew his sword. He did not use the heavenly sword again. Instead, with a move of his hands, the remaining power of the god explosion exploded out 9 suns. His entire body was burning hot. Luo Tian tightly locked onto the long sword in Sang Yan's hand, and a crazy idea surged in his mind. 9 suns divine art. Erupt with the power of the divine art. Lu Zhan's face was filled with shock. No way. You're crazy. He saw through Luo Tian's thoughts. He's using a spirit-grade weapon. No matter how strong your fist is at this moment, no matter how high the temperature is, it can't go head-to-head with a spirit-grade weapon. Moreover, his power is at the peak of stage 2 of Taiyan. F***CK. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Lu Zhan shut up, because Luo Tian did not listen to him at all. Hearing Lu Zhan's words, Sang Yan laughed. Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm like those 2 super talented trash in the special recruitment hall? They were only temporarily raised to the Taiyan stage by Elder Hai Fingtian's Phantom Moon power. But I'm a real stage 2 Taiyan. Sang Yan looked at Luo Tian and laughed. He laughed very proudly. The direction of the sword changed slightly, and he thought to himself, "Let me pierce through your arm." Chi-la-la, chi-la-la. Luo Tian's entire arm turned red, just like the magma raging fire that he cultivated in the profound sky continent. His arm had turned into magma. However, the power of the 9 suns divine art was tens of thousands of times greater than the great perfection of magma raging fire. Luo Tian's arm was now a violent furnace facing Sang Yan's sword. Luo Tian did not hesitate to punch out. Melt for me. Chapter 1178. Fists and swords clashed. This was something that Luo Tian could do. No matter how hard a fist was, it was impossible for it to be harder than a sword. Furthermore, it was a spirit artifact level sword. Sang Yan laughed complacently. What an idiot, to actually be stupid enough to use his fist to block my sword. Cripple him. As soon as he finished, 1 fist, 1 sword, directly collided with each other. Hiss! In less than half a second, time seemed to have frozen in place without any change at all. Half a second later, the sword in Sang Yan's hand suddenly turned completely red. Gudong! Gudong! Bubbles appeared on the sword body, and it melted. The long sword melted. In a second, it was actually melting, and the sword body became soft. In that instant, Luo Tian propped himself up with his foot. His right arm rushed forward and heavily roared, "Break for me!" Walala! Walala! The long sword melted into molten iron and was directly twisted into a ball by Luo Tian's charge. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian's body stuck to Sang Yan's side. He grinned like a death god and then punched out. Bam! Sang Yan was sent flying. Lu Zhan moved. Without waiting for Sang Yan to use Star Escape, a bow and arrow suddenly appeared in his hand. He shot the arrow and nailed Sang Yan's body to a big tree in midair. He laughed and said, "Let's see how a rat like you can dig a hole." Ah! Sang Yan let out a painful scream. Then, Sang Yan's eyes twisted. He grabbed the arrow on his chest with one hand and pulled fiercely, wanting to pull it out and then use the Star Escape to escape. However, Luo Tian would not give him the chance. The arrow shot out, and Luo Tian summoned the heavenly sword. The sword chi was cold and gloomy, and at a distance of 10 meters away, Luo Tian directly slashed down with his sword and shouted, "Die!" Bam! Tsang Yan's eyes were wide open as he roared towards the sky. "It won't be long before you come down to accompany me, ha ha ha!" A sharp arrow shot out from his sleeve into the air. Bam! A firework exploded in the air. A cloud-piercing arrow. The moment he fired the signal arrow, his body was split in half. He was dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Tsang Yan for gaining 3,099 experience and 1,000 primordial energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Star Escape. Do you wish to learn it? Ding! Sin +1. At the same time, in a secret room in Haijia, Tsang Yan's life lamp was extinguished. The old man's eyes widened slightly, and he secretly tensed up. He sent out a thought, and it directly traveled through the life lamp that had just been extinguished. The image of the examination mountain range appeared in his mind. In the image, Luo Tian and Lu Zhan were quickly leaving. As soon as the piercing cloud arrow appeared, the surrounding Haijia disciples were like sharks that had seen blood as they frantically rushed over. Luo Tian didn't want to leave. In the second round, he wanted to kill to his heart's content. Didn't Haijia want to take all the 1,000 spots? Then, I won't wait for you to pass the second round. I'll kill all of your fair family's disciples. I want to see how you're going to monopolize 1,000 spots. It's just that Lu Zhan dragged Luo Tian along as he madly ran. It was as if he was caught peeking at a girl taking a bath. He wished he could have more legs. After running for 4 hours, he had already run hundreds of kilometers. Lu Zhan put down Luo Tian and sat on the ground. He panted and said, "I say, are you crazy? I know Haijia made you very unhappy, but you can't do this. The signal has already been sent out. If you don't leave now, Haijia disciples will surround you. Can you escape? If it wasn't for my speed, you would have become a dead man. Hurry up and thank me." "There's no need to thank me. Let's talk about something more practical. Introduce Huangfuya to me." Speaking of Huangfuya, Lu Zhan's expression suddenly became wretched. It was as if he was a completely different person. Luo Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "I think you will die in the hands of a woman sooner or later." "Wrong. If I die, I will die in the hands of a woman. I will never die in the hands of a woman," Lu Zhan corrected. Then he looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "What kind of cultivation technique are you cultivating?" "It's super explosive in a short period of time. Then your entire arm turned red. That super high temperature can actually melt a spiritual weapon. Isn't that too abnormal?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Are you mesmerized by my handsome cultivation technique? What a pity. I like women." The combination of the two divine abilities was naturally extremely powerful. Berserk +9 suns. This explosive power that could melt a spiritual weapon was indeed extraordinary, but Luo Tian's heart sank slightly. My level is too low. If it wasn't for the 9 suns divine ability, I wouldn't have been able to kill Tsing Yan, who is at the second stage of Taiyan. Moreover, suddenly, Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan and asked curiously, "Where's your bow and arrow?" If he hadn't nailed Tsang Yan to the tree with an arrow, Luo Tian might not have been able to kill him. Tsang Yan said that you are a bloodline awakener. Furthermore, it's an attribute bloodline, attribute origin chi. What exactly is a bloodline awakener? This was the first time Luo Tian had heard of a bloodline awakener in the ancient world, and Lu Zhan was much stronger than he had imagined. His perception ability was extremely astonishing. Luo Tian couldn't sense Tsang Yan's location no matter how hard he tried, but he could feel that if it wasn't for his arrow that forced Tsang Yan to reveal his true form, it would be impossible to kill him. Lu Zhan smiled wretchedly and said, "You must have been charmed by this young master's ability. Unfortunately, this young master is only interested in beauties and has no interest in men at all." Luo Tian's words were returned to him. Luo Tian muttered and said, Huang Fuya. Lu Zhan's expression immediately changed and said, My bloodline is a Bao with extremely strong perception ability. I awakened it a month ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come to Misty Cloud City. I thought that my perception of the Bao and Arrow bloodline could raise my talent to superior level, but I didn't expect it to only be high level. Inherited Bao and Arrow bloodline? Bows and arrows all have bloodlines? Luo Tian was stunned. Lu Zhan smiled and said, You don't know about this, right? The ancient continent is a medium-level plane, so the Bao and Arrow bloodline isn't anything special. There are also stone bloodlines, tree bloodlines, and many more. This was the difference between a medium-level plane and a low-level plane. Luo Tian asked, You were born in the ancient continent. Lu Zhan looked at Luo Tian curiously and said, You weren't. Luo Tian shook his head. Lu Zhan immediately looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster and said, You entered the ancient world from a low-level plane. Luo Tian nodded and said yes. Lu Zhan instantly looked up at the sky and sighed. He said, You are really an idiot. Being a supreme being in a low-level plane is such a great thing. You can do whatever you want and have as many beauties as you want. You actually came to the ancient continent to suffer for such a great thing. I really don't know what to say about you. If it were me, I would definitely not enter the ancient world. I would definitely travel to every corner of the continent and bring all the beautiful beauties of various races back to my palace. And then gulp, Lu Zhan swallowed a big mouthful of saliva and was extremely excited. He said, Just thinking about it makes me excited. What a pity. If only I was born in a low-level plane. Not only would I be able to cultivate the power of origin and become a supreme being, but I would also have all the beauties in the plane. Sigh, Luo Tian suddenly became an idiot in his eyes. Indeed, what he was thinking was also what Luo Tian was thinking. However, he had no choice but to enter the ancient world. Luo Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He continued to ask, How do the martial artists who enter the ancient world from a low-level plane awaken their bloodline? You have no chance. Lu Zhan said bluntly, Your talent is at the bottom of the list. Your bloodline must be under some kind of suppression. Don't even think about awakening it in this lifetime. I advise you to give up and think about how to pass the second round of the examination. Following you is really a great punishment for this young master. Luo Tian was stunned. He thought to himself, Seems like I have to quickly fuse with the Earth Dragon King's blood spirit power and undo the seal. Immediately after, Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Lu Zhan said, Don't look at me like that. This young master will definitely not change his decision. If I say that I want to form an alliance with you, I will definitely not abandon you. Without me, how are you going to survive? Furthermore, why hasn't Huang Fuya appeared yet? This was the main point. Achoo! 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 Huang Fuya sneezed 3 times in a row, causing her body to sway. The 2 huge peaks on her chest trembled and swayed back and forth. Who is cursing this young lady? Don't let this young lady find out. Otherwise, I will definitely strip off your clothes and let the demon beast in heat enjoy it. They rushed all the way to the southeast of the first peak. Along the way, all she saw were disciples of the fair family. She couldn't help but worry for Luo Tian. Brat, before this young lady finds you, don't die. I promised Big Sister Meng that I would protect you. If you die, how am I going to explain it to Big Sister Meng? I don't know where the hell you went. Then, Huang Fuya stopped and said fiercely, Huang Tianyu, have you found out where Luo Tian is? If you can't do it, then don't talk big. Also, don't follow this young lady. Huang Tianyu said with a smile, Yeah, you saw the signal arrow released by Haijia just now. It means that Luo Tian, that trash. No, the brat must have appeared here. It's just that we don't know where he went now. Don't worry, I bribed a Haijia disciple. We will get the news soon. However, in his heart he was incomparably angry. "You little slut. I, your father, am so good to you, but you actually want to look for that trash who is bound to die. Just wait until that trash is eliminated by the Hai family, then I will Thousands of Haijia people can't kill a trash after such a long time. What a bunch of trash!" They rested for half a quarter of an hour. Luo Tian looked at the sky and said, "Let's go." "You can't leave." Suddenly, a person was standing on a big tree above them. It was Zhu Desheng. 2-in-1 chapter. Brothers, can you show some support? Chapter 1179. Not a sound was heard. Even Lu Zhan didn't sense it. The difference in cultivation was too great. Furthermore, Luo Tian and Lu Zhan never thought that Zhu Desheng would appear. He wasn't an examinee, could it be? Oh no. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Lu Zhan was secretly anxious, but on the surface he pretended that he didn't know anything and said, "Hey, aren't you Mentor Zhu who registered? You also came in." While talking, Lu Zhan's body moved a step, blocking in front of Luo Tian, and said in a low voice, "Run, his target is you, he won't do anything to me." Zhu Desheng wasn't in a hurry to make a move. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face and said, "Lu Zhan, I didn't expect you to be a bloodline awakener. I'll give you a chance, kill Luo Tian, and you'll be my disciple from now on. I guarantee that you'll do well in Cloud Mist College, and no one will dare to bully you. Moreover, I'll plead for you for killing Haijia's disciple, and Haijia won't make things difficult for you anymore." Bloodline Awakener. This was even rarer than a super talented martial artist. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Zhu Desheng wouldn't believe that Lu Zhan's bloodline awakened, and it was an elemental attribute, able to release powerful arrows. An inherited bloodline was a very rare archery bloodline. If he could become his disciple, he would get a very powerful assistant, and if he could recommend him to Haijia, it would be a great merit. Lu Zhan smiled and said, "Teacher Zhu, is what you said true?" Zhu Desheng smiled, "Of course." Lu Zhan said, "Okay, I'll get rid of this kid. You have to remember what you said just now." Zhu Desheng smiled. "Don't worry, Zhu Desheng, am a man of my words." Betrayal? Lu Zhan turned around and moved his fists. His fists turned into palms, and the awakening power in his bloodline burst out. It wasn't an attack, but a powerful force directly lifted Luo Tian's body. Without waiting for Luo Tian to refuse, he pushed his palms and shouted, "Run!" Luo Tian had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was already over 100 feet away. It was also at this moment Zhu Desheng sneered confidently. He wasn't anxious at all as he said coldly, "Lu Zhan, you're courting death. What a pity. What a pity that you're a talent, a bloodline awakener. What a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Desheng's body disappeared. So, buzz! In a flash, he landed in front of Lu Zhan. Before Lu Zhan could react, an unstoppable palm strike landed on Lu Zhan's chest. It was unstoppable. There was no time to react. It was too fast. Even if Lu Zhan was a bloodline awakener, the difference between the two was still too great. Bang! Lu Zhan flew out and crashed into a big tree. With a bang, his body fell from a high place and smashed into the ground. His body didn't move at all, as if he was dead. Zhu Desheng glanced at him and sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Immediately, he raised his eyes and locked onto the direction where Luo Tian had disappeared. He shouted coldly, "Luo Tian, you little bastard, you can't escape. You insulted me during the registration. Now that you don't have Ren Xiaoyao to protect you, I'll see where you can escape to." His voice spread out like waves. It covered a distance of hundreds of meters. Zhu Desheng took a step forward. Just as he was about to jump up, he narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed from the corner of his eyes. Killing intent filled the air. An arrow pierced through the air. Lu Zhan's chubby body trembled. With a smile on his face, he said, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I haven't fallen yet. If I hurt him, I'll cut off my way to meet the goddess. And he's my friend, so I won't allow anyone to bully him." Lu Zhan stood up. He held a quaint bow and arrow in his hand. The bow and arrow were not made of metal materials. It seemed to be a kind of wood engraved with runes. This kind of wood was extremely rare. Even Zhu Desheng had never seen it before. Zhu Desheng leaned to one side and easily dodged the arrow. His eyes became gloomier and gloomier. He said, "You even took out the natal bow and arrow. It seems that you're really looking for death. Well, I'll fulfill your wish." In an instant, his body suddenly became illusory. Thousand-fold technique. Rin Xiaoyao's cultivation method. Zhu Desheng also cultivated it. His figure was illusory and scattered everywhere. It was like an illusory body, but each figure was like a real body, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. At the same time, these figures were constantly superimposing and jumping, like a group of demons dancing. Damn it! This is too much. Lu Zhan's heart sank. He had been seriously injured by the palm just now. The reason why he got up was that he wanted to buy more time for Luo Tian. He originally thought that the natal arrow could hurt Zhu Desheng, and then he would look for a chance to escape. How could he have thought that it would go wrong? Walala, walala, 10,000-fold technique. The figures superimposed and jumped, driving the surrounding airflow. A violent wind blew. Sand and stones flew. Lu Zhan held the arrow tightly and pulled the bow fully. He desperately wanted to lock onto Zhu Desheng's position with a strong wind perception. He frowned, and when he felt Zhu Desheng's aura getting closer and closer, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'm going all out!" Sun-breaking arrow. The vitality in his bloodline surged out. The entire bow and arrow flickered with a dazzling light. Once the two arrows were released, the arrow shot out like a rainbow, completely isolating the surrounding wind and sand. The arrow pierced through and directly locked onto Zhu Desheng's body in the 10,000-fold shadows. Humph! In the void, Zhu Desheng snorted coldly and said, "Die!" Sun-breaking arrow. If he was hit by this arrow, even Zhu Desheng, who was at the peak of the Grandian realm, would be seriously injured. However, this arrow did not hit. His movement speed was too fast, and Lu Zhan could not keep up at all. That was why he locked onto the wrong target. Under the 10,000-fold technique, it was as if 10,000 palms were attacking Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan's eyes were startled. He made a pose that he thought was very handsome and laughed. "Even if I die, I will die handsome." Bam! A loud sound rang out. Although Lu Zhan said that he was not afraid, who wouldn't be afraid of death? Hearing the loud sound, his eyes suddenly closed, and he cursed in his heart, "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, I was really killed by you. Meeting a friend like you is really my bad luck of 8 lifetimes. You didn't introduce any beauties to me, and my life was already lost to you. Right now, I only hope that after I die you can burn a few beautiful girls for me. It would be best if they were the same type as the Ice Queen or 2 beauties like Huang Fuya. In short, burn a few more for me, so that I can have fun even as a ghost. I'm still a virgin. I'm going to die." Chapter 1180. Lu Zhan was desperate. He felt indignant. However, he never regretted it. He only lamented that he was still a virgin. It was such a pity that he died. However, after a long time, he didn't feel any pain. Moreover, the sound of the flying sand and stones and the strong wind had disappeared. He couldn't help but open his eyes slightly. In front of him stood a guy wearing a red cloak. The worst thing was that the guy was wearing a red underwear on the outside. This person must be abnormal. Is there something wrong with his brain? What was strange was, not far away, there was blood at the corner of Zhu Desheng's mouth as he crawled up from the ground. His entire body was covered in mud, and he cut a sorry figure. Lu Zhan was even more stunned. He felt respect for this guy who wore his underwear on the outside and said, "Hero, are you here to save him?" "Hero, you're so cool." He could seriously injure Zhu Desheng with one move. What was this guy's background? There was no such person among the tens of thousands of examinees. Even if there was, it was impossible for him to stand up for him. Zhu Desheng was from Haijia, Who would go against Haijia at this critical time? The person standing in front of him was Superman. The actor was naturally Luo Tian. Just when Zhu Desheng's palm was half a meter away from Lu Zhan, he arrived. He did not care so much. He directly used the Superman transformation card and directly overturned Zhu Desheng. Luo Tian frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Run quickly." Your voice, it's you." Lu Zhan was shocked and immediately became overjoyed. He put his hands on his hips and pointed at Luo Tian. He scolded, "Why did you become a person in strange clothes? What kind of technique is this?" "Damn, that's not the point. The point is, why didn't you use it just now?" "Right. Don't think that you cannot introduce me to Huangfu yet just because you saved me. I'm telling you, no way. If you don't introduce her to me, I'll fight you." Naturally, he knew who was under Superman's body. Lu Zhan said, "What are you waiting for? I feel like I've killed that Zhu Chang. Her. That palm almost took my life. I'm still a virgin. If I die here, how many beauties will be heartbroken?" Zhu Desheng steadied himself. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he said, "Luo Tian, you said you could transform into a strange person. At first, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you to really be able to transform into a different race. This should be your trump card, right? Is there a time limit to your transformation?" Luo Tian had used Wolverine's transformation card when he defeated Hyosaurus in Soaring Cloud City. Naturally, this information could not be concealed. Zhu Desheng knew this because he had read the information. Luo Tian's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "Damn it, now I know all the drawbacks of this transformation card." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "You even know this. It seems that you have done some research on this Zhu Chang. However, to deal with you, even 1 second is enough." While they were talking, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he shouted loudly, "Superman's power!" Buzz! The energy under his feet raged, and the surrounding wind blew. Lu Zhan's eyes flashed with shock and envy as he said with jealousy, "Damn it, that's too cool. If the girls saw this, they would be charmed to death by you. This kid is dangerous. Next time there are beauties, we must not let them see this scene. Not to mention the girls. Even I can't control myself." The scene was very cool. Awesome. Lu Zhan was envious and jealous. Zhu Desheng was shocked. He didn't think about anything. He just pulled up his pants and ran away. He hated that he didn't have more legs. In a few breaths, he disappeared. When he ran, he didn't forget to say, "Luo Tian, wait and see. I won't let you go." Luo Tian did not chase after him. If he had superhuman speed, he would naturally be able to catch up. However, Superman's eyes were several times stronger than Luo Tian's perception ability. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, there were a large number of Haijia disciples rushing towards his direction. Moreover, there were a few guys with extremely terrifying cultivation bases, and one of them had a dense aura of darkness on his body, and his cultivation had even reached the Holy Spirit realm. Immediately, Luo Tian picked up Lu Zhan with one hand, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and directly flew into the sky. Whoosh! Walala! His speed was astonishingly fast. He drew an arc in the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhan was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hugged Luo Tian's waist tightly and shouted, "Oh my God, I'm afraid of heights! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Oh my God, I'm still a virgin." Luo Tian was about to give him a slap to make him faint. He didn't expect that Lu Zhan, who was not afraid of anything, was actually afraid of heights. No wonder he had been flying close to the ground all this time. Damn it, I wasted a transformation card just like that. And I didn't even kill anyone. I've suffered a huge loss. Luo Tian secretly muttered in his heart. The few powerhouses lurking among the Haijia disciples appeared in his mind. His heart tightened again. It seems that the higher-ups of Cloud Mist College must be in cahoots with Haijia. Otherwise, how could the Haijia powerhouses enter this place? Haijia, you want to kill me just like that, right? Then I'd like to see who's going to kill who. Luo Tian didn't fly in the direction of the exit in one breath. Instead, he chose a more remote and secretive place. More importantly, the monsters here were very dense. It was the kind of place where no martial artists would come. The transformation time ended. Luo Tian landed and put Lu Zhan down. Ag, walala, walala. Lu Zhan squatted at the side and vomited violently. His face was pale and looked worse than when he was seriously injured. He held onto a small tree with one hand and vomited violently while saying, I'm injured. It's normal to vomit. I didn't vomit because I'm afraid of heights. Absolutely not. I swear to God. Luo Tian didn't say anything and just kept looking at him. In the end, Lu Zhan was a little scared by the stare. At the same time, his body relaxed and he said dejectedly, Okay, I vomited because I'm afraid of heights. However, you can't spread this matter. Please don't spread it. I beg you. If this matter spreads out, then my image as a handsome man will be completely ruined. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, Do you have an image? Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Lu Zhan immediately said angrily, My melancholy eyes and lonely back in the special enrollment hall have already charmed a lot of girls. You dare to say that I don't have an image? It's not that I want to say this, but if a handsome guy like me stands at the end of the street, the number of heads turning will definitely be 100%. He had an expression of boasting. It was as if Luo Tian said that he didn't have an image, and he wanted to fight it out with Luo Tian. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said, In that case, you really do have an image, and it seems to be a very strong image. Lu Zhan smiled in satisfaction and said, At least you have good taste. Are you also charmed by my handsome image? Ha ha ha. I'm only interested in beauties. Luo Tian immediately wanted to vomit, but he forcefully endured it and said, Your image is so good. Then if I tell you about your fear of heights? Brother! You are my brother. Lu Zhan almost knelt in the ground. If this matter spreads out, then how can I, handsome guy Lu, stay in Cloud Mist College? Those little girls. Oh no, how will that iceberg girl look at me? Luo Tian said, If you don't want me to spread it, then give me 10,000 beasts. How many? Lu Zhan was stunned. Luo Tian repeated, 10,000 beasts. Lu Zhan immediately said, Then you still have to kill me. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, Also, let me introduce you to Huang Fuya. Lu Zhan immediately patted his chest as if he was injected with chicken blood and said, No problem. Luo Tian said, Then what are you waiting for? Let's get to work. Why do you think I'm looking for this place with so many beasts? Lu Zhan was full of enthusiasm and said, Yes, sir. Beauty Huang Fuya, this handsome guy is coming. Luo Tian doesn't know how to be gentle, but I know very well. When the time comes, introduce me to the iceberg queen Yi Yunmeng. Wow, I'm going to die of happiness. Lu Zhan was a super labor. His archery bloodline was just like the archers in the game. Attack from afar. And the damage was off the charts. How could Luo Tian not make good use of such a leveling machine? Moreover, if he wanted to level up, he had to quickly raise his realm. He now deeply felt that the martial void realm could not keep up with the pace at all. If he could break through to the Grand Yen realm, then even if he did not use the transformation card, he would not have to be afraid if he met Zhu Desheng again. Zhu Desheng, just you wait. Luo Tian's heart was filled with a ball of fire. In addition to the experience needed to level up, Luo Tian also needed a lot of vitality. In the morning, the ancient tree in his mind absorbed another 100,000 points of Yuan Qi. The two sprouts were still swaying gently, showing no signs of growing. This required an endless amount of Yuan Qi. If he ran out of Yuan Qi one day, then all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Huang Fuya, I'm getting closer to you by another beast. Catch it. Lu Zhan moved his body and sent a Class 4 beast flying, bringing it to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian killed it with a punch. The deeper they went, the more concentrated the beasts were, and the higher the level of the beasts. From time to time, Class 5 beasts would appear. He didn't know why, but it was reasonable to say that a fifth-order monster beast should have a monster core. However, Luo Tian had killed more than a dozen fifth-order monster cores, and not a single one had dropped. One had to know that a monster core was the essence of a monster beast, and it was a top-grade monster core that could replenish one's yuan qi. 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Class 6 Martial Void Realm. The next evening, the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Class 7 Martial Void Realm. Just as Luo Tian and Lu Zhan were crazily killing beasts, most of the assessment army had passed the first peak and entered the first city. After the first city was the first ocean. After passing the first ocean, they would see the exit. This was the third stage of the second round. Luo Tian had deviated from the route. New week, please recommend me. Thank you. Chapter 1181. Disappeared. Yes, my lord. We've searched thousands of kilometers, and we still can't find Luo Tian. Disappeared into thin air. There is no venue for the second round of assessment. There's only one exit. He's only a martial void realm cultivator. No matter how fast he is, it's impossible for him to pass through the first ocean in such a short time. He must be somewhere you haven't searched yet. Increase your efforts and send more people to search. Find that bastard, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. My lord, if that's the case, our progress will be slowed down. We only have 10 days, and 3 days have already passed. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid our Haijia disciples won't be able to leave the first ocean in 10 days. If I tell you to search, then search. If you dare to say another word, you'll disappear from this world forever. Black-robed ghost concubine's voice became incomparably cold, as if it came from hell. Her voice carried a chill, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The disciple on the sea god list didn't dare to say another word. He didn't even dare to breathe. He immediately cupped his hands and retreated. The time limit for the second round of assessment was 10 days. 1/3 of the time had passed, and they hadn't even reached the first city. If they delayed any longer, they might not be able to pass the second round in 10 days. Then, the thousands of Haijia disciples wouldn't be able to pass the second round. Lady Ghost was well aware of this. Luo Tian had to be killed. He had to pass the second round as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face the head of the Haijia clan. He couldn't mess up the sea-reaching sky plan just because of a small Luo Tian. Lady Ghost's eyebrows twitched. She said softly, "Did he really turn into a variant and fly away?" Zhu Desheng said, "Yes, it seems like the information is correct. That kid is really strange. He can turn into all kinds of variants. Also, I felt an unprecedented power from his body. It's very powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to run away in such a sorry state." However, at this point, Zhu Desheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "According to the information, there is a time limit to his transformation. In Lingyun City, he transformed into a ferocious wolf-like beast. This time, he transformed into a beast with red underwear on the outside. It can be seen that his transformation is over once, and he can't use it a second time. The last time he used it was more than a month ago. Today he used it again. In other words, for a short period of time, at least for the next 10 days, he can't use it again." Zhu Desheng analyzed as if he knew Luo Tian very well. With a solemn look, he said, "The next time I meet him, I will definitely make him die without a burial ground." Ghost Concubine's face was expressionless as she said softly, "You can leave now. If you fail the next time, the Haijia test for you will be over. You can forget about ever becoming one of the Haijia people, and you can forget about walking out of the test site alive. His voice was very calm. There was no aura at all. But Zhu Desheng's heart suddenly trembled, and his body trembled slightly. His back was instantly covered in cold sweat. He bowed his body and said, "I will never fail again, never!" After that, Zhu Desheng quickly disappeared into the darkness. This was the Haijia's test for him. He had to kill Luo Tian in the second round of the test. As long as he killed Luo Tian, it would prove that he was not one of Haijia people and could become one of the Haijia people. Zhu Desheng was very good at observing the situation. The current Cloud Mist College was like the sun setting in the west. Its glory was no longer there. Since the day the Haijia Crown Prince was born, the Cloud Mist College had begun to slowly decline. Now the Cloud Mist College was about to run out of oil. He had to choose a team and stand firm. Only following the Haijia was a long-term plan. "Luo Tian, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find you. I don't believe that I can't kill you," Zhu Desheng said in his heart. In another place, Huang Fuye was very unhappy. Very unhappy. She wanted to hit someone. "You can't even find a person. What's the use of having you?" Huang Fuye pointed at Huang Tianyu's face and scolded. When she knew that Zhu Desheng had also entered the test site, she was even more worried about Luo Tian. She did not know why, but this worry was getting stronger and stronger. It was already beyond what Yunmeng had asked her to do. It was as if she was very concerned about Luo Tian. Huang Tianyu's face was also very ugly. Under his sleeves he clenched his fists. He hated Luo Tian very much. "Bastard, why are you still not dead? If you die, that bitch Huang Fuye, I will definitely give her a good time," Huang Fuye said in a deep voice. "What are you waiting for?" Huang Tianyu said, "Yeah, don't be angry. There's no news of Luo Tian in Haijia. It means that he's very safe now. If we can't find him, they can't find him either. This is very good for him." Huang Fuye put her hands on her waist and her chest shook. Her childish face and big breasts trembled as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. It made Huang Tianyu's eyes almost pop out. Huang Fuye glared and shouted, "Haijia is Haijia and I am me. Luo Tian publicly rejected me. This made me lose face. The more down and out he is now, the happier I am. I want to see how far he can go without me. I want to see him make a fool of himself." She did not mean what she said. Even Huang Tianyu could tell. Huang Tianyu sneered in his heart and said, "I'll immediately send more people to find him." In a remote valley, piles of fiend beast corpses were piled up. Among them, there was no lack of rank 5 and rank 6 super fiend beasts. Luo Tian's experience flew like the wind. His vitality was filled to the brim. Now he had close to 500,000 points of primordial energy. Just giving the ancient tree 100,000 points of primordial energy would take him half a month. Lu Zhan sat on the ground panting. His slightly plump body could not take it anymore. He looked at Luo Tian and said in confusion, "I'm the one who's tired. I've never been this tired since I started cultivating. I've never killed so many fiend beasts. However, I say, aren't you a little too abnormal? In just 3 days, your cultivation actually broke through to rank 9 Martial Void Realm. Tell me, did you eat some medicine?" Lu Zhan was extremely confused. Although he did not admit it, he was slowly admiring Luo Tian in his heart. In 3 days, Luo Tian did not rest for even a second. In this valley, he was like a crazy bull, crazily slaughtering. He did not even let go of a bit of experience. Fortunately, the fiend beasts here had decent experience. Otherwise, no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to reach rank 9 Martial Void Realm in 3 days. Luo Tian smiled and teased, "Are you going to be charmed by this brother?" Lu Zhan immediately revealed a look of disdain and said, "Tisk, I'll be charmed by you? This young master is a charmer. What kind of scene have I not seen? How can I be charmed by a man who is not as handsome as me? Stop dreaming. Don't speak. Chapter 1182. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body suddenly moved, and both of his ears were pressed against the ground. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a trace of energy fluctuation underground. Ninth stage martial void realm. Cultivation, strength, and perception had all increased. His current perception was already able to catch up to Lu Zhan's perception. Lu Zhan was startled and immediately stopped talking. Walala! 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 The ground was gently moving. A soft sound came from the depths of the ground. It was very subtle, and if one did not carefully sense it, they would not be able to sense it. There's something underground. Lu Zhan's eyes were shocked. What the hell is hiding underground? In the past 3 days, they had killed countless demon beasts, but none of the demon beasts had Naiden. This was a very strange thing. Luo Tian frowned and said, I don't know, but do you want to see what's underground? As soon as he finished, Luo Tian revealed an excited expression. Lu Zhan hurriedly said, I really don't want to. Luo Tian. Hey, you, rumble. Luo Tian clenched his fists and leaped into the air. He clasped his fists together, forming a battle axe and heavily smashing it onto the ground. Boom! Kacha! Kacha! The ground began to crack violently. Woo! Woo, woo, woo! Roar! With this punch, the entire valley began to shake. The violent trembling was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Lu Zhan couldn't even stand properly. He cursed. Nothing good will come out of following you. You are a F** king madman. No, you are a super madman. You don't even know what is underground, and you dare to bring him out. What if it is a super demonic beast? How could the two of us be a match for it, not waiting for him to finish? Bam! A huge boulder weighing tens of thousands of Jin was sent flying by a force and fell down like a meteor. Then, an extremely ugly bug's face stretched out from the ground. Its face was covered with eyes, and each eye was like a demon beast's Naiden. Oh my God! What a jinx! Lu Zhan was scared stiff. Looking at the incomparably huge insect on the hillside, his legs went soft. Looking at the excited Luo Tian, he scolded again. This young master is really going to be killed by you. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Hey. You are hopeless. This daddy won't go crazy with you. He wasn't done yet. Luo Tian had already rushed to the hillside. Rank 8 demonic beast. Core devouring devil bug. What the F** CK, this guy is a gold boss. Luo Tian was the type of person who would not leave once he saw a boss. He did not care how strong the Dan Eater demon bug was. He only had one thought in his mind: kill it, explode it. Therefore, without any hesitation, he rushed forward. At the same time, a loud explosion in the valley? In that case, Zhu Desheng revealed a cold and excited smile and muttered to himself, Luo Tian, if you want to break through, you have to kill demonic beasts, right? I should have thought of this a long time ago. You must have hidden somewhere to hunt demonic beasts. Looks like this time, I will definitely not let you escape. A disciple behind him asked, should we tell Master, Ghost Concubine? Zhu Desheng immediately waved his hand and said, no need, Luo Tian's head is worth 1,000 contribution points. How can I give to him? When I enter Haijia and get nurtured to break through the Holy Spirit realm, I will definitely teach Ghost Concubine a lesson and show off in front of me. If it wasn't for Haijia, he would be nothing. Immediately after, Zhu Desheng led a few disciples and quickly rushed to the valley. The Dan Eater demon bug caused the real examination grounds to become turbulent. Logically speaking, rank 8 demonic beasts should not appear in the examination grounds. These examinees were no match for this kind of super demonic beasts. No matter how many people there were, they would not be able to resist it. Moreover, it was a demon bug. Another point was that it was a battle pet nurtured by an expert from the Devil sect. In other words, the Devil sect had sent their disciples into the examination grounds. This core-devouring demon bug was placed there by the Devil sect. After devouring the inner cores of those demonic beasts for a long time, it grew into a super demonic beast. Outside the examination, the upper echelons of Cloud Mist College. It was also in turmoil. They could feel the changes in the examination grounds, especially the aura of the demon bug. Dean Tianlong's face was gloomy. The appearance of the Dan-Eater demon bug was tantamount to making things worse for Cloud Mist College. This time the examinees would basically die inside, and with the addition of the people from Haijia, this time's examination was basically useless. This way, Cloud Mist College had reached the point where there was no one to replace them. How could they compete with Abyss College? How could they compete with Haijia? Tianlong looked up at the sky and said with a pained heart, "Could it be that the heavens want to forget about Cloud Mist College?" Huang Fuju frowned. He couldn't help but worry about his daughter and Luo Tian. Moreover, he was sure that the Dan-Eater demon bug was definitely related to Luo Tian. Furthermore, this young fellow wanted to turn this examination upside down. I hope there won't be any trouble. Huang Fuju could only pray now. No one could enter the examination grounds now. They could only rely on themselves for everything inside. This matter had also spread to Haijia. Hai Tong Tian did not give any instructions. He only smiled slightly and said excitedly, "I didn't expect that the people from the Devil sect would also make a move. It seems that the huge ship of Cloud Mist College is really about to capsize, in the examination grounds. Brother, you're my biological brother. What exactly do you want to do?" Lu Zhan watched as Luo Tian was sent flying by the Dan-Eater demon bug, got up from the ground, and then rushed forward without a care for his life. He had no idea what he was trying to do, and was so anxious that Lu Zhan was burning with anxiety. He really wanted to catch Luo Tian and quickly leave this place. Divine explosion. 9 Yang divine art. Come out. Luo Tian did not attack the Dan-Eater demon bug. Instead, he continuously bombarded the ground around the mountainside. Every time he bombarded the ground, he would be sent flying by the Dan-Eater demon bug. It was very painful. Rumble, rumble. The mountainside collapsed. The valley trembled even more intensely. At this moment, the Dan-Eater demon bug's huge tail suddenly swung and directly rushed into the sky from the thick soil. It aimed at Luo Tian and fiercely slammed down. Huge, incomparably huge, just like the big dragon in the Summoner's Canyon. A thick, dark, demonic aura was released crazily, and his entire body was exposed. His entire body was covered in purplish-red skin, and every layer of skin had an indestructible defense, causing people to be extremely fearful. Luo Tian's body suddenly shot out in the air and flew to a place. Moon steps. Whoosh! His body bounced again, and with the help of the force, Luo Tian landed beside Lu Zhan. Looking at Lu Zhan, who had his head raised in a daze, he suddenly shouted, "Young Master Lu, hurry up and run. What are you waiting for?" Holy *T. Lu Zhan recovered from his shock and turned his head to look. Luo Tian had already run far away, and then he looked at the Dan-Eater demon bug that had crawled up from the ground. Its rough tail was only a few steps away from his chrysanthemum. If this rough tail were to stab his chrysanthemum, then Lu Zhan's entire body trembled as he ran away. As he ran, he cursed loudly, "Luo Tian, you are a madman. If you don't introduce me to Huang Fuya, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Don't chase me. It was that brat who disturbed your dreams. If you want to explode, explode his chrysanthemum. I am a good person." He was angry. The Dan-Eater demon bug was completely enraged. He had been quietly lurking in the valley, waiting for the summons. There he thought. He was actually beaten out by Luo Tian. Luo Tian's punch directly caused him to go berserk, and Luo Tian did not give him a chance to drill into the ground, and completely destroyed its underground nest. He could only drill out from the ground, and the countless eyes on top of his head flickered with red light, wanting to kill Luo Tian. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the Dan-Eater demon bug went, it was a mess. Those towering trees were like small bean sprouts in front of it. With a light flick of its tail, it was like a cannonball, drawing a perfect arc in the air as it descended from the sky with a loud boom. Boom! Bam! Mud and wood flew everywhere. The entire scene was like the end of the world. Lu Zhan was scared out of his wits. Looking at Luo Tian, who was not far away from him, he wanted nothing more than to rush up and throw Luo Tian to the Dan-Eater demon bug. He shouted, "What exactly do you want to do?" Luo Tian turned around and grinned. "Do you think he's strong enough?" Lu Zhan said with disdain, "It chased this young master all over the mountain. How can it not be strong?" Luo Tian said excitedly, "Do you think the people of Haijiao will like it?" "Huh. Holy sh**t. You. Lu Zhan swallowed his saliva and said in shock, "Brother, you've completely captivated me. This move of yours is too cool. It's so cool that it's a mess." "Ha ha ha. I like it." Lu Zhan was also excited. Wasn't Haijiao awesome? Didn't they send out the teachers of the academy to hunt them down? Then let's see if Zhu Chang is more powerful than this super demon beast. Most of the candidates had already entered the first city. The majority of those who had not yet entered were Haijia disciples. They were currently searching for Luo Tian all over the world. Since that was the case, then he would use this super demon beast to teach them a lesson. Didn't they want to kill him? Would he let them off easily? Luo Tian had thought about it from the beginning. Moreover, if he did not use the transformation card, he would definitely not be a match for this demon beast. If he could let the people of Haijia beat him half to death and then take advantage of the situation, how perfect would that be? In the distance, in a dark place, in the bushes, Zhu Desheng frowned and his body tensed up, like a cheetah waiting for its prey to enter its attack range. However, when he saw the pill-eater demon bug, he instantly became impotent. A disciple behind him said, "Sir, will he come in our direction?" Zhu Desheng said with certainty, "No, they're in a straight line and we're on the left." Luo Tian is not a fool. Why would he come here? Sir, then what if he's really a fool? I can't. Sir, I'll take my leave first. Thank you to the brothers at the next stop for the reward. Thank you, brothers, for your support. This old bull is grateful. Chapter 1183. Zhu Desheng wanted to set up an ambush. He was worried that Luo Tian could still transform or have other strange techniques. You have to know, if he failed again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gue Ji would not let him go, and Haijia would not let him go either. He had no other choice but to get rid of Luo Tian and use it to climb up. He lurked in an inconspicuous bush at the entrance of the valley, waiting for Luo Tian's arrival. But he never imagined that Luo Tian would be followed by an 8th-order monster beast. He was very clear that this monster beast was a core-devouring demon bug raised by the Devil Sect. Besides being interested in the monster cores of monster beasts, they were also interested in high-level martial artists. The higher the realm, the purer the origin chi, the more excited it would be. This was the terror of the Dan-devouring demon bug. "My lord, I will leave first." "My lord, take care of yourself." Looking at the pill-devouring demon bug, Zhu Desheng thought that Luo Tian wouldn't discover him. Luo Tian, on the other hand, seemed to have seen him. He didn't expect Luo Tian to rush towards the bushes he was hiding in. Damn, this damn thing. Zhu Desheng's face became very ugly. He did not leave. He still had a trace of luck in his heart. Luo Tian did not discover him, and the Dan-devouring demon bug did not sense his existence. If he could escape this calamity, he would definitely be able to escape. Luo Tian laughed. He secretly said in his heart, Do you think I am a 5th-level martial void realm cultivator? From the very beginning, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness had been spreading out unceasingly. He was searching everywhere for traces of the fair family's disciples. He was pleasantly surprised when he found Zhu Desheng. He thought in his heart, "Since you are chasing after me, let's see who will die first." He pretended that he did not know anything. Luo Tian shouted, "Fatty Lu, hurry up! The pill-devouring demon bug's tail is about to poke your ass." Lu Zhan turned his head slightly and was so scared that his butthole tightened. He exerted all his strength and pulled away a little bit. At the same time, he didn't forget to scold, "Luo Tian, can't you say something nice? This young master's chrysanthemum has been pierced. What are you so proud of?" The two of them ran madly. They gradually lined up side by side. Luo Tian glanced at Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan stared at the bushes from the corner of his eyes and nodded slightly. He slowed down a little. The incomparably violent Dan devouring devil bug chased after Luo Tian, looking like it couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. He swung his giant tail. Walala! The sound of wind breaking like a broken bellows exploded in his ears. A black shadow soared into the sky. Its huge tail was like a huge battle axe. It slashed down from the sky. Luo Tian giggled and said, "Now is the time." Lu Zhan summoned his life, bow with lightning speed, nocked an arrow, and shot it towards the bushes in one go. He laughed sinisterly. "Zhu Desheng, are you still chasing after me? You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Why don't you take a look at yourself?" Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the air. Carrying the elemental energy, it drew out an incomparably sharp tail flame and directly shot into the bushes. Cluck, cluck! Zhu Desheng gritted his teeth, and the trace of hope in his heart was completely gone. His body rubbed against the ground, and he suddenly exploded. His face was extremely gloomy, and he coldly snorted. "Luo Tian, let's see where you can escape today! Do you think I'll be afraid just because you attracted a pill-devouring devil bug? Killing you is only a matter of a breath. After killing you, I have enough time to escape. You want to use the pill-devouring devil bug to deal with me? You've miscalculated." Indeed, Zhu Desheng's cultivation was at the peak of the Tai Yan realm. It was enough to kill a martial artist of the 9th stage of the martial void realm. Moreover, he was still able to calmly escape. One had to know that the speed of the pill-devouring devil bug was not very fast. With his cultivation, he could indeed escape. However, since Luo Tian dared to run towards him, then he had enough to rely on. He never did anything that he wasn't sure of. The moment Zhu Desheng leapt into the air, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a death god-like smile, and said, "Whether or not my calculations are wrong, you will know in a moment." The moment he leapt up, the system sounded out. Ding! Target locked! Luo Tian raised his head to look at the gigantic tail in the sky, calculating the time in his heart. Lu Zhan's face was incomparably anxious as he asked in a low voice, "Madman, what exactly are you trying to do? You forced him out and did nothing. Do you think we haven't had enough trouble?" He didn't know what Luo Tian was waiting for. Zhu Desheng laughed out loud and said, "He's waiting for death." As soon as he finished, Zhu Desheng's peak Tai Yin cultivation burst forth, and his body moved. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian revealed an excited smile and said, "This is the time!" Divine fire! Boom! Luo Tian's palm moved, and a flame rushed out of his palm, directly smashing towards Zhu Desheng. Zhu Desheng laughed in disdain and said, "You want to hurt me with this kind of trash fire attribute cultivation technique? I think your brain is really full of shit." He did not put the divine fire in his eyes at all. Even Lu Zhan was startled, his mind filled with questions. "What exactly are you trying to do? To come up with this after such a long time? This young master isn't going to play with you anymore. I'm going to run away first. Mamma mia, it's really too dangerous to be with you." Luo Tian did not explain. He watched as the divine fire exploded on Zhu Desheng's body. Once again, he confirmed the distance and accuracy. The moment the gigantic tail fell, Luo Tian rolled and leaped out like lightning. The divine fire did not cause an instant kill. At this time, Luo Tian really didn't want to see an instant kill. He wanted to see the Dan-devouring magic bug explode Zhu Desheng's chrysanthemum into pieces, so that he could vent the hatred in his heart. Zhu Desheng's disdainful sneer froze there. At this moment, he actually felt dizzy and couldn't move at all. Only 1 second. However, this second was too important right now. Luo Tian suddenly roared out and said, "Pig intestine, go to hell and wait for your master. It won't be long before I send them all down." "Ah, don't." The gigantic tail fell, directly flattening him to the ground, creating the shape of the word. That was not the end. The Dan-devouring magic bug was in a rage. With another swing of its gigantic tail, Zhu Desheng, who was in the mud, was sent flying into the air. Its gigantic tail was like a spirit snake, directly stabbing towards Zhu Desheng's anus. Pah! Blood spurted out from his chrysanthemum. The Dan-devouring magic bug's gigantic tail moved and directly sent him into his mouth. Kacha kacha! It was as if he was eating chicken bones. It was crunchy and very loud. It was also at this time 2 notifications sounded out from Luo Tian's body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zhu Desheng for obtaining 15,000 experience, 2,000 essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian. There was another notification. Chapter 1184. Zhu Desheng didn't drop anything good. Luo Tian was a little unhappy about this. This guy was a total pauper. However, the next notification made Luo Tian slightly stunned. Ding! Divine Fire level up. Current level, level 2. Instant kill chance increased by 5%. Current instant kill rate is 10%. Skill cooldown ended. Huh? Luo Tian was slightly stunned. The fusion of 108 heavenly flames had turned into the current divine fire. To be honest, Luo Tian was a little dissatisfied. 108 mystical flames were considered powerful in the Tianqian continent. 108 mystical flames could deal up to 1 billion damage. However, after fusing into a godly flame, even a super boss with 10 billion HP could be instantly killed. Although it had the instant kill attribute, it could even instantly kill a super boss with 10 billion HP. However, it was just a possibility. There was a probability. This was a probability problem, and the success rate was extremely low. Since Luo Tian used the divine fire, the number of people who were instantly killed couldn't be counted with one hand. This showed how low its success rate was. So much so that Luo Tian didn't pay attention to its proficiency during this period. Just a moment ago, he suddenly leveled up. It was a little unexpected. Luo Tian's heart was suddenly shocked as if he had just woken up. Divine Fire, level up. Motherf asterisk asterisk cur. I almost forgot about the attributes of this heaven-defying ability. A perfect godly flame has a 50% instant kill rate. If I add in the instant kill bonus of the Shadow Gem, it will definitely reach a terrifying level. In the future, I need to find some time to increase its proficiency. Then, the first thing I need to do after passing the exam is to forge a dark weapon and embed the Shadow Gem into it. With this kind of instant kill rate increase, not to mention the High family's crown prince, even the old ancestor of the High family would be beaten to a pulp. Damn, is Zhu Desheng stupid? No, there's something wrong with the flame that Luo Tian released just now. When Lu Zhan was halfway there, he turned around and saw that Zhu Desheng's chrysanthemum had been smashed by the pill-devouring demonic bug and eaten in one bite. His chrysanthemum abruptly surged. Even though he hadn't taken a dump for 3 days, the feces that were about to rush up to his buttocks were forced back. Thinking of the scene just now, Lu Zhan was stunned. The admiration in his heart could no longer be concealed. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to kneel in front of Luo Tian and shout, "Idol, please accept me!" No, I have to endure it. I have to endure it. I can't let him know that I admire him. How can I admire others? I'm the most handsome man in the world, Lu Zhan said in his heart. At the same time, he ran to Luo Tian's side and reminded him, "Are you still in a daze? Once the pill-devouring devil bug consumes Zhu Desheng, its strength will increase again. At that time, it will be our turn. Hurry up and run." The core-devouring devil bug was still chewing on Zhu Desheng. Zhu Desheng's vigorous vital qi was completely absorbed by him, and his body grew a little bigger. The dark aura released from its body became even more violent. Luo Tian raised his head to look at it, smiled slightly, and said, "I say, Ah Cho, do you want to devour a large number of high-level talented cultivators? If you do, then listen to me obediently. If you don't, do you think that those Emperor-level freaks in Cloud Mist College don't know about your incident at the Cloud Mist College's examination grounds? At that time, they will definitely tear you apart and feed your anus to the dogs." The pill-devouring demon bug seemed to understand Luo Tian's words. An 8th rank monster's intelligence was not inferior to a human's. The pill-devouring demon bug looked at Luo Tian, and its eyes rolled around, as if it was considering Luo Tian's words. Then the dark aura on its body secretly withdrew a little, and it was not as violent as before. Zhu Desheng's pure vital qi made it very satisfied. It was the first time in over 100 years that it had eaten so well. Moreover, Luo Tian's words were very clear. Those abnormal rankers in Cloud Mist College would definitely not let him go. What he needed to do now was to destroy as much as possible and become as strong as possible. He had swallowed all the inner cores of the monsters in the valley, and now, if he wanted to become stronger, he could only devour those warriors. Lu Zhan couldn't understand Luo Tian again, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Madman, what the hell are you doing now?" Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "It's uncomfortable to always be chased by it like this. In any case, if it wants to break through again, it has to devour more warriors, and my goal is to kill all the disciples in Haijia. Our goals are exactly the same." Lu Zhan was dumbfounded and said, "You can't be thinking of reaching an agreement with the pill-devouring demon bug, right?" Luo Tian laughed. "That's absolutely right, but unfortunately there is no reward. At most, I will tell it not to explode your little chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha." Then Luo Tian looked at the pill-devouring demon bug and said, "I can take you to find a large number of highly talented martial artists. I can even find super talented martial artists. These are much more delicious than those monster beast cores. Moreover, many of them have awakened their bloodline, just like this little fatty beside me. I believe that awakened bloodline will be able to increase your cultivation much faster, right?" Lu Zhan's legs went weak, and his face turned pale with fright. He wanted to give Luo Tian a few kicks. Looking at the way the pill-devouring demon bug looked at him, it was not greed, but ambiguity. Furthermore, it was constantly swallowing its saliva, especially when it stared at the area below his waist and above his thighs. Its eyes emitted a strange light. "Damn, Luo Tian, if he looks at me like that again, I will give him a taste of the power of the life-extinguishing arrow, even if I have to risk my life." Lu Zhan felt his hair stand on end from being stared at. It was extremely ugly, with eyes that looked like inner cores all over its face. It even had a face full of ambiguity. He had a special preference for people's chrysanthemum, which was how Zhu Desheng had died. Who could stand it? Luo Tian said in a serious tone. "He is my friend, you cannot hurt him, but, looking at your expression, you can be considered to have agreed. If I am right, then nod your head, and then we will start looking for those talented warriors." The pill-devouring demon bug retracted its gaze from Lu Zhan, then looked at Luo Tian and nodded. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, The agreement is reached. Now we are allies. Next, I will bring you to kill everyone. Ha ha ha. Ah, Cho, follow me. While speaking, Luo Tian took the lead and quickly ran into the forest. Lu Zhan did not dare to leave Luo Tian, afraid that the pill-devouring demon bug behind him would stab his chrysanthemum with its tail. At the same time, Luo Tian sent a sound transmission to Lu Zhan and said, "The demon bug raised by the devil sect has a sinister attribute. Although we have reached an agreement, you have to be on guard against him at all times. Wait for him to teach those people in Haijiao a lesson, and let them know the consequences of provoking me, Luo Tian. When the time comes, find an opportunity to get rid of it." Lu Zhan was startled, then immediately jumped up and cursed. "Damn, you said that I am a blood awakened. You want to push me to the edge of the storm, and now you want me to be on guard against it. You want to play me to death. However, this game is not bad. This young master likes it very much." He secretly complained in his heart. Even if he didn't like it, there was nothing he could do. He could only accompany Luo Tian in his madness. From the moment he met Luo Tian, the things that had happened in the past few days were more than the things that had happened in his 10 years of life. Moreover, it was extremely exciting. If one's endurance was not good, they would not be able to bear it. However, now it seemed that Lu Zhan's little heart was not bad. Outside the examination hall, Haijia, in the secret room, Zhu Disheng's light of life was extinguished. The old man's face changed slightly. After pondering for a few seconds, he decided to report to Hai Tongtian. "Haijia Hall." Hai Tongtian's face was flushed red, and he did not feel a trace of annoyance because of Zhu Disheng's death. He said slightly, "Zhu Disheng is just a despicable person who wants to curry favor with others. Whether this kind of person dies or not, it has nothing to do with us Haijia, as long as Gue Ji is still here. With Gue Ji's current Holy Spirit realm cultivation, it should not be difficult to deal with a rank 8 monster beast. Even if Luo Tian reached an agreement with that monster beast, it will not pose a threat to the Haijia disciples, not to mention, speaking until here." Hai Tongtian's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "The super-talented disciples secretly sent by Haijia are completely hidden. They will not participate in this hunt for Luo Tian. It will be fine as long as they can pass the assessment. As for those high-level martial artists, it is their honor to be cannon fodder for Haijia. It was normal for people to die. For Hai Tongtian, even if those ordinary martial artists died, he would not blink an eye. Patriarch. The 3 people from the house of Bai have a very close relationship with Luo Tian. If they meet and Luo Tian discovers them, then..." An elder said. Hai Tongtian smiled. "It doesn't matter. I believe that everyone is afraid of death. Among the 3 of them, 2 of them have superior talent, while one of them has peerless talent. This is especially true for the peerless talent Lin Dong. I can see his determination to become stronger from his eyes. Even if he encounters Luo Tian, he will not do anything. Don't worry. He seemed to have seen through everything." But what Hai Tongtian did not know was that among the secret super-talented disciples sent by Haijia this time, the 3 of them were not the only ones who were Luo Tian's people. From the very beginning, Luo Tian had secretly deployed them when he was still in Boundless City. Among the more than 50 disciples of the House of Bai, nearly 30 of them were super talented. These people were secretly sent to the king families in Misty City. He wanted to borrow the hands of others to nurture his own people. This move was extremely high as several stories. Moreover, no one knew where their talent came from, and no one doubted it. In the assessment grounds, Luo Tian was tired from running, and in the end he simply rode on the head of the devouring demon bug, showing off his might. He was as domineering as he could be, and even let Lu Zhan come up. Moreover, the devouring demon bug threw flirtatious glances at Lu Zhan several times, telling him to go up. Lu Zhan would never go up even if he was beaten to death. Luo Tian had no choice. They rushed towards the first city, because even the disciples of Haijia would be on the way to the first city. What he needed to do was to kill all of these Haijia disciples one by one. Suddenly, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly and said, "The show is about to begin. Cho, it's time for you to eat." Then, Luo Tian was incomparably furious and arrogant as he roared, "All the bastards of Haijia, get out here for me!" Thank you, brothers, for your support. Those who have monthly tickets, bear with it for a while. At the end of the month, there will be double, and 1 ticket will become 2 tickets. At that time, the old cow will try to update as much as possible. Spring had arrived, and there were a lot of things to do in the farmland. I had to help out at home. Who told me to be an ox? Chapter 1185. Not far ahead. It was a search team. They were wearing the same clothes and had the same symbol embroidered on their chests. "Haijia disciple!" Luo Tian roared. "All of you go to hell!" The warriors in the team also saw Luo Tian. The captain's eyes turned ferocious as he laughed coldly and said, "I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. I've finally found you, you piece of trash. Brothers, 1,000 contribution points. Whoever can kill him will become one of the top 500 experts on the sea god list. Kill him." The Dan-devouring demon bug did not appear at this time. Luo Tian stood at the front and curled his lips into a grim smile. Sea god ranking? It's the sea god list again. Let's see how powerful the people on the sea god list are. It's enough to deal with trash like you. The captain took the lead. A pure steel sword appeared in his hand. The sword light was cold as it cut through the void and slashed towards Luo Tian's head. The warriors behind him all released their strongest power. Everyone wanted to be the first to kill Luo Tian. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would at least be able to injure him in the end. Because of this, they would be able to get some contribution points. In the Hai family, contribution points were too useful. If they had enough contribution points, they could even exchange for the condensed heavens, chosen energy of the Hai family's crown prince. Ha ha ha, Luo Tiandai. The captain was extremely arrogant. For him, this was a chance to reach the sky in one step. Everyone had a savage look on their faces. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were so excited that it was as if they had seen a beautiful woman waving at them. Purple thunder art. Luo Tian moved. The moment they walked into the lightning field, he quickly bombarded them with purple thunder. The damage of the purple thunder art was not strong. At most, it could only be regarded as a scratch. Almost none of the warriors tried to dodge. Did they need to dodge the damage of such a low-level art? Trash is really trash. You want to use such a low-level art to hurt us? It's too funny. Luo Tian, no matter how strong you are at the Void Martial Realm, you are still no match for us. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe we will be happy and leave you with an intact corpse. Ha ha ha. If you offend Haijia, you won't be able to escape death even if you hide to the ends of the earth. Do you think you'll be fine after participating in the Cloud Mist College's assessment? Dream on. You'll meet the King of Hell before you become a student of Cloud Mist College. Each and every one of them was incomparably ferocious and brutal. In their eyes, Luo Tian was a piece of trash that could be trampled on. He didn't know where this feeling of self-worth came from. Luo Tian smiled faintly and did not get angry, because he would not get angry with a group of people who were about to die the moment they rushed out of the minefield. Luo Tian glanced around and muttered to himself, "They've all been struck by the purple lightning. That's enough." Immediately after, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Ah, Cho, it's time for you to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened and an incomparably stinky face descended from the sky. The body of a huge bug was covered with tentacles. These tentacles attacked like ghosts, and before they could react, they were all wrapped up by the tentacles and thrown into the sky. Then, at the chrysanthemum area, blood spurted out. It let out a scream, like a pig being slaughtered. That scream caused Lujan, who was at the side, to tremble. Kacha! 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 One bite at a time, it directly ate all of the Haijia disciples in the 8-man team. They were all killed in an instant. Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened, and he thought to himself, "This guy is really amazing. If I can raise such a demon bug, wouldn't that be equivalent to having another leveling machine?" It's just that, in the beginning, Luo Tian had considered using the light of enticement to summon the Dan-devouring demon bug. However, he was worried that this would be self-defeating. The Dan-devouring demon bug was a monster of the 8th step, an existence of a super monster. Once it was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable, not to mention that Luo Tian did not want to waste any more transformation cards. Every transformation card was incomparably precious, and they were all used in life-saving situations. If the summoning was unsuccessful, then they would lose the opportunity to cooperate. At that time, Luo Tian could only use the transformation card to kill him. This was the last resort. Then, again, the battle pets summoned by the light of bewitchment had a time limit. Once the time was up, they would betray him. Although he could summon them again, the risk would be greater. Thus, Luo Tian chose to cooperate with the core-devouring demon bug. However, Luo Tian watched as the core-devouring demon bug swallowed the 8 martial artists. Its body grew a little bigger, and the aura it exuded became even stronger. The core-devouring demon bug's growth speed had exceeded his expectations. This might become a huge hidden danger. I don't care anymore. Let's get the Haijia down first. Luo Tian made up his mind. His gaze locked onto the front, and with a smile he said, "Another group of people has come to die. Acho, hide." The Dan-devouring demon bug was very obedient. With a move of its body, it instantly hid itself. All of its tentacles extended into the soil. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The 3rd team was completely wiped out. Luo Tian obtained a lot of experience and vitality, and also the sin value. Outside world. Haijia. In the secret room. The lights of life were quickly extinguished. One after another, many of them were warriors on the sea god list, and some of them were warriors with high talent. The old man's face was slightly shocked, and he said in a low voice, "A mere martial void realm Luo Tian can actually kill so many people in Haijia. It seems that we have underestimated you, but you will not be able to escape death in the end." The space between his eyebrows moved. The old man's mind penetrated the wick of a light of life and directly entered Gue Ji's mind. "Patriarch has ordered. Do not reveal your identity as a secret warrior of Haijia. You must eliminate Luo Tian before the first sea. No matter what price you have to pay, you must not let him pass the 2nd round of assessment alive, even if you have to use your life. Of course, number 2, Ghost Concubine. Your life is very valuable, and the Patriarch is very reluctant to part with it. Luo Tian's position is in the 1st city, under the black robe." Ghost Concubine's expression became colder and colder. A trash with a shattered dantian, actually. Ghost Concubine did not continue. The last time it was 6th brother who failed the mission and returned with serious injuries. If not for the sorcerer's treatment, it was very likely that he would have died. This was the first time Ghost Concubine had failed a mission. He would definitely not allow it to happen a 2nd time. Ghost Concubine's brows twitched and said coldly, "You like to play, right? All right, this old man will play with you. I want to see who can play who." Immediately after, Ghost Concubine coldly snorted and said, "Pass down the order all the Haijia disciples to enter the 1st city. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the city. Luo Tian, I will wait for you in the 1st city. When the time comes, you will die here." Chapter 1186. In the forest, Luo Tian brought the Dan-devouring demon bug and ran amok. What an arrogant match! They killed several batches of Haijia warriors in a row. In the end, Not even a shadow could be seen. Ha ha ha, the Haijia is scared. The Haijia of the King faction is also scared. Damn it, weren't you very arrogant at the beginning? You even sent a teacher from Cloud Mist College. Now you know how to be scared. Lu Zhan laughed excitedly. There was no aura of any warriors within a radius of dozens of miles. Obviously, after the previous few rounds of killing, the Haijia warriors did not dare to appear again. Everyone was afraid of death. The Haijia warriors were also humans, so they were also afraid of death. However, Luo Tian did not think that the Haijia were afraid. He asked, "How far are we from the first city?" He would not know if he did not ask. When he asked, Lu Zhan was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He slapped his forehead and said, "Damn, I almost forgot about the important matter. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that we are in the middle of an assessment. If we miss the time, we will fail. At that time, my ice queen, my little delinquent girl Huangfu, you will leave me." When it came to beauties, Lu Zhan was not serious. When it came to beauties, his face was full of wretchedness. Luo Tian directly kicked him and said, "Do you believe that I will ask Cho to burst your chrysanthemum and bite off your penis?" The Dan-devouring demon bug immediately drooled and looked ready to attack. Lu Zhan was so scared that his chrysanthemum tightened. He suddenly clamped his legs and shouted angrily, "If you look at me like that again, I will not be polite to you." The Dan-devouring demon bug revealed an even more lustful expression. It could not wait for Lu Zhan to be impolite to it. Lu Zhan was completely speechless. He said anxiously, "If we follow this path and go at full speed, we will arrive in about 3.5 hours. Luo Tian, it has been 3.5 days. According to our current progress, we will definitely not be able to pass the first sea in 10 days. Almost half of the 10 days had passed. If he could not pass the assessment, Cloud Mist College would definitely not protect him anymore. Even if Luo Tian treated him well, he could only send him out of the Misty Cloud City. Once he left the Misty Cloud City, Haijia would definitely hunt him down. They might even send a super powerful, chosen one sorcerer to hunt him down. By then, even if Luo Tian used the transformation card, he would not be able to defend himself. Luo Tian nodded and said, "I understand." Lu Zhan glanced at the core-devouring demonic bug behind him and said, "This guy isn't easy to deal with. When the Fair Family's warriors don't appear, it will definitely attack us. It will definitely not let us leave this place. Moreover, according to what you said, I've been paying attention to the changes in its aura. Compared to the beginning, its cultivation has increased by at least 6 levels. In other words, it has already reached the peak of the 8th rank. If it devours a few more warriors, I'm afraid it will step into the terrifying stage of a 9th rank demonic beast. At that time, no one will be able to stop it, let alone us." The core-devouring devil bug's breakthrough speed was extremely fast. The warriors from Haijia were natural fodder. Like hormones, it was growing rapidly. Luo Tian saw this and began to plan in his heart. He paused for a moment. Luo Tian looked at the core-devouring devil bug and said, Cho, I'll take you to a place where there are thousands of warriors. You'll be very happy there." The core-devouring devil bug looked excited. It immediately smiled at Luo Tian, but its smile was extremely ugly. Behind this smile, there was a hint of viciousness in the corner of its eyes. Its purpose here was to kill as many warriors as possible. It was to make Cloud Mist College suffer. The more talented the warriors, the better. After half a day of interaction, in its heart, it believed that no one was more talented than Luo Tian. So, no matter what, it would not let Luo Tian walk out of the assessment site. "Let's go!" To the first city, Luo Tian flew onto the core-devouring devil bug's back and shouted, "Let's go!" "Brother Lu, are you sure you don't want to come up? It's very comfortable to sit here and the scenery is good. Do you want to come up?" Lu Zhan hurriedly shook his head and said, "Even if you beat me to death, I won't go up." It was as if he was afraid that he would be swallowed by the core-devouring devil bug. 2 hours later, Luo Tian arrived at the foot of the first city. The first city was no different from an ordinary city. It was just that the first city looked even more simple and unadorned, with a hint of solemnity. It was like an ancient beast, causing people to be intimidated by it. This was the rest stop for the assessment disciples. After that, they would have to travel to the first sea. The second half of the journey would be extremely dangerous, and more alliances would be formed in this city. "We're here." Lu Zhan was slightly out of breath. He had arrived an hour earlier than usual, and the vitality in his body was somewhat unstable. He frowned slightly and said, "Something's wrong." Luo Tian did not understand the second round of assessment site. However, he was probably the only one who did not understand, because the participating warriors would do some research on the assessment site beforehand. Luo Tian asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Lu Zhan said, "Logically speaking, the first city's gate should be open. No one is in charge of this city, so the gate can't be closed. But now, it's actually closed." Luo Tian asked, "Could it be that this city gate is closed and the other city gate is open?" "No. The first city only has 2 gates. This is the gate to enter the city, and the other is the gate to exit the city. If you can't enter, then you won't be able to enter the second half. In other words, you won't be able to reach the first sea, and you definitely won't be able to complete the assessment within the stipulated time." Lu Zhan was somewhat anxious. The city gate was tightly shut, and there was no way to enter. This city was very strange, because it was impossible to bypass it. Moreover, one had to enter the first city and by diving equipment there. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass through the first sea. Even if one could fly, no one would have such a dense vitality. If one wanted to pass through the first sea, they would have to enter the first city. Hearing his words, Luo Tian understood. Seeing that the city gate was tightly shut, he smiled slightly and ordered Cho to stay put. Then he walked out of the forest and walked to the city gate. He shouted, "Haija bastard, stop hiding. Haven't you been waiting for me here for a long time? Now that I've appeared, why aren't you coming out to welcome me?" As soon as his voice fell, with a swoosh, the city gate was filled with people. They were all Haija disciples. The leader was Lady Ghost. She wore a black robe and had a cold expression. Her body emitted an aura of death. This made Luo Tian's expression turn slightly cold. Although he had never seen Lady Ghost in the immeasurable mountain range, from the description of those wraiths, he was certain that she was the old man hiding in a black robe on the city wall. His heart could not help but sink. "Looks like the wraiths of the immeasurable sect. Kiki." Luo Tian gritted his teeth, making them creak. The hatred in his heart increased by another notch. Lady Ghost laughed coldly and said, "Luo Tian, you finally appeared." Chapter 1187. Looking at Luo Tian under the city gate, Ghost Concubine's eyes became even colder. His 6th brother's failure made him angry. So, this time he would never fail. He would never let the fear of Ghost Concubine weaken. He wanted every martial artist in the central region to fear these 2 words. Luo Tian did not know Ghost Concubine, but he felt the aura of fear from Ghost Concubine. So strong. I can't even feel how strong she is. I'm afraid this guy's cultivation has reached the Holy Spirit realm. Luo Tian's heart sank slightly. "Haija, you really don't hold back. You actually sent a Holy Spirit realm expert to deal with me. It seems that my existence makes you very uncomfortable." Luo Tian frowned and said with a smile, "Who are you? Are you also a teacher of Cloud Mist College? Or an assassin on the Haija Sea God list? You Haija people are really capable. Even an ordinary martial artist is participating in the assessment. You old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years and thousands of years are participating. You really have no shame. Luo Tian, you dare to talk about Master Ghost Concubine. I think you're tired of living. Trash! Let's see what else you can say with that mouth of yours. Dog, wait for your death. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. A large group of Haijia disciples on the city gate pointed at Luo Tian and cursed, as if Ghost Concubine was their ancestor. Who was Ghost Concubine? She was a super expert ranked in the top 50 on the sea god list. They could only curry favor with her. If they could get Ghost Concubine's favor, then their future in Haijia would be very comfortable. Everyone wanted to show off in front of Ghost Concubine. Luo Tian picked his ears and said, Yo, why are there so many dogs all of a sudden? What are you shouting for? Is he your ancestor? If he is, then I will *CK your ancestor. His tone was getting stronger and stronger. The sound was getting louder and louder. Luo Tian finally roared, Mother *her, come down and bite me if you have the guts. At this moment, Lu Zhan didn't care whether the core-devouring devil bug could understand him or not. He shouted, Get ready. He was worried about Luo Tian. At the same time, he admired Luo Tian even more. Even in the face of so many Haijia disciples and the nightmarish existence of Guiji, he could still be so arrogant. Wasn't this too domineering? The pill-devouring demon insect snorted, looking at the talented warriors on the city wall. It swallowed its saliva, feeling excited. The warriors on the city wall were furious. Lady Ghost Concubine, please allow me to leave the city. I want this dog to kneel down and apologize to you. He is too impudent. Lady Ghost Concubine, let me out of the city. I will make him die a horrible death. Too arrogant. Who does he think he is? A piece of trash in the martial void realm is so arrogant. He is overestimating himself. Lady Ghost Concubine, we can't take it anymore. Let us out of the city. This time we will not fail again. We will take down this kid. Everyone was very angry. Just like what Luo Tian said, Guiji was their ancestor. Even if their ancestor was humiliated, they wouldn't be as angry as they were. Guiji laughed coldly. Her laughter became colder and more ear-piercing. It was like the cries of ghosts from hell, causing people's hearts to tremble. The surrounding sounds instantly quieted down. The cultivators around him were forced back by the aura of death on his body. Their faces were pale, and they could not take even half a step forward. Woo, 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 God explosion! Luo Tian shouted in his heart and immediately released the God explosion. If he didn't use it, he couldn't resist it. It was too uncomfortable. His mind was about to be shattered by the ear-piercing laughter. Fortunately, he had the ancient tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist it, even if he released the God explosion. Luo Tian also couldn't take it anymore. His mind stabilized, but a sea of consciousness was like a huge wave rolling up into the sky, turbulent into a mess. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, not revealing any expression, and firmly suppressed it. He thought to himself, Damn it, I can't even resist this cold laughter. If we fight, do I have any chance of winning? Suddenly, Guiji's eyes flashed with a green light as she stared at Luo Tian and slowly said, I am not an assessment disciple, and I don't want to join the Cloud Mist College, but you need to join the Cloud Mist College. If you can't pass the second round of assessment, then you will lose the qualifications to enter the college. At that time, even if Huangfu Ju protects you, it will be useless. The agreement between the Cloud Mist College and Haijia will be invalid. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, don't you like to play? This old man has plenty of time to play with you, ha ha ha. He began to laugh wildly. It was as if he had taken a fancy to Luo Tian's Achilles heel. Just as he said, once Luo Tian couldn't pass the assessment, the agreement between Huangfu Ju and Rin Xiaoyao would be invalid. At that time, no matter how powerful Huangfu Ju was, he couldn't protect Luo Tian. At that time, Huangfu Ju would definitely give up Luo Tian for the sake of Cloud Mist College. Lu Zhan's face darkened, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He ran out and cursed. Guiji, can you be a little shameless? I'm ashamed of you. An old monster who has lived for more than 3,000 years is bullying a junior. Your old face is thicker than the city wall. He cursed angrily. He couldn't care so much now. He had to enter the cloud mist college. This was his lifelong goal. Gui Ji's eyes turned ferocious, and she sneered. From now on, the city gate will not be closed until the end of the assessment. Lu Zhan, you're a bloodline awakener. I'll give you a chance. As long as you kill Luo Tian, I'll give you a chance to enter the city, and I'll guarantee that you'll pass the assessment. After all, a bloodline awakener would be popular everywhere. Moreover, to be able to bring a bloodline awakener to the Fair family, this would certainly be a great merit. But before he could finish speaking, Lu Zhan suddenly cursed. I'll kill your sister. Do you have a sister? Call her over and I'll kill her. Damn it, you old monster. Do you want us to turn against each other? No matter what, even if he failed the assessment, Lu Zhan wouldn't do anything to let Luo Tian down, because he was grateful. He was grateful for Luo Tian's words. Lu Zhan, like Luo Tian, would remember the kindness forever. Or else Lu Zhan wouldn't foolishly follow Luo Tian, nor would he ask to form an alliance with Luo Tian. Before entering the assessment site, he knew that Haijia was going to deal with Luo Tian. He followed Luo Tian because he wanted to share some of the burden with Luo Tian and repay his kindness. Gui Ji wasn't angry. She smiled and said, Since that's the case, then you can wait outside the city. I'll let you live for 7 more days. When the assessment ends, your time of death will also come. It's your sister's turn. Luo Tian shook his neck and roared, Don't be scared, let's fight! Acho attack. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Thank you, brothers, for your support. There will be double the monthly votes at the end of the month. Brothers, please wait. Chapter 1188. There was nothing to say. Let's start the fight. Anyway, he was here to annoy the Haijia. Upon receiving Luo Tian's order, the pill-eater demon bug immediately pounced excitedly. Its huge body was extremely powerful. Countless tentacles bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking extremely ferocious. The expressions of the Haijia disciples on the city wall darkened. They no longer had the arrogant expression of wanting to rush down and kill Luo Tian. Lady Ghost frowned and said to herself, What a powerful pill-eater demon bug. I didn't expect the demonic sect to be able to cultivate such an abnormal monster. If the Haijia wants to dominate the central continent, the demonic sect must be eliminated. Otherwise, if they cultivate more of these pill-eater demon bugs, no one will be able to take it. Fortunately, this demon bug is only in the 8th stage. If I attack it with all my strength, it will be severely injured. Lady Ghost thought to herself, seeing that the pill-eater demon bug was about to attack the city wall. She laughed coldly and said, Luo Tian, I forgot to tell you that the first city absolutely does not allow monsters to come close. Once a monster comes close to the first city, the defensive formation will automatically activate. Huh. Luo Tian was stunned. He turned to look at Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The pill-eater demon bug did not care so much. It could not help but swallow its saliva when it saw the high-level martial artists with pure vitality on the city wall. How could it wait any longer? It immediately wanted to devour them and break through to the 9th stage. Buzz! Bang! There was a loud noise. A huge pillar of energy descended from the sky and exploded above the center of the first city. It was also at this moment that it began to spread rapidly from the center of the city. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire city and formed a thick defensive formation. The pill-eater demon bug was instantly sent flying. It destroyed a large area of towering trees, creating a mess. It was an 8th stage monster. The city-protecting array formation was actually this powerful. It was extremely powerful. Luo Tian was greatly shocked. Damn, this array is too awesome. Back in the Tianqian mainland, he was a great array master at the level of the full circle, so he was aware of the power of a formation. He had never used a formation in the ancient mainland, nor had he ever seen one. However, after witnessing the power of the first city's formation today, his heart began to pound with fear. Lu Zhan's face sank, and he cursed. Motherfucker, there really is a defensive formation. Moreover, it's probably at the 9th level or above. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for a peak Class 8 core devouring devil bug to be blasted away. Moreover, it seems to have suffered quite a bit of damage. He was blasted several kilometers away, leaving a long gully in his wake. It was too cruel. Ghost Concubine laughed coldly. Luo Tian, you wouldn't have thought of this even in your dreams, right? Ha ha ha. Once the city protecting formation is activated, demon beasts won't be able to enter. Even you guys won't be able to enter. Right now, I can clearly tell you that you failed the second round of Cloud Mist College's examination. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. He laughed maniacally, and was extremely pleased with himself. Every single Haijia disciple on the city wall was laughing. Arrogant, huh? Only death awaits you if you go against Haijia, ha ha. Luo Tian, once you fail, Cloud Mist College won't protect you anymore. When that time comes, I'll see how you're going to fight against Haijia. You useless piece of trash, ha ha ha. So what if you can control the demonic devil bug? You'll still be blocked outside the city gates, obediently, ha ha ha. The Haijia disciples heaved a huge sigh of relief. If the core-devouring devil bug had breached the city gates, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now that the city-protecting formation had been activated, every single one of them became abnormally excited. They no longer had to be afraid. The city-protecting formation of the first city had only been activated a few times. The last time it was activated was a few hundred years ago, so not many people knew about it. Lady Ghost. He had also participated in the Cloud Mist College's assessment and was even a student of the Cloud Mist College in the end. Later on, he followed Haijia and naturally knew some things that others did not know. That was why he allowed the Haijia disciples to enter the first city. If Luo Tian appeared with the core-devouring devil bug, he would wait on the city wall. If he did not bring it, then Lady Ghost had everything under control. She looked at Luo Tian's ugly expression and sneered, so what if you have an 8th level demonic bug? If you want to go against Haijia, it's useless even if you summon a full-circle demonic bug. Luo Tian, I can tell you that this formation will automatically disappear in 7 days. When that time comes, you'll die in my hands. With his current cultivation level, killing Luo Tian was a piece of cake. However, he was not going to kill him. He wanted to torture Luo Tian, because this was the cruelest method. He knew very well that Huang Fuju thought highly of Luo Tian, and Rin Xiaoyao thought highly of Luo Tian. There were even some people in the Cloud Mist College who thought highly of Luo Tian. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to Huang Fuju's proposal. This was even better. He wanted to show those people that the person they liked was just a piece of trash with a broken dantian. At the same time, he was also showing those people in the Cloud Mist College who went against Haijia. Those who offended Haijia would die. Those who dared to go against Haijia would not have a good ending. This was a deterrent. Killing Luo Tian was not just to wash away the shame of failing to kill the Sea God list, but also to show Huang Fuju. In the city, Huang Fuyu was furious. She knew very well what happened on the city wall. She did not expect Haijia to send Lady Ghost. She wanted to rush up the city gate. However, she knew very well that even if she rushed up the city gate, it would be useless. The city protection formation had been activated. This formation would not disappear until the end of the assessment. In other words, Luo Tian would definitely fail the assessment this time. Sister Meng, I'm sorry. The people of Haijia are really despicable. I must report this matter to my father. Huang Fuyu stomped her feet in anger. Huang Tianyu, who was beside her, was secretly sneering. He was extremely pleased as he thought to himself, Luo Tian, you dog, to think that you would have such a day. Ha ha ha, this feels great. A stinky mud like you wants to become the stars in the sky. Stop dreaming. Ha ha ha. After the assessment, go back to where you came from. No. Haijia will never let you go. Ha ha ha. Cool, cool, really cool. As soon as you leave Huangfuya, that little bitch will be mine. Ha ha ha. Outside the city, two old men stood on a hill without any signs of life. Brother Sure, the city protection formation has been activated. Even people can't enter. Luo Tian is probably going to fail this time. Sigh. It seems like we're going to lose this time. Brother Huangfu, you're going to be disappointed. Yu Tianhai said with a sigh. Shikuan frowned and said, Look at Luo Tian. He doesn't seem to have given up. Shi Tianhai looked at Luo Tian's thoughtful expression and said, What can he do if he doesn't give up? The city protection formation will only disappear after the assessment is over. There's nothing he can do. No. Shikuan smiled and said, The city protection formation is not invincible. It has a way to break it. Chapter 1189. Luo Tian, kneel down and kowtow to admit your wrongs. Perhaps I will leave you with a complete corpse. Ghost Concubine was still laughing arrogantly, seeing Luo Tian's slightly pained expression. She couldn't help but become excited. Pain, when was the most painful? Waiting was the most painful. Time passed minute by minute. Luo Tian had no choice. This kind of waiting for the end of the assessment and the verdict was the most painful process. Lu Zhan patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said, Brother Luo, don't waste your energy thinking about it. There's no way. The city protection array is at least level 9. We are powerless against this kind of array. Even if a peak Holy Spirit realm expert appears, it would be useless. If we can't break the array, we won't be able to enter the city. This assessment, Lu Zhan smiled bitterly. We have no chance. Failure was inevitable. More than 10 years of hard work had been wasted just like that. Lu Zhan was very unwilling, but there was no other way. Sometimes one had to learn to accept their fate. Now, he accepted his fate. However, he didn't regret it. If it wasn't for Luo Tian's words in the special recruitment hall, he might have already left Misty Cloud City and returned to his original place. He would have done nothing for the rest of his life and slowly aged until the day his lifespan ran out. Luo Tian had never accepted his fate. He had always believed that man could conquer nature. Fate was in his own hands, and everything could be changed. But now, his heart was in a mess. He could feel the power of the city protection array. That kind of power was unshakable. At this time, even Fantasy Fairy was silent. Was there no way? Is there really no way at all? Could it be that I, Luo Tian, have to stop here? No. Luo Tian was unconvinced. I haven't become the antidote to the soul poison. I haven't overturned the Haijia. I haven't trampled the Haijia Crown Prince under my feet. I haven't killed the Master of Fate. I still have a lot of things to do. We definitely can't stop here. Luo Tian was incomparably calm. His eyes stared at the thick halo of the enchantment, constantly thinking, if I want to break the enchantment, I must find the eye of the enchantment. According to the light beam just now, the eye of the enchantment must be in the city, but I can't even enter the city now. Luo Tian refused to admit defeat. He refused to accept his fate, but now he still felt powerless. This was not a good feeling. Lu Zhan directly sat at the side with a green foxtail in his mouth. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Ice Queen, my goddess, farewell forever. I can only meet you in my dreams in this lifetime. Brother Luo, don't torture yourself. There's no way to break this formation. Now I know why the core devouring devil bug doesn't dare to come out even though it has cultivated to the 8th level. This formation is to prevent the devil sect from raising devil bugs. Mother ***, we're in deep trouble today. Lu Zhan had already lost his confidence. Right now he was just waiting for the test to end. Luo Tian did not say anything. He was still thinking nonstop. The principle of the enchantment was the same, no matter which plane it was in. If I interrupt the energy transmission, no. I can't even find where the energy is. How can I interrupt it? Is there no other way? Is there really no other way? That won't work either. He thought of countless methods, but none of them worked. Luo Tian had the urge to go crazy. Suddenly, a voice entered Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian, every enchantment has a loophole. The first city's city protection enchantment was refined by an Emperor Realm Senior. It's impossible to find its loophole, but every enchantment has one thing in common. That is the damage it can withstand. The voice stopped here. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened in shock, and he said excitedly, "Why didn't I think of that? If I can't find the eye of the enchantment or the loophole, then I'll use the most barbaric method and directly use my strength to break it. This is the most direct method." The voice in his mind was stunned for a moment, then it became excited. "Brat, I really didn't misjudge you. That's right. Just as you said, use your strength to break it. However, breaking a level 9 enchantment requires a huge amount of strength. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. As for how to break the enchantment, I'll take care of it myself." The old man was stunned, then smiled and said, "All right, I'm watching you. Don't worry, even if you don't pass the test, I'll ensure that you don't die." This was what Huangfu Ju had instructed him to do. Luo Tian was grateful in his heart and said, "Thank you, Senior." Then, Luo Tian kicked Lu Zhan's side and said, "Stop thinking about the Ice Queen. Get up and work." Lu Zhan was startled. He looked at Luo Tian's serious expression and said, "You've thought of a way to enter the city?" Luo Tian looked at the city defense array formation not far away and said, "I've thought of it." Lu Zhan immediately became spirited and asked, "What is it?" Luo Tian laughed lightly and said, "Isn't it enough to break this array formation?" Lu Zhan was dumbstruck on the spot. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at an alien. They couldn't understand what was going on in Luo Tian's head. "Ha ha 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 ha. Luo Tian, did I hear wrongly? You actually want to break a level 9 enchantment?" Ghost Concubine had been paying attention to what Luo Tian was saying, and when he heard Luo Tian's idea, he laughed even more happily. The Haijia disciples on the city wall were laughing so hard that they were convulsing. He must be an idiot. He must have been angered to the point of going crazy by Lord Ghost Concubine. Break a level 9 enchantment? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Luo Tian, are you sure there's no water in your brain? All kinds of ridicule and mockery rang out. The power of the martial void realm wanting to break a level 9 enchantment was tantamount to a fantasy. It was simply impossible. As long as one had some knowledge, they would know that this was impossible. But in Luo Tian's world, nothing was impossible. He looked up at the people on the city wall who were laughing at him, memorizing their mocking expressions one by one, and said coldly, "It won't be long before you all pay the price for your ridicule." Immediately, Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan, who had no strength, and said, "Do you want to be laughed at? Do you want to accept your fate like this? Do you want to stop here? Do you want to lose the opportunity to know the Ice Queen?" Continuous questioning. Lu Zhan was stunned, looking at Luo Tian's serious expression. He knew that Luo Tian was not joking. He laughed out loud and said, "Since you want to go crazy, then this young master will accompany you today." His combat strength instantly swelled. Taking a step forward, the power of the archery bloodline inheritance was stimulated to the greatest extent. It was extremely valiant. His body ignited with a faint red aura, as if he had entered a berserk state. Lu Zhan roared out and shouted, "Little bastards on the city wall, listen up. Watch how this young master will break through this array, and then all of you can kneel in front of me and wait for death." Finished. Lu Zhan suddenly moved, and an ancient bow and arrow appeared in his hand. He knocked an arrow on the bow, pulled the bowstring to its limit, and shot an arrow at the city protection array. Whoosh! Walala! The air burned on the arrow, bringing with it a red aura as it shot out in a straight line. Gueji frowned and couldn't help but think, what a powerful force! Those high family disciples on the city wall couldn't help but feel their hearts sink, looking at the blazing aura on Lu Zhan's body. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. This was the power of a blood awakener. The power of a blood awakener that had been passed down through the ages was too terrifying. Luo Tian was also shocked. Lu Zhan's power once again amazed him, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, if I were to unlock the seal of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline, what would it be like when my bloodline awakens? The arrow pierced through the array like a hot knife through butter. Bo! It was as if a tiny bubble had popped up. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. The array didn't move at all. The arrow was like a clay ox entering the sea, without the slightest ripple. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha! Bloodline awakener, I think you're a pig. So what if your bloodline has awakened? You want to break through a rank 9 array? Is your brain fried? This is too funny. Little fatty, shoot again. At first, they thought that Lu Zhan's arrow would cause a big reaction, but the array didn't move at all. Lu Zhan's arrow was like a tickle to them. There was no reaction at all. This made the Haijia disciples on the city wall laugh. Lu Zhan was furious. You mother***er, laugh your ass off. If you have the guts, come down here and see if I can beat the shit out of you. Lu Zhan was furious. At the same time, he looked at Luo Tian and said, Lunatic Luo, this method seems a little… Ha! What are you trying to do? Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian stepped up, held the sword with both hands, and roared, Divine explosion! Buzz! A burst of energy burst out from his body, and power stripes burst out from his body. The sword energy of the heavenly sword soared into the sky and slashed fiercely. Walala, Poochie! All the energy fell on the array, just like Lu Zhan's. It didn't cause any reaction. Luo Tian frowned as he looked at the 10-meter-long HP bar that appeared on the formation. He thought to himself, Mother***er, Lu Zhan's arrow can still deal 10+ points of damage, but my godly burst sword actually missed. Mother***er, this formation's defense is too terrifying. Miss. It didn't cause any damage. Lady Ghost laughed loudly. Luo Tian, come again, strike again, ha ha ha. You useless piece of trash. Let's see what else you can do, ha ha ha. His brain must be fried. He actually thought of breaking the array, ha ha ha. This is too funny. Luo Tian, you are a joke. Mockery came one after another. Each wave was louder than the last. Luo Tian was unhappy. Once he was unhappy, his brain would heat up. At this time, he didn't think too much and directly roared, Thor, transform! 2-in-1 chapter. The double monthly ticket should be activated on the 29th of this month. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Next stop for your reward. Chapter 1190. They were forced into a dead end. There was no other way. If they did not break the city protection array, they would definitely fail the assessment this time. This completely disrupted Luo Tian's plan. Therefore, he had to break the city protection array. More importantly, he had to kill Lady Ghost, who was laughing the most happily on the city wall. Seeing his arrogant look and disdainful sneer, Luo Tian was very unhappy. Furthermore, Lady Ghost was a boss. His entire body was glowing with golden light. Luo Tian had noticed it from the beginning, but he did not show it. Thor, transform! Boom! Kacha! Clang! A bolt of shocking thunder struck down. A war hammer fell from the sky. Accompanied by the huge thunder, a white light flashed and Luo Tian turned into Thor. A red cape. The shining armor had an extremely strong aura. It was an extremely powerful aura from the divine realm. Ha ha ha! It's finally my turn. You should have let me do it long ago. Thor smiled contemptuously. He glanced at the city protection array in front of him as if he did not care about it at all. Lu Zhan was stunned. Huh. Damn, so flashy? Luo Tian, who exactly are you? You turned into a flashy man with red underwear on the outside. Now, you have become a man with a completely unfamiliar but very powerful aura. How many girls are you going to charm? Lu Zhan was envious and jealous, looking at Thor holding the thunder hammer with a domineering expression. This flashy feeling was what Lu Zhan had always wanted. If there were a group of beauties standing on the city wall now, there would definitely be a lot of screams at this moment. At this moment, Lady Ghost, who was on the city wall, was slightly shocked, but she was not too surprised. She frowned slightly and looked at the transformed Luo Tian. She said coldly, another transformation skill, "You are like a wolf in Lingyun City. The person who injured Zhu Disheng is the one who wears his underwear outside. Luo Tian, it doesn't matter how many of these mysterious skills you have today, because no matter how good you are at transformation, you won't be able to break through the protective formation of the city." He wasn't surprised because he knew Luo Tian very well. I've seen his profile. However, the disciples on the city wall all looked as if they had seen a monster. How did he become an alien? His aura is completely different from the aura of this world. Could it be that he is also a bloodline awakener? Is the power of the bloodline able to stimulate all kinds of strange creatures? Discussions broke out everywhere. However, they were certain of one thing. Just like Gui Ji had said, no matter how strong Luo Tian became, he would not be able to break the city barrier array. How could an Emperor Realm Master's spirit array be so easily broken? It was impossible. In the distance, on the hillside, Shirkuin's face was also shocked, and he muttered, "Luo Tian, is this what you're relying on? Is this your power that you don't need help with?" Ha ha ha, this brat actually knows this kind of skill. I've never seen it before, but the two that Lady Ghost mentioned seemed to be more than one, right? He came from Wu Mountain, so the big green guy that appeared in Wu Mountain range was probably him, right? Ha ha ha, he hit it really well. The two old men's expressions relaxed, and Shirkuin said, "Whether or not we can break the city barrier array is still a problem. After all, it is an Emperor Realm Master who refined it, and he is also the strongest array master in Cloud Mist College. The defense of the array he refined is not ordinary." "That's right. Brother Shur, why don't we? Let's take a look at him first. We can't be exposed, and once we are exposed, even if Luo Tian passes the assessment, there will be trouble in Haijia. At that time, it will be even more disadvantageous for him. Our goal is to ensure his and Huangfu Ye's safety. As for the rest, it's all up to them." Shirkuin said slowly, "It can't be broken, right?" Thor grinned, revealing a contemptuous sneer, and said, "That's because you don't know my strength." Lady Ghost sneered and said, "No matter how strong you are, you can't break the city barrier array." "Is that so?" Thor sneered. Lady Ghost said, "Of course, because no matter what you become, you are still a waste," without waiting for him to say the word waste. Thor suddenly moved, leaping into the air like lightning. He stretched out his right hand, pointing straight at the sky. Rumble! 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 Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and raging thunder raged. A huge bolt of lightning struck down, directly landing on Thor's hammer. Thor grinned and said, "Let me show you." Thor's strength. Boom! The hammer smashed down. It directly smashed on the city barrier array. Kacha, kacha, rumble! The formation array started to shake. The ripples were like huge waves, rolling out unceasingly, one ring after another. The energy fluctuation in the surroundings became very chaotic. The entire city was shaking. The complexion of those high family disciples on the city wall was incomparably ugly. They raised their head and looked at the formation array in the sky. It was as if the sky was about to be destroyed. This power was too heaven-defying. Damn, what kind of power is this? Lu Zhan raised his head and exclaimed in admiration. looking at the thunder god in the air, his cloak fluttering in the wind and the lightning hammer in his hand emitting the light of lightning. Lu Zhan felt an itch in his heart. If I could be like this in the Cloud Mist Academy, how many girls would I be able to charm? After a while, the array gradually calmed down. The complexions of many high family disciples relaxed as they let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, some of them sneered loudly, "Ha ha ha, it's still not broken. Luo Tian, this is a spirit array refined by an emperor realm master. Stop dreaming." Well said. You just wait outside the city for the assessment to end. Ha ha ha. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Lady Ghost sneered and said, "A rank 9 array is not so easy to break. And, as far as I know, your transformation has a time limit, right? Once the time is up, you will change back to your true form. Let's see how you can break the array then." He secretly rejoiced in his heart. She also had a basic understanding of Luo Tian before entering the assessment site. Otherwise, if they met outside the city, he would not have been able to block the attack just now. Thor glanced at the HP bar on the city barrier array, then looked at Lady Ghost and said, "You still want to be arrogant in front of me, right? I love to slap faces. Wait until I break the array, then kneel in front of me and sing Conquer." Thor moved. The 9 heavens rotated, and the power of thunder poured down. Luo Tian smashed down with his hammer again. Rumble. Without waiting for the array to calm down, Luo Tian smashed down with his hammer again. Chapter 1191. Unbreakable. Unbreakable. Then I'll show you what I'm made of. Thor's power. Hammer after hammer. Thor went all out and released all the divine power in his body. Luo Tian's own power was also increasing. The power of God's explosion also had a strengthening effect on Thor's power. Frantic strikes. It was as if he was hammering iron. Hammer after hammer, hammer after hammer fell. The array groaned in pain, and the ripples grew bigger and bigger. The array was burning with vitality, and it seemed to be unable to resist the rhythm. The whole city was shaking. Those Haijia disciples who were showing disdain just now all held their breaths, and their faces were pale. This array won't really be broken, right? This is a 9th order array. Even a peak-level saint-level expert wouldn't be able to break through it. How could he possibly break through it? Lady Ghost, he definitely can't break it, right? They didn't dare to speak loudly. Thor's power was too terrifying. Every strike of the hammer was like a blow to their minds. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was even worse than being slapped in the face. This was because they knew that once the defensive formation was broken, they wouldn't be a match for the Thunder God. They wouldn't even be able to get close to the Thunder God before they would be annihilated by his destructive elemental energy. Lady Ghost's face was also ugly. She stared at the array, clenching her fists under her sleeves, and her face was getting gloomier. "Can I break it?" Thor suddenly stopped, looked at those Haijia disciples on the city wall, and laughed coldly. The last strike. He stretched out his right hand and pointed to the sky. Clang, clang, clang. A bolt of lightning fell from the 9th heaven. Thor's hammer struck the lightning. Thor looked up to the sky and roared. All the power in his body burst out. This was the last strike. It was also the last second of the transformation time. It had to be said that the defense of the array was beyond Luo Tian's expectations. Even Thor took more than 4 minutes to break it, and every strike brought a strong rebounding force. This was Thor if it was an ordinary person. They would have been killed by the rebounding force. Rumble, rumble. The power was like the sky, pouring out. At this moment, Luo Tian roared. "Pill-devouring demon bug, don't think you've had enough? Now it's time for you to show your power." As soon as his voice fell, Thor's hammer strike, the city-protecting array formation suddenly stopped and then slowly cracked. Finally, it let out a loud sound like a bomb exploding. Creak, creak, a dazzling light emitted from the cracks. Then, a piece by piece, a piece slowly and slowly, and turned into nothingness. Broken. The Ninth Order's protective array. It was forcibly broken by Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, awesome, Luo Tian. I have never seen anyone more awesome than you. You are too awesome. If this young master was a woman, I would definitely fall in love with you. Lu Zhan could no longer hold back. The admiration in his heart suddenly burst out. Looking at the array crumbling piece by piece, Lu Zhan clenched his fists and his fighting strength soared. Staring at the Haijia disciples on the city wall, he roared, Haijia bastards, try to laugh at me again. The bow and arrow moved. Invisibly, 9 arrows were knocked on the bow and directly locked onto the Haijia disciples on the city wall. It's broken, it's really broken. Brother Sure, did you see that? He really broke it. This brat. Ha ha ha. He really did it. This is really too exciting. This old ancestor would never have dreamed that the number 1 array refining grandmaster of the ancient continent would actually be broken by a martial void realm warrior using pure strength. Ha ha ha. Too strong. Brother Huangfu didn't misjudge him. Shi Kuin's face was filled with excitement as he stared at Luo Tian. If it wasn't for Huangfu Ju's instructions, he really would have run over to Luo Tian's side. He definitely had to take a good look at just what kind of transformation this kid had undergone to be able to even break through a Tier 9 city protecting formation. In the city, Huangfu Yu jumped up in excitement. Ha ha ha. I knew you could do it. I was right. No wonder Sister Meng likes you so much. Even I. Bah, I'm not charmed by you. Haha, this is going to be fun. Haijia sent out Guiji and so many Haijia disciples, but none of them could stop Luo Tian. This is going to be a huge loss of face for them. Huangfu Ye's heart had been tense the entire time. The moment she saw the city protecting formation shatter in the sky, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Huang Tianyu, who was beside her, had a face full of anger. A trace of coldness flashed past his eyes as he said faintly, Yeah, even if that brat broke through the city protecting formation, did you see him turn back into himself? Just like what Guiji said, there is a time limit to his transformation. When the time is up, he will turn back into the martial void realm. Do you think he will be a match for Guiji and the other disciples of Haijia? I'm afraid his death is coming. Huangfu Yu glared at him and shouted, Even if you die, he won't die. Then, she immediately rushed out. No matter what, he had to protect Luo Tian. She wanted to complete Yi Yunming's task. Other than this, she secretly said in her heart, If you want to die, you'll die by my hands. Don't think you're amazing just because you can transform and can defeat a super talented martial artist. I haven't defeated you yet, so you can't die. Huang Tianyu hurriedly chased after her and said, Yaya, it's dangerous. Danger. Very dangerous. At this moment, the first city was extremely dangerous, because below the city wall, Luo Tian, Lu Zhan, and the devouring demon bug, who had just crawled up from the mud, had angry faces. 2 people and 1 demon bug were coldly glaring at the warriors of the Fair family on the city wall. The atmosphere was tense to an indescribable degree. Luo Tian pointed his heavenly sword at Ghost Concubine and sneered, Grandson, can I break it? Ghost Concubine's expression was ugly, extremely ugly. The city protection array formation had been broken, and Luo Tian was so arrogant and arrogant. The anger in his heart had been completely ignited, and he said coldly, So what if you break it? You won't be able to escape death. Haijia disciples, listen up. Kill. At the same time, Luo Tian's gaze darkened, his body slowly floated up, he spread out his palms, and the veins on his body popped out. 100,000 essence! Buzz. His essence immediately decreased by 100,000 points. Luo Tian's eyes moved, and he shouted, Super Purple Thunder Art! The sky darkened. Black clouds covered the city, and thunder clouds rolled. Seeing this scene, the Haijia disciples were once again overwhelmed with shock, thinking that Luo Tian was going to turn into Thor again. They had been traumatized by Thor. However, following Luo Tian's angry roar, what fell from the sky was not a heavy thunder, but a few purple lightning bolts. These lightning bolts did not cause much damage to them, and in the end, they did not even try to dodge them. Just this kind of cultivation technique? It's just like scratching an itch. Luo Tian, if you don't transform, you're just a piece of trash. So what if the array formation is broken? Don't you know that your death date has been brought forward? Brothers, kill him. The dignity of Haijia cannot be tarnished. Killing intent. The disciples of the fair family brandished their weapons. All of them stood in midair. After the purple thunder art ended, Luo Tian suddenly retreated to his original position, patted the Dan devouring magic bug, and smiled faintly. Ah, Cho, it's time for you to show your might. The Dan devouring magic bug seemed to understand. His body sank, and the eyes formed by the inner cores on his incomparably ugly face suddenly changed. All of them opened up and spat out the inner core's venom, filling the sky. Poison! Get out of the way! When they knew it was too late. Moreover, when the Dan devouring magic bug was silent, its antennae had already extended to the top of the city wall. One by one, it threw them into the sky, and one by one, they were sucked into its mouth and devoured. At the same time, ding, ding, ding. The system beep did not stop. His experience points skyrocketed. A little more. Other than experience and essence, Luo Tian also dropped a lot of profound coin. When it reached 50,000 profound coin, Luo Tian exchanged it for the spirit energy to unlock the skill. Sharingan open. Heaven breaking / open. Array carving technique open. One by one, the skills used in the profound sky continent were unlocked by Luo Tian. All of these skills had evolved. Damage increased. At the same time, outside the examination hall, Haijia's secret room, the lamp of life was crazily extinguishing, one after another. There was no need to stop the rhythm in the room. The old man guarding the lamp of life was obviously panicking as he called Hai Tongtian over. Hai Tongtian's complexion changed. Although these martial artists were all assassins on the sea god list, and he didn't care about their life or death, they still represented the fair family. They represented the dignity of the fair family. So many people were actually reduced to such a state by a Luo Tian with a shattered pubes? Shame. What a disgrace. Where's Ghost Concubine? What is he doing? Is there shit in his head? Hai Tongtian angrily scolded with gloomy eyes. Immediately order Ghost Concubine to kill that dog Luo Tian. If she can't kill him, he will never appear in front of me again. The old man responded submissively, then frowned and directly sent an order to the pale-faced Ghost Concubine through a lamp of life. On the city wall, the Haijia disciples were covering their heads and scurrying away, looking extremely embarrassed. Luo Tian, if you have the guts, come up yourself. What kind of hero are you to let the demonic insects of the devil's sect come? Luo Tian, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Curses rang out on the city wall. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan sat on the side, eating demonic beast meat. Luo Tian glanced at the battle situation and sneered. Come down if you have the guts. F***CK, you want to fight me one-on-one? Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications? Lu Zhan ate the meat and laughed. Weren't you very arrogant at the beginning? Why are you all like dead dogs now? Haijia? See God list? Ha ha ha. I think you're all just a bunch of fur seals. You two are looking for death. Ghost Concubine snorted. Her Holy Spirit realm aura was completely released, covering the surrounding 1,000 miles. Killing intent surged. An eerie, hellish aura of death spread out. Shirkuan frowned and said, Oh no, Luo Tian is in danger. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1192. Too fast. It was unexpectedly fast. The speed of the Holy Spirit realm was too terrifying. It had already reached a point where it could not be described with words. The moment he felt the fluctuation of the aura, Luo Tian bounced up from his seat, frowned, and coldly snorted. "You want to sneak attack me? No wonder I said that your skin is thicker than the city wall." The Haijia disciples on the city wall were blocked by the Dan-devouring demon insect. At this moment, they were all covering their heads and running away. The Dan-devouring demon insect bit by bit, and the aura in its body became stronger and stronger. It sensed the disappearance of Ghost Concubine. If it used all its strength to block, it could block Ghost Concubine, but it did not do so. Compared to Ghost Concubine, it was more afraid of Luo Tian. Luo Tian transformed into Thor and unleashed the power of lightning to the extreme. Moreover, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. It definitely had more than that to rely on. Therefore, the Dan-devouring demon insect acted as if it did not notice anything and directly let Ghost Concubine fly out from the city wall, instantly attacking Luo Tian. However, it was secretly happy in its heart. Once Luo Tian died, it would immediately swallow Ghost Concubine. At that time, he would definitely be able to break through the Stage 9 realm. At that time, he would be able to sweep through the entire examination hall. This was the reason why its master placed it here. Luo Tian did not know about this, but he was not afraid. Sneak attack. Humph. Luo Tian, do I need to sneak attack you to kill you? Ghost Concubine's figure moved, and the surrounding aura suddenly retracted, directly entering his body. The heaven and earth origin, Qi, seemed to have been sucked dry by him in an instant. Lu Zhan's face was pale, as if he was choking on his throat, unable to breathe, and said in a low voice, "Luo Tian, you have to be careful. He is an expert of the Holy Spirit realm. If you still have anything to transform, then hurry up. Otherwise, you will be killed by him in one move." One move was enough for a Holy Spirit realm expert to kill a martial void realm cultivator. Luo Tian slightly said, "Fatty Lu, step to the side and watch how I kill him." Immediately after, Luo Tian glanced at the Dan-devouring devil bug that was in the middle of a killing spree and said, "Ah Cho, do you want to swallow a Holy Spirit realm martial artist?" There was no response. The core-devouring devil bug acted as if it didn't hear anything. Luo Tian asked again, "Ah Cho, I'm calling you, can't you hear me?" He continued to pretend that he didn't hear anything. Luo Tian frowned and sneered. "I didn't expect you to have such an ugly face, but your brain is not bad. You want to borrow Guiji's hand to kill me?" Dan-devouring devil bug. "Ah, Dan-devouring devil bug, I originally wanted to let you go, but I didn't expect." He, Ghost Concubine, looked at the pill-devouring demon bug and couldn't help but sneer. "Ha ha ha! The pill-devouring demon bug's intelligence is not lower than yours. You want to use it to kill me? Do you really think it will kill me?" He could see that the core-devouring devil bug would definitely not touch him. Ghost Concubine looked down on Luo Tian even more and said, "Now that you don't have the Dan-devouring devil bug, I want to see what you're going to use to fight me." Should he transform again? You can't transform now, right? Transformation has a time limit. The time has just passed. You can't transform again in a short period of time, right? It was as if she had seen through everything. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Looks like you know me very well. You even know that my transformation has a time limit. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles." Luo Tian, I have to admit that you are not ordinary. To be able to cultivate to your level with a shattered dantian is very impressive, not to mention in the ancient world. Even in the higher planes, there's no one like you, but no matter how extraordinary you are, you will die today because you have offended someone you should not have offended, someone you should not have offended. I will give you a chance, hand over the whirling pearl, kneel on the ground, and kowtow to admit your mistake, and join the Haijia. Then I will spare your life. Ghost Concubine said arrogantly, if it was said that he was afraid at the beginning. He was afraid of the Dan-devouring devil bug. But now he was not the least bit worried. Luo Tian was like a piece of meat on a chopping board. He could cut it however he wanted. He could not escape from the palm of his hand. He had to get the whirling pearl back. If Luo Tian could join the Haijia, it would be a huge blow to Cloud Mist College and Huang Fuju. He believed that Luo Tian would definitely agree. The most important point was that he was very interested in Luo Tian's transformation technique. If he could be used by the Haijia, then the Haijia would not only be able to dominate the Zhongzhou continent, but also the other 4 continents. Luo Tian smiled and said, "You have only seen the tip of the iceberg of my talent. There is still a lot you have not seen, but you will never see it because you are about to die. For a person who is about to die, I should be kind. Ghost concubine, kneel down and kowtow 100 times. Admit your mistake, and agree to be my slave. Then I will spare your life. What do you think? Arrogant? I am more arrogant than you. If you don't put me in your eyes, then how can I put you in my eyes?" Ghost concubine was not angry, but shook her head and sneered. The dark aura under the black robe seeped out bit by bit, and the ground turned black, as if it had formed a black barrier. It was eerie and terrifying, as if hell had descended. From time to time, the sound of ghosts crying could be heard. Lu Zhan's face was anxious and said, "Luo Tian, be careful, he is about to attack." Ghost concubine took a step forward. A black lotus rose from beneath her feet. The lotus bloomed, rolling up a black wave of air. Everything around seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. It was also at this moment. Killing intent shot out like 100,000 sharp arrows. It directly sealed Luo Tian in the darkness. The sound of ghosts crying around him became louder and louder, as if they were stealing his soul. Luo Tian stood there, his body trembling uncontrollably. His mind and sea of consciousness were all trembling, unable to withstand the attack of the dark aura. However, at this time, Luo Tian still did not move. There was not a single trace of origin chi fluctuation, as if he was scared silly. Ghost concubine's voice was incomparably cold. "Do you hear the sound of ghosts crying? They are all people who died in this dark barrier. Their souls will forever be sealed in this dark barrier, forever becoming my ghost slaves. Luo Tian, you will be the next." Luo Tian did not speak. He still had a silly look on his face, and he did not even look at Ghost Concubine. Lu Zhan panicked. F***CK, this young master really owed you in his previous life. Lu Zhan suddenly stood forward, blocking in front of Luo Tian, and said, "Ghost Concubine, for my Lu Zhan's face, can you let him go? I promise you that I will become one of your Haijia people, and I will definitely persuade him to join Haijia." Not waiting for him to finish, Ghost Concubine's finger moved slightly, and a black aura condensed into a wave of air that blasted towards Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan was instantly flipped over. "Scram to the side. I have no interest in the two of you right now. I want you to die." Ghost Concubine's voice became louder and louder, and the aura in the dark barrier became more and more manic. One after another, ghost faces charged towards Luo Tian ferociously. At this moment, ding! Target locked! Chapter 1193. Luo Tian was waiting. He was waiting for the cool down of the divine explosion. He wanted to use the divine fire, level 2 divine fire, a level 2 divine flame, a divine explosion, and a shadow gem. The instant kill attribute increased to 25%. The probability was not high. It was even very low. Luo Tian gambled again. Even if he did not succeed, he had a backup move. He still had a transformation card, Angel of Judgment, Kyle's transformation card. He had another invincible move. This was his backup move. However, if the instant kill did not succeed, Lu Zhan might Luo Tian clenched his fists, his joints crackling. He raised his eyes slightly and said, "We'll know who lives and who dies soon." Divine explosion. Ha! Luo Tian shouted fiercely. The aura in his body surged, and all his attributes doubled. At the same time, Lady Ghost sneered in disdain. "It's useless even if you have doubled your strength. Luo Tian, you're too weak. Without the transformation card, you're not even an ant in my eyes. How dare you provoke the Haijia? Is the Haijia someone you can provoke? Go to hell. Dark barrier. 10,000 ghosts take life. Within the dark barrier, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was extremely eerie. On the hillside. It's too late. It happened too quickly. This lady ghost is definitely the top 3 among the 8. She released the dark barrier as soon as she appeared. Even if we arrived, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop it. What did Luo Tian do to the Haijia? Haitong Tian actually sent Lady Ghost to assassinate him, and more than once. Sigh, we're going to disappoint Brother Huangfu. Luo Tian, I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do. What a pity, what a pity. Cloud Mist College is going to have one less genius. Brother Huangfu wants him to fight against the Haijia Crown Prince. If he continues to cultivate, he might really be able to do it in less than 100 years. It's just that, Sai. It's all our fault for being useless. We can't even protect one person. Things happened too suddenly. Furthermore, their identities were very special and could not be easily exposed. Otherwise, if they were caught by Haijia, not only would they be punished, but they would also implicate Huangfu Ju. In that case, Huangfu Ju might not even be able to stay in Cloud Mist College. Haijia's influence in Cloud Mist College was too deep. Luo Tian, you can only rely on yourself now. Within the dark barrier, Luo Tian laughed wildly. He knew that he was going to die when he saw the ghosts moving. He looked at the gloomy and arrogant Luo Tian and said, Luo Tian, it's not bad to die together with you. If fate allows it in the next life, let's be brothers again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhan's brows suddenly tightened. His entire body turned red as he shouted, Ghost concubine, you old thing. Since you want to die, then let's all die together. Bloodline expansion. Primordial spirit. Just as Lu Zhan was about to use his primordial spirit to self-destruct and perish together with Ghost Concubine, Luo Tian blocked in front of him. If they couldn't perish together, their souls would forever be reduced to the efforts of Ghost Concubine, never to be reincarnated. Lu Zhan didn't want his soul to be enslaved by Ghost Concubine, so he chose to self-destruct. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already in such a hurry to die. Lu Zhan was startled. Looking at Luo Tian's confident eyes, he swallowed his saliva and said, If you can kill him today, I, Lu Zhan, will be your little brother from today onwards. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will definitely not kill a chicken. Luo Tian laughed. It's a deal. As he spoke, seeing the 10,000 ghosts pouncing towards him, Ghost Concubine laughed sinisterly and said, Good brother, then let's die together and become my ghost slaves. Kill. As soon as the word kill came out, the aura within the dark barrier suddenly changed, and killing intent soared to the sky. Lu Zhan was unable to withstand the intense killing intent, and immediately spat out a large mouthful of black blood. At this moment, Luo Tian exerted force in his palm. Break! He crushed a shadow gem in his hand. The chance of instant kill increased by 1 point. At this critical moment, Luo Tian's right palm moved. Level 2 Divine Fire, attack! Whoosh! The second level Divine Fire was a little different from the first level. The color of the flames was different. It was a very slight change, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice it. Walala, walala, the Divine Fire was like a star in the night sky, especially bright. Ghost Concubine frowned and thought to herself, This flame! Block! Boom, boom, boom. He was a very careful person. Facing any kind of attack, he would be exceptionally careful. Moreover, Luo Tian gave him an unfathomable feeling. Maybe Luo Tian still had some powerful cultivation method that he hadn't used yet. It was just that the dark barrier's defensive wall that he had erected in the dark barrier was completely useless. Once the divine fire locked onto it, even hell would be penetrated. Ghost Concubine frowned and said angrily, 10,000 ghosts, speed up, kill him for me first. Kill Luo Tian first. This was the first thought in his heart. As for the flames that were pouncing towards him, since the defensive wall could not withstand it, then he did not defend any more. He thought to himself, this old man doesn't believe that a mere flame can do anything to me. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he could not help but think to himself, hurry up, hurry up. The speed of the divine fire was not particularly fast. Facing the 10,000 ghosts, Luo Tian held the heavenly feather shield in one hand and the heavenly sword in the other. He kicked Fatty Lu's body and said, are you dead? If you're not dead, then get up and kill the ghosts. Lu Zhan stood up with difficulty and said, I knew you couldn't do it. Ghost Concubine is a Holy Spirit realm expert and has been famous for thousands of years. No matter how awesome your calculations are, you can't kill her. I wanted to give you a chance to be my boss, but I didn't think. AI, we are still going to die here. Heavens, Earth. I, Lu Zhan, am still a virgin. Can you give me a chance to lose my virginity? I am willing to exchange 10 years of my lifespan for it. No, 100 years. *CK, I am going to die anyway. If you can make me lose my virginity, then I am fine with dying immediately. Even if it is the ugliest woman in the world, I will. *CK, I am going all out. What if the heavens are moved? I am even willing to be the ugliest woman in the world. Lu Zhan looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Since they were going to die anyway if he said some words like praying, what if the heavens were moved and they were allowed to live? Who knew? Just as a malicious ghost, holding a ghost blade, looked at Luo Tian. The divine fire hit Ghost Concubine. Ghost Concubine flung her sleeve, but she did not fling it away. Black robe began to spontaneously combust. Black robe's ghastly and bony face began to crack. Rays of light shone out from the cracks. His life was rapidly draining away. The HP bar on his head instantly emptied. No, 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 I don't want to die, I don't want to. Ghost Concubine roared crazily. Luo Tian, I was wrong. I will kowtow and admit my mistake. Please spare my life. I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to help you kill Hai Tong Tian. I beg you, spare my life. Ghost Concubine knelt on the ground and kowtowed madly. She was so scared that she lost control of her bladder. The stronger a person was, the more afraid they were of death. Ghost Concubine had lived for more than 3,000 years. She had seen death countless times. Facing death, she was scared. Scared to death. Even in her dreams, she had never thought that she would die. Moreover, she would die in the hands of a martial void realm cultivator. Luo Tian laughed wildly. His heart was incomparably excited. He shouted, now you know your mistake? Sorry, it is too late. Lu Zhan was stunned. He looked at the barrier of darkness, crazily retreating. He looked at Ghost Concubine's body that was glowing and cracking. Traces of strong light burst out from the cracks. He looked at Luo Tian without blinking. Then he looked at the heavens and immediately said, Ba, 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 ba. Heavens! What I said just now doesn't count. In my heart, there is only the Ice Queen. If there is another one, at most it would be Huangfuya. I really can't fit any other woman. Thinking about how he said that he had sex with the ugliest woman, Lu Zhan wished he could find a hole to hide in. Even in his dreams, he had never thought that Luo Tian would actually do it. Ghost Concubine of the Holy Spirit realm was actually killed by him? Do you dare to believe it? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Lu Zhan looked at Luo Tian, monster. You are completely a monster. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Fatty Lu, I will remember everything you said just now. Lu Zhan immediately said with a sobbing tone, Brother, you are my blood brother. You must not tell anyone about me having sex with the ugliest woman. Otherwise, my perfect image will be destroyed. How will I chase girls then? Huh. Luo Tian said. When did you say that you had sex with the ugliest woman? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, once the examination is over, I will find a woman as smelly as an old sow for you. Lu Zhan was startled. You didn't hear it? Luo Tian said, I am talking about you becoming my little brother. However, I know now. I didn't expect you, Fatty Lu, to have such a strong taste. You won't even let go of the ugliest woman in the world. Just thinking about it makes me feel a chill. Luo Tian trembled. Looking at Lu Zhan's expression that looked like he wanted to die, he couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, Ghost Concubine's body exploded and turned into ashes. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing number 2 Ghost Concubine, for obtaining 800,000 experience points, 70,000 essence, chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dark Barrier. Congratulations to player, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Super Yen Stage 1. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a special reward from the system, a permanent transformation card. Do you wish to randomize? Just as Luo Tian was about to randomly draw a permanent transformation card, Lu Zhan slapped his arm and said, Don't be in a daze, something even more dangerous is coming. The Dan-devouring demon bug has reached the terrifying realm of the 9th step, and it's coming towards us. It's going to get rid of us. Double at the end of the month, brothers. Endure for a while more. Chapter 1194. He had killed Ghost Concubine in an instant, but he had yet to be happy. He had yet to see what good things he had dropped. The pill-devouring demon bug came. Murderous intent. It was like a fisherman. No matter who won, it would eat the person who survived. Its IQ was terrifyingly high. A little more. When Luo Tian was fighting Ghost Concubine, this guy crazily devoured the Haijia disciples. The Haijia disciples on the city wall were mostly eaten by him, and there were not many left. One must know that these were all the elites of the younger generation of Haijia. Many of them were even assassins on the sea god list. Their vitality was pure, and their talent was at least high. How much energy did they contain? The pill-devouring demon bug directly stepped into the 9th rank monster, a super terrifying existence. At this time it suddenly attacked. Luo Tian had no way to retreat. It was worth mentioning. The ancient tree in Luo Tian's mind mysteriously absorbed Ghost Concubine's soul. This time, it directly stretched out a small branch, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it grew to 1/2 meter tall. The branches and leaves suddenly increased. Fantasy Fairy was shocked. What a fast speed! If an ordinary person wanted to cultivate the ancient tree to its current level, it would take at least 10 years. You only took a little more than a month. It seems that the ancient tree will definitely be cultivated by you into a towering tree. The sudden growth of the ancient tree shocked Fantasy Fairy, and at the same time, it also shocked Luo Tian. He clearly felt that there was a vigorous power in his mind that was growing crazily, and this power instantly turned him into a giant. There was an inexhaustible power in his body. Suddenly, Luo Tian asked, Fantasy Fairy, the ancient tree is full of vigorous power. Can I use it now? Fantasy Fairy smiled and said, Of course, it now completely belongs to you. As long as it contains the power in its body, you can use it. It's just that it is still a small ancient tree, and the power it releases will not be too strong. Luo Tian said, Not too strong. What kind of standard was not too strong? Fantasy Fairy did not say, and Luo Tian did not ask. However, Luo Tian wanted to give it a try. Last time, a small sprout had exploded with unimaginable power. Now, it had grown into a sapling that was half the height of a person. Luo Tian had a feeling that its power would definitely be heaven-defying. The core-devouring devil bug let out a sinister laugh. Magical beasts of the 9th step can use human language. The core-devouring demon bug laughed wildly and said, You really aren't ordinary. You can even kill a Holy Spirit realm expert. That means you have an incomparably powerful energy. If I devour you, I might be able to reach the perfection realm. Luo Tian, although I don't want to kill you, but for the sake of my absolute circle realm, you can only die. Ha ha ha! The core-devouring devil bug was extremely arrogant. When Luo Tian killed Zhu Disheng, it had already noticed the divine fire. Killing Ghost Concubine just now was the second time he had seen it. So others might not feel that the divine fire was powerful, but he was very clear about it, because he could feel the extremely strong power contained within the divine fire. It was precisely because of that power that he feared. Now that the divine flame had been used up, he had nothing to fear anymore. Of course, the core-devouring devil bug did not know that Luo Tian had just broken through to the Taiyan realm, so all his skills did not need a cooldown. He had just triggered an instant kill. It was the use of the Shadow Gem. Luo Tian only had 2 Shadow Gems left. If he used them again, he wouldn't have enough to forge dark weapons. He also couldn't go to the Abyss Academy to look for the Shadow Vein for a while. Any Shadow Gem was extremely precious to him. He did not plan to use the divine fire again. What should we do? What should we do? This guy has already soared to the level of a stage 9 monster, and he can actually speak human language. Lu Zhan was worried, especially when he saw its incomparably ugly appearance, and then thought of the words he had just prayed to the heavens. His heart couldn't help but sink. Damn, God, you can't have fulfilled it so quickly, right? I want the ugliest woman. It's a magical beast, not a woman. At this moment, Lu Zhan thought of what the core-devouring devil bug had said just now, and looked at Luo Tian from the side, feeling bitter in his heart. If the core-devouring devil bug devours Luo Tian and evolves again, it will become a human. Then it will become an ugly woman. If that's the case, then it will come true. Damn. I don't want it. When Lu Zhan thought of the scene of him being raped by the core-devouring devil bug, he felt a chill run down his spine. He bent down and vomited, grabbing onto Luo Tian's arm and not letting go, and said, "Brother, my dear brother, boss, use that move again to instantly kill it. You must not let it live. For my happiness, you must kill it." Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan, not understanding why he suddenly became like this. Naturally, he had to kill the core-devouring devil bug. The last time he killed the Earth Dragon King and obtained the power of the blood spirit of the 8th step, Luo Tian was worried that it would not be enough. Unexpectedly, the core-devouring devil bug had actually evolved into a magical beast of the 9th step. If that was the case, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he smiled slightly. Looking at the incomparably huge core-devouring devil bug, he said, "Ah Cho, I'm really happy that you can break through. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to break through, but seeing you evolve into a stage 9 monster, I'm relieved." The core-devouring devil bug was startled. It didn't understand the meaning of Luo Tian's words, but it didn't care. Luo Tian had already used up all the cultivation methods he could use. Now, Luo Tian was just a grasshopper under its feet. It could crush him into meat paste with a single step. The core-devouring devil bug laughed wildly. "Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. It was you who sped up my evolution by dozens of years, ha ha ha." While they were talking, its antennae flew horizontally, sweeping up a few more martial artists on the city wall and swallowing them into its mouth. Its body grew even bigger. He became even stronger. Half of the first city wall had been destroyed by the core-devouring devil bug, and the first city was now in a mess. The martial artists in the city fled in all directions. They frantically escaped. The stage 9 monster was truly too powerful. Even if Ghost Concubine was not dead, she would not be a match for it. The stage 9 monster corresponded to the human Holy Spirit realm. However, in the same realm, humans were completely no match for the monster, because their physical defense had reached an astonishing level. "Yaya, come back quickly. Don't go out. The core-devouring devil bug will eat you." Huang Tianyu said loudly. Huang Fu, pretended not to hear it. Looking at Luo Tian, who was outside the city, she pouted her small mouth and said, "What core-devouring devil bug? If he's not afraid, why should I be afraid? I won't be able to do it. What he can do, I can do as well." Huang Fuya stood on the city wall, took out a spirit sword, and pointed at the core-devouring devil bug. "Hey, this young miss is here. What kind of ability? Do you have to bully a man?" Chapter 1195. They were all running away. However, Huang Fuya stood on the city wall fearlessly. The core-devouring demon bug suddenly stopped. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen, so everyone was looking at Huang Fuya. Everyone was saying in their hearts, "Is this person crazy? Is she crazy? She's not running away at this time and still cares about Luo Tian's life or death. How stupid is she? She hasn't even reached the Tai Yen realm. What is she trying to do? She's simply courting death." These people included Luo Tian. In the distance, Shikuin's face darkened. "Yeah, brother, sure, it seems that we have to show up this time even if we don't want to. However, we're not showing up for Luo Tian. Even if Haijia wants to pursue the matter, we didn't break the agreement. However, I really don't understand this kid, Luo Tian. He killed Ghost Concubine in one move. When he grows up, he'll definitely cause a sensation in the entire continent. Ha ha ha! Brother Huangfu didn't misjudge him. He's worthy of our protection. Haijia has the Crown Prince, and Cloud Mist College has Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian is given 30 to 40 years, I believe that Cloud Mist College will definitely be able to compete with Haijia. It will definitely not be weaker than Haijia. Luo Tian, this old man has high hopes for you." Immediately, the two old men disappeared like lightning, standing in the void. They didn't appear immediately. Lu Zhan was stunned. He immediately adjusted his clothes, lifted the messy hair on his forehead, and put on an expression that he thought was very handsome, but was actually very boring. He waved at Huang Fuya, who was on the city wall. "Hi, Senior Yaya, how are you?" His expression changed. There was no longer any worry like before. Instead, he looked like a hero saving a damsel in distress. As long as the core-devouring demon bug dared to attack Huang Fuya, he would risk his life. Huang Fuya looked at the idiotic Lu Zhan, frowned, and asked, "Who are you? Do I know you that well? How dare you call her Yaya? If you have nothing to do, then scram to the side. I'm going to teach this ugly freak a lesson. You ungrateful thing. If it wasn't for Luo Tian bringing you out of the valley, would you be where you are today? Tell me, did that despicable and shameless pig from the devil sect ask you to hide here?" The core-devouring devil bug suddenly turned around. The eyes on their cheeks stared at Huang Fuya at the same time. Buzz! 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 Formless power crushed the wall beneath Huang Fuya's feet. One of the tentacles moved, penetrating the wall beneath her feet. Walala! Walala! The huge rocks at the foot of the wall cracked with a cracking sound. The tentacles shot out like a spike from the ground, trying to pierce through Huang Fuya's body. Lu Zhan's face turned ferocious. He didn't know where the courage came from, but the anger of his ancestors came out. His expression was as if Huang Fuya was his mother. He stood up and shouted, "Bastard! How dare you bully Senior Ye? I'm going to kill you." He summoned his life-bound bow and arrow. With a flick of his finger, a huge elemental arrow was placed on the bow. The yuan qi around him suddenly gathered and converged on the arrow. This was his strongest move. He would even give up his life for a beauty, not to mention a super beauty like Huang Fuya. At this moment, Luo Tian was also gone. In the void, Shikuin suddenly stopped the old man beside him and said, "Don't worry. Luo Tian seems to have a trick up his sleeve. If he can save Yaya, it will be like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Yaya might fall in love with him. You know, this girl's standards are frighteningly high. Even the Crown Prince of Haijia is not good enough for her. If we can make this marriage happen, ha ha ha, Brother Huangfu, you have to thank us." They wanted to stop the core-devouring demon bug, but at the last moment they stopped. Moreover, Huangfu, Ye was not to be trifled with. Seeing the core-devouring demon bug's antennae rushing towards her, she did not panic. Instead, she showed a calmness that was unknown to her age. Her long sword moved gently, her eyes closed, and her mouth seemed to be chanting something. Immediately, her body suddenly disappeared. There was no sign. There was no aura at all. Shirkuin's pupils suddenly shrank. Space-time transfer. This little girl has really mastered it. The bloodline in her body can be considered to have awakened, right? Ha ha ha. For Luo Tian, this kid actually exposed her bloodline awakening. It seems that she has a good impression of Luo Tian in her heart. Space-time transfer. That's amazing. However, from now on, she will become dangerous. Haijia will definitely send assassins. In the future, you and I will be busy again. Shirkuin stroked his goatee and narrowed his eyes with a smile. He began to feel happy. In the past 6 months, Cloud Mist College had been suppressed by Haijia to the point of being unable to breathe. The appearance of Luo Tian gave them a glimmer of hope. Tang San's peerless talent gave them another glimmer of hope. Now, Huangfu Ye's space-time bloodline had awakened, which meant that Cloud Mist College was about to rise among the younger generation. Cloud Mist College would not be suppressed by Haijia for long. Boom! The antennae pierced nothing. Luo Tian was stunned. Lu Zhan was also stunned. He still wanted to show off in front of Huangfu, but he didn't even know how Huangfu disappeared. Moreover, just as everyone was in a daze, Huangfu instantly walked out of space-time and slashed down with her sword. Crack! Walala! One of its antennae was cut off, and the Dan-devouring demon bug roared towards the sky in pain. Luo Tian watched as Huangfu suddenly appeared in the sky. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, "What a strong space-time transfer. It's completely undetectable. If she uses this move by the lake one day, I won't be her match at all, and she is also a bloodline awakener." Then her father, Huangfu, thinking about what Huangfu had said to him, Luo Tian felt relieved. No wonder he said that he could let me travel through time and space. If I could learn this move, it would be great. I can go wherever I want. If I have time, I can even go back to Earth to take a look. The Dan-devouring demon bug was furious. One of its antennae was cut off, and a large amount of energy was consumed in its body. Huangfu laughed proudly. A stage 9 monster beast is nothing more than this. What's there to be afraid of? Immediately, Huangfu proudly looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away, and said, "Little Tian Tian, do you see how powerful this lady is? I told you to form an alliance with me a long time ago, and so many things wouldn't have happened if you formed an alliance with me. Now, if you want to form an alliance with me, you have to call me Big Sis." Luo Tian did not say anything. Lu Zhan licked his face and ran forward with a smile, saying, "Sis, I'll form an alliance with you." Huangfu was annoyed and said, "Who are you? I don't know you." Lu Zhan said, "I am his big brother. I will agree on his behalf. I will call you Big Sister, and he will also be your little brother, so it's decided happily." His heart was blooming with joy. Following Luo Tian and taking risks, helping Luo Tian kill demon beasts, all of this was worth it. Even if he had to take more risks to form an alliance with Huangfu, he was willing. However, Huangfu completely ignored him and said, "I will only form an alliance with him. You can go to the side." At this moment, Luo Tian also said with a serious face, "I don't know this fatty." "Huh. Brother. You are my biological brother. Boss, you can't not recognize me as your little brother." Lu Zhan even had the heart to die. The three of them completely ignored the pill-devouring demon bug. The pill-devouring demon bug was incomparably furious. It stared coldly at Huangfu and spat out a word, "Die!" All of a sudden, the powerful and terrifying aura of a stage 9 demon beast erupted. Its body instantly expanded, turning into an incomparably huge insect mountain. Its antennae danced wildly, covering the entire sky above the first city. Powerful, incomparably powerful. Huang Fuye's face was filled with shock. She frowned and shouted, "So, what if you become so big?" "You still can't catch me. I'll still cut off your antennae." In an instant, Huang Fuye's body moved, and a wave of vitality surged from her body. She closed her eyes. Time and space teleportation! The pill-devouring demon bug did not wait for Huang Fuye's body to disappear. Its antennae were as fast as lightning. It was one step ahead of Huang Fuye and tied her up. "Danger! Be careful!" Yeah, it was too sudden. The power that the pill-devouring demon bug had erupted with was too shocking. So much so that no one could react in time. Even Shirkuin, who was in the air, did not react in time. He was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. And even he did not react in time, let alone Huang Fuye. His body was instantly tied up. Half of his body had entered the space-time crack, but he was forcefully pulled back. Huang Fuye frowned and slashed down with her sword. Ding! Sparks flew in all directions, and those antennae were dozens of times harder than before. Earlier, she could easily cut off one of the antennae, but now she couldn't even hurt a single hair. This was the terrifying part of a super demon beast. His defense was heaven-defying. Moreover, his attack power was still as strong as ever. Throwing Huang Fuye to the other side, the Dan-devouring demonic bug roared, "Despicable human, die!" Ah! Huang Fuye let out a scream. With a fierce swing, her face turned pale with fright. Furthermore, when she saw that she was getting closer and closer to the pill-devouring demon bug's incomparably ugly face, she was scared. Lu Zhan shot out an arrow. "Give me back my senior sister Yaya." An arrow pierced through one of the antennae. However, so what? It was like scratching an itch. The pill-devouring demon bug seemed to feel the same way. It opened its huge mouth, revealing spiral-shaped teeth. When its teeth moved, it was like a huge machine. As long as Huang Fuye was thrown into its mouth, it would instantly die. Ah ha ha! In this world, only Huang Fuju knows how to teleport, and you know how to do it too. Then you must be his relative. And if I can get rid of Huang Fuju's relative, then my master will definitely praise me greatly, haha. The pill-devouring demon bug suddenly moved, throwing Huang Fuye into its mouth. It was also at this moment Shirkuin and the old man beside him attacked at the same time. However, there was one person who was one step ahead of him. Luo Tian suddenly jumped into the air and landed vertically, hugging Huang Fuye the moment she fell into the pill-devouring demon bug's mouth. The pill-devouring demon bug said excitedly, "Then let's die together." Luo Tian slapped Huang Fuye's perky little butt and scolded, "I told you to act recklessly." Huang Fuye was in so much pain that she immediately cried out. Then, Luo Tian did not care about it anymore. Looking at the pill-devouring demon bug's abyss-like huge mouth, he roared heavily, "Ancient power, destroy it for me!" In the new week, the old cow asked for a recommendation ticket. Brothers, there are recommendation tickets every day. Help the old cow rush up. The monthly votes would be doubled in 2 days. Wait a little longer. Chapter 1196. Boom! A loud sound came from within his body. The ancient tree trembled violently in Luo Tian's mind. That power, it directly shot out from Luo Tian's mind. Under Luo Tian's control, it directly blasted into the core-devouring demon bug's huge mouth. A strong burst of light shot out. The core-devouring demon bug began to tremble. Its eyes were filled with horror. What kind of power is this? No, I can't die, I can't die. The core-devouring demon bug roared, frantically trying to swallow Luo Tian into its stomach. However, the power in its body was no longer under its control. Its body began to dissipate bit by bit. Huang Fuye, who was in Luo Tian's arms, was scared silly. She stared at Luo Tian without blinking. She originally wanted to be angry and spank her, but but now she was completely stunned by Luo Tian. She sensed the power just now. Even if it was even an ordinary chosen one's power was not as strong as it. Could it be? Who is he? Huangfu, you began to have doubts about Luo Tian. What kind of man is he? She could not understand Luo Tian anymore. No wonder big Sister Meng was attracted to him. It turns out Huangfu Ye's heart tightened as she allowed Luo Tian to hold her in his arms. She looked at him quietly like a little bird. She looked especially quiet. No, no, Luo Tian, my master will not let you go. He will definitely find you and tear you to pieces. Just you wait, just you wait. The core-devouring demon bug let out a few screams. Its body cracked bit by bit. Finally, with a buzzing sound, it exploded and completely dissipated into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing core-devouring demon bug, for obtaining 100,000 experience points and 100,000 essence energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Dan-devouring devil bug, blood spirit force. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining demon bone. A series of notifications sounded. The second portion of blood spirit energy is mine. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He thought to himself, now, I should be able to unlock the 4 divine beasts' bloodlines, right? A portion of the 8th stage Earth Dragon King's blood spirit energy. With the blood spirit energy of a rank 9 Dan-devouring devil bug and 2 of them stacked together, he would definitely be able to unlock the bloodline seal. When he saw Yi Yunmeng, he would be able to give her the blood essence of the 4 mythological beasts. This was what Luo Tian had promised her. Luo Tian had always kept this matter in mind. He slowly descended from the sky with Huangfuya in his arms. They looked like an immortal couple. Before Luo Tian landed on the ground, he heard the sound of a broken heart. It was like glass falling to the ground. Ouch! It hurts. My heart is in so much pain. Lu Zhan clutched his heart, looking like he couldn't stand steadily. Looking at Luo Tian, who was descending from the sky, his heart was filled with envy and hatred. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, so you were playing hard to get. You deliberately refused senior sister Yaya's invitation and made her think about you. In the end, she even helped you deal with the Dan-devouring devil bug. She even revealed the fact that her bloodline had awakened. You, so you are the king of picking up girls. Just like that. Huangfu Ye's cute and lovable expression made Lu Zhan give up. The ruins of the city wall were filled with people. They were all looking at Luo Tian and Huangfu Ye. Their eyes were filled with shock. Other than shock, there was still more shock. The Holy Spirit Realm Guiji was instantly killed by him. A rank 9 devil bug was also instantly killed by him. Even an Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to do that, right? Is he even human? I heard that he was only a rank 5 void martial artist before entering the examination site, but now he is already a rank 1 Taiyan. In just 3 days, he broke through like he was flying. How did he do it? Too strong. Damn it, if I knew earlier, I would have allied with him. So what if he is strong? Don't you know that he offended the Haijia? Allying with him is equivalent to going against the Haijia. In the central continent, who dares to go against the Haijia? So what if he is strong? Can he be stronger than the Haijia Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was able to defeat a Holy Spirit Realm Master when he was still a rank 1 void martial artist. In comparison, the Crown Prince is much stronger than him. The Haijia Crown Prince is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I heard that he is trying to break through to the Emperor Realm. He has reached the peak of the Holy Spirit Realm before the age of 30. Who in the world can compare with him? Moreover, he is the number 1 person of the heaven's chosen mountain, the one chosen by heaven, the Son of Heaven. Some people were discussing. Many people compared Luo Tian to the Haijia Crown Prince. However, in comparison, Luo Tian was not qualified to be compared with the Haijia crown prince. In the void, Shikuin stroked his goatee, squinted his eyes, and smiled. What kind of power was that just now? It is not weaker than the heaven's chosen force. So this is what this kid is relying on. Brother Shur, you haven't seen this power before. Yu Tianhai frowned and looked at Luo Tian in the void. He liked him no matter how he looked at him. Shikuin shook his head and said, I have never seen it before, but it is not weaker than the heaven's chosen force. Inferring from this, it may be one of the other two forces. If this is the case, then Luo Tian is really the hope of Cloud Mist College. Yu Tianhai was slightly surprised and murmured, the three strongest forces of the ancient continent, the heaven's chosen force, the ancient force, and the primordial demon force. Except for the heaven's chosen force, the other two forces have disappeared. If Luo Tian inherits one of these forces, then, speaking of this, Yu Tianhai could not help but get excited. If that is the case, then it will be fun. Shikuin said again, back then the Haijia crown prince used the heaven's chosen force to defeat 10 Holy Spirit realm experts in a row. At that time, his cultivation was only at the martial void realm. The current Luo Tian cannot be compared with him, but this kid has an unyielding spirit and is not afraid of death. I have high hopes for him. As long as he has enough time to grow, I believe that he will not be worse than the Haijia crown prince. I look forward to it. I look forward to his rise. Yu Tianhai smiled and said, I look forward to the day when he meets the crown prince under the city wall. Slap. Luo Tian slapped Huang Puya, who was still immersed in her fantasy, on the butt again and shouted, Little girl, it's time to wake up. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Ah, it's me who is in pain. Huang Fu suddenly came back to reality and grimaced in pain. She looked at Luo Tian and wanted to scratch his face. She scolded, How dare you hit me? I will not let you go. I will definitely get my revenge. Chapter 1197. Misty Cloud City, Haijia. Hai Tong Tian was very unhappy. He was very, very unhappy. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was indifferent as he watched a large number of life lights go out. However, Lady Ghost's life lights went out. That meant that the mission to assassinate Luo Tian had failed. A Holy Spirit realm expert, a super assassin ranked in the top 50 on the Sea God list, had failed twice in a row. This was a shame to Haijia. Trash. Trash. All of you are trash. So many people can't even deal with Luo Tian, who is only at the martial void realm. I really don't know why Haijia keeps all of you. Hai Tong Tian exploded. His eyes were ferocious, and his face became extremely ferocious. He was unusually angry. In the secret room, several elders stood aside and didn't say a word. After a long time, an old man said, Patriarch Luo Tian is only at the Grandian realm, so he can't pose a threat to our Hai family. Right now, our top priority is to find the place where Cloud Mist Academy secretly trains its super geniuses. Also, Cloud Mist Academy is much stronger than we imagined. Huang Fuju's daughter, Huang Fuya, has actually fused with a space-time bloodline. There's also that Tang San and that little fatty Lu Zhan. These people will all become pillars of Cloud Mist Academy in the future, but they need time to grow, so we can't waste too much time on them. Our top priority is to find a way to deal with Huang Fuju. As for the other king forces of Cloud Mist City, they seem to obey us on the surface, but once something major happens to the Hai family, especially the Crown Prince, if he fails to break through to the Emperor realm, the Hai family may suffer a heavy blow. Luo Tian couldn't pose a threat to Haijia at the moment. Hyosaurus' death made Haijia quicken his pace. At the same time, it also exposed Haijia's ambition. Every step had to be taken very well. If they took one wrong step, the pressure they would suffer could cause Haijia to collapse. Another old man said, The Dan-devouring demonic bug in the valley of the first city can confirm this. The Abyss College has long wanted to take action against the Cloud Mist College. We can work together with the Abyss College. The exchange between the two colleges will take place in half a year. At that time, we can send people to negotiate. If we can get Huang Fuju to lead the team, perhaps that will be a great opportunity. Patriarch. The two elders are right. Luo Tian is just like a clown. Without Huang Fuju, he wouldn't even be able to stand on the stage. He's just a piece of trash in the Grandian realm. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for an Emperor Realm Master. Killing him is just a matter of minutes. There's no need to waste any more time on him. What we need to do is to further consolidate our forces in Haijia and expand, the other elder said. The three old men were the strongest in Haijia. Two of them were Emperor Realm Masters, while the other was a Peak Saint Spirit Realm Master. Their words carried a lot of weight. Their words also put pressure on Hai Tong Tian. He didn't want to waste too much energy and time on a Luo Tian. Hai Tong Tian suppressed his anger and said, I'll take care of the matter of letting Huang Fuju lead the team to the Abyss College. I'll also take care of the other king forces in the Cloud Mist City. As for Luo Tian, that bastard, humph. He snorted coldly and said, I'll let you live for a few more days. After I consolidate everything in Haijia, it'll be your death date. However, Luo Tian, do you want to join the Cloud Mist College? I won't let you do as you wish. Ha ha ha. Just wait and see. I'd like to see if Huang Fuju will still protect you when the time comes. In the Cloud Mist College, Huang Fuju held a cup of fragrant tea in his hand with a faint smile on his face. Behind him, Ren Xiaoyao was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, this time I want to see how the Fair family can still be so arrogant. They have lost too much face. Even the number 2 ghost concubine was killed by that brat Luo Tian in one move. Ha ha ha. If I could see that scene with my own eyes, how cool would that be? Ding, this kid is really unusual. I like him more and more now. Ha ha ha. Rin Xiaoyao didn't hide his excitement at all. He continued, Dean Haijia openly violated the agreement. We'll go to them immediately. Otherwise, they'll really treat us as if we don't exist. The agreement clearly stipulated that Haijia was not allowed to send experts in the Holy Spirit realm to assassinate Luo Tian. Huang Fuju waved his hand slightly and said, Haijia has suffered a loss this time. According to my understanding of Haijia, he will definitely not let it go. However, Haijia will definitely not waste too much energy on Luo Tian now. The other king forces in Cloud City seem to obey on the surface, but in fact, in my opinion, they're not willing to submit to others. Haijia also knows this. Therefore, the following time is a chance for Luo Tian to breathe. We can't push Haijia too far. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive. Ren Xiaoyao said, so that's it. Huang Fuju said that's all we can do for now. However, I hope that the news that Luo Tian has obtained the inheritance of the ancient force will not leak out. Otherwise, Haitong Tian will eliminate Luo Tian at all costs. Rin Xiaoyao's eyebrows shook, and he suddenly became excited. He said, excitedly, the inheritance of the power of antiquity. That means that there is an ancient tree in Luo Tian's body. The ancient tree has disappeared on the antiquity continent for tens of thousands of years. But will he be able to cultivate the ancient tree? You know, this guy is a bottomless pit. Even Emperor Realm Masters can't bear it. Can he? Huang Fuju shook his head and said, if I were him. After a few minutes of silence, Huang Fuju was not sure. He exhaled and said, he should know the ancient tree's method of absorbing yuan qi. I believe he should be able to do it. The ancient tree. 100,000 yuan qi for 3 days. It was not something that ordinary people could bear. Even Luo Tian had to pay attention to the amount of yuan qi at all times. It was also because it was very difficult to cultivate the ancient tree that the ancient force had disappeared in the ancient continent for tens of thousands of years. It was too difficult to cultivate it. Right now, all heaven was only half the height of a human. In order for it to take shape, it needed an endless amount of yuan qi. Just Yuan Qi alone was not enough. It also needed the souls of experts for the ancient tree to devour. Only by combining the two would it be able to grow quickly. There's something you need to do, Huang Fuju suddenly said, about the core devouring demon insect. Go and investigate which master of the devil's sect cultivated it. The death of the core devouring demon insect will probably attract the attention of the devil's sect to Luo Tian. On the surface, Luo Tian is not in much danger. However, when he becomes stronger and stronger, the Devil Sect, Haijia, and Abyss College will all attack him. We can't let him be in any danger. Ren Xiaoyao immediately said, I understand. There's something very strange. Huang Fuju asked, what is it? Ren Xiaoyao said, I've received reliable news that 2 elders of the Azure Dragon clan have entered Cloud Mist City in disguise. They may have disguised themselves as young disciples and sneaked into Cloud Mist College. The reason is still under investigation. Cloud Mist College was more powerful than he had imagined. The intelligence agency alone was very powerful. They knew that the 2 elders of the Azure Dragon clan had entered Cloud Mist City. It could be seen how powerful it was. Huang Fuju frowned secretly. The strongest clan in the 4 Divine Beast continent, the Azure Dragon clan. What are they doing in Cloud Mist College? Are they going to start another continental war? It shouldn't be. The Vatican hasn't taken any action. The Shini continent is also quiet, let alone the ice field. Could it be that they are also here for Luo Tian? He couldn't find a reasonable explanation. This was because they had appeared after Luo Tian had arrived in Misty Cloud City. Therefore, they had not been taken into consideration. If it's really Luo Tian, then, Huang Fuju narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at the dark sky, he couldn't help but murmur, Luo Tian, who are you? I can't understand you more and more. Immediately, Huang Fuju said, Let Elder Tian do what I told you just now. You continue to stay in the college and pay attention to the movements of the 2 elders of the Azure Dragon clan. Don't alarm them before you know their purpose. Ren Xiaoyao immediately said, Yes. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 9th day of the 2nd round of assessment. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan finally got up from the first sea. They had been in the sea for 3 consecutive days and almost suffocated to death. Lu Zhan looked ahead excitedly and said, The exit is here. Ha ha ha. The 2nd round is about to end. Luo Tian was also stunned and said, There's still the 3rd round. Don't be so happy. Lu Zhan showed a look of disdain and said, The 3rd round is a duel. I won't form an alliance with you anymore. I'm always on tenterhooks with you. What makes me even more unhappy is that I can't even get a girl. My perfect image has been ruined by you. Luo Tian, if we meet in the 3rd round, I will never let you go. I will challenge you in the name of a knight. The loser will never have anything to do with Huang Fuyu again. He said it very seriously. Lu Zhan felt heartbroken when he thought of Huang Fuyu. However, Luo Tian looked indifferent and didn't care at all. He couldn't stand it even more. Luo Tian said with a smile, Fatty Lu, shouldn't you call me boss? Lu Zhan played dumb and said, Why should I call you boss? I'm older than you. Logically speaking, you should call me big brother. Luo Tian coughed and said, God, I'm willing to be with the ugliest woman in the world. Brother, big brother. Boss, you're my boss. I'm your little brother, okay? Lu Zhan immediately became impotent. When he thought of that oath, he wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. It was too embarrassing. Luo Tian laughed and said, That's right. Don't waste time. Let's go out. We haven't rested for 9 days. The 3rd round will begin the day after tomorrow. Luo Tian walked towards the exit. In another place, Misty Cloud City, Platinum Factions, Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong smiled proudly and said, Sir, don't worry and leave this to me. I'll take care of that dog Dongfang Shua. He dares to collude with Luo Tian. I'll make him regret being born. Thank you all for your support. Old cow thanks you. Chapter 1198. Haha, good boy, you really didn't let me down. When Rin Xiaoyao saw Luo Tian coming out of the exit, he immediately stepped forward excitedly and gave Luo Tian a bear hug. He looked completely like an old urchin. He didn't seem to care about his identity and age. Luo Tian was also stunned. He smiled slightly and said, Elder Rin, why are you so happy? Rin Xiaoyao said, You boy, stop pretending. You must be happier than me. You actually killed the number 2 ghost concubine of Haijia in one move. Your name is now famous in Yunlan City. I guess there will be king forces looking for you in the next few days. But, Luo Tian, you are a member of my Cloud Mist College. No one can take you away. Rin Xiaoyao was quite worried that Luo Tian would be poached. He now liked Luo Tian no matter how he looked at him. He was like a baby and couldn't wait to hold him in his arms and sleep. Uncle Rin, don't be happy too early. There is still the 3rd round of assessment. If I meet him, I will definitely beat him out. Humph. Huangfu, you said angrily. While speaking, she raised her small fist at Luo Tian. She looked as if she would beat him down if she met him in the 3rd round of the competition. Luo Tian smiled and said nothing. However, this girl's space-time bloodline was indeed very powerful. If used well, it was simply the supreme skill for sneak attacks. However, Huangfu Ye's mastery of the space-time bloodline was not enough. Otherwise, even if she encountered a level 9 Dan-devouring demon bug, she would be invincible and would never be trapped. Rin Xiaoyao looked at Huangfu Ye and then at Luo Tian. He laughed and said, Yaya, you are the best. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and go home. Your father is waiting for you at home. Huangfu Ye grinned at Luo Tian. Her ferocious look was adorable. Seeing that Huangfu Ye had walked far away, Rin Xiaoyao whispered, How did you provoke her? She is famous for being difficult to deal with. Moreover, this little girl's talent is also peerless. It's just that she doesn't like to cultivate. Originally, I wanted to train her to fight against the Hai family's crown prince. You have also seen the power of the space-time bloodline, but she has never thought of cultivating. But this time, you have provoked her. Looking at her posture, she will definitely cultivate hard for a while. That's good too, ha ha ha. Rin Xiaoyao suddenly smiled and said, Luo Tian, you brat, not only did you make the Hai family lose face, you also gave the dean a headache. Yaya will definitely go into closed-door training when she returns this time. If she really gets serious, then Yunlan Academy will have another super genius. Luo Tian smiled and asked, Elder Rin, how is Tang Sen right now? After entering the secret training site, Luo Tian also wanted to know the progress of Tang Sen's cultivation. Ren Xiaoyao smiled mysteriously and said, Don't worry. Tang Sen's progress can be said to be very fast. Even I was shocked by him. Moreover, his talent is not as simple as just superb talent. He seems to have a very powerful force in him. So far, we don't know what that power is. Luo Tian's eyes widened in shock. Dragon Crystal. It must be the power that erupted from the dragon crystal of the devouring Earth Dragon King. Ren Xiaoyao frowned slightly and said, What did you say? Luo Tian immediately shook his head and said, Nothing. By the way, is there any news about Baixiong, Bailingling, and Lindong? Rin Xiaoyao heard the word dragon crystal very clearly. He was shocked and thought to himself, It seems that the 2 people of the Azure Dragon tribe entering Cloud Mist College must be closely related to Luo Tian. The dragon crystal is the strongest power in the Azure Dragon tribe. If Luo Tian killed a dragon, then the situation is complicated. Ren Xiaoyao couldn't help but worry in his heart. He didn't show his expression and said slightly, They should be in this assessment, but Haijia hit it very well. We haven't found your 3 friends yet. However, I believe that their purpose is the secret training place of Cloud Mist College for super talented warriors. They shouldn't expose themselves before they find the secret training place. Don't think so much. The 2nd round of assessment has passed. The third round of the competition will begin the day after tomorrow. I'll be the host tonight. Let's have a good drink together." Ren Xiaoyao patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said his current purpose was to protect Luo Tian's safety. As for Shi Kuan and Yu Tianhai, the two experts, they were secretly protecting him. This was Huang Fuju's order. Although Huang Fuju knew that Haijia wouldn't do much to Luo Tian next, he still asked the three of them to protect Luo Tian out of caution. Luo Tian said, "Thank you, Elder Rin, but I still have something to do. I have to go out of the college." He pulled Lu Zhan over and said, "Let's go." Lu Zhan looked unhappy and said, "I have to stay in the college to see the beauties. If you want to go, go alone. Don't drag me along." "Dean Rin, this brat doesn't know how to appreciate favors, but I do. I'll treat you to a meal and drink. Tell me the addresses of all the beauties on the beauty rankings, hee." Lu Zhan thought to himself, "I don't have any hope of getting Huang Fuya, but there are still many beauties on the beauty rankings. If this one doesn't work, I'll find someone else." Ren Xiaoyao directly hit him on the head and shouted, "I've been in the college for so many years, but I haven't gotten their addresses. You still want to get them? Step aside." Lu Zhan touched his head and grimaced in pain. He said, "Aren't you the vice president? You don't even have this privilege. You're really poor." Rin Xiaoyao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He glared at Lu Zhan and wanted to give him a few more slaps. Lu Zhan ran out directly and said, "I'll wait for you at the gate." Ren Xiaoyao watched him run away and didn't bother to chase him. He whispered, "He's a bloodline awakener. This time Haijia will put him on the assassination list. You should be careful outside." Lu Zhan's talent also amazed him and Huang Fuju. The archery bloodline was also a rare combat bloodline. Although his talent was not high, the fact that he could awaken the bloodline was enough to explain everything. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Thank you, Elder Rin. We'll go then." Rin Xiaoyao nodded and said, "Go. Remember to come back here the day after tomorrow. Pay attention to rest these 2 days. Don't miss the third round of the competition." Luo Tian and Lu Zhan first had a big meal. They hadn't had a good meal since the assessment. In the end, Lu Zhan paid for it, because Luo Tian used all his money to buy the power to unlock the skill seal. He was basically penniless. He packed a few good dishes and rushed to the slum area where Dongfang Shua lived. When he was 100 meters away from Dongfang Shua's residence, he heard the sound of fighting. Luo Tian frowned and rushed up like a crazy wolf. Chapter 1199. Dongfang Shua, today is the day you die. Of all people to be friends with, you had to choose Luo Tian. Don't you know that he is someone that Haijia wants dead? Dongfang Shua, you can only blame yourself for being born in the wrong body. It was the Dongfang Xiong family head who ordered me to get rid of you. If you want to blame someone, blame him. In a simple courtyard, 6 warriors of the Taiyan realm. Dongfang Shua lay on the ground on the verge of death. With a smile on his face, he roared towards the sky. "Dongfang Xiong, your death date won't be too far away. Luo Tian will definitely avenge me, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Laughing wildly, he suddenly bounced up from the ground. His eyes were ferocious as he coldly shouted, Come and kill me, ha ha ha. Just you wait. Luo Tian will definitely avenge me. None of you will live." He hated, extremely hated. He hated himself for being useless. He hated himself for not being able to take back everything that belonged to him. At the same time, he was also rejoicing. He was rejoicing that he met Luo Tian. Yao Hai's death had angered Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian raised his cultivation, he would definitely not let Dongfang Xiong off. Moreover, he had already heard that Luo Tian's results in the second round of the examination were very good. He believed that it was only a matter of time before he entered the Cloud Mist College, so he was relieved. As long as Luo Tian became a student of the Cloud Mist College, then Haijia, the Dongfang family, would not dare to touch him. And when Luo Tian grew up, he would definitely avenge him. The man in the lead sneered and said, Luo Tian? He can't even protect himself. Do you think that Haijia will let him enter the Cloud Mist College so easily? Stop dreaming. Haijia will definitely not let him enter the Cloud Mist College. Once he can't become a student, Haijia will have 10,000 ways to kill him. What can a trash with a shattered dantian do? Well said. Others are afraid of him, but I'm not. You're just a little bastard of the void martial realm. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. The warriors of the Dongfang family started to talk and laugh in disdain. The man in the lead took a step forward and said coldly, Dongfang Shua, it won't be long before I send that trash Luo Tian into the underworld. At that time, you can reunite in the underworld, ha ha ha. Now go to hell. As soon as the word die was spoken, the man's body moved, and the large blade in his hand slashed down towards Dongfang Shua's forehead. At this moment, Dongfang Shua roared into the sky, Luo Tian, you must take revenge for me. Ah, he let out a wild roar. Then he closed his eyes and clenched his fists, clenched them, and clenched them again. His fingernails dug into the flesh of the trap, and dark red blood dripped from the gaps between his fingers. In a flash, with a flash of white light, an incomparably cold, murderous aura surged forth. Then, the surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Silence! It was strangely quiet, so quiet that it sent chills down one's spine. After a long while, Dongfang Shua slowly opened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. The broadsword in his hand was still raised in midair. His eyes were bulging and his pupils were dilated. At his throat there was a thin red slit, and blood was seeping out from the slit. Brother Ma, what happened? Brother Ma, it's time to send him on his way. Let's not waste time. After dealing with Dongfang Shua, let's go to Tiannan restaurant to eat. The few of them shouted a few times. The man did not react, and more blood flowed out from his throat. A light breeze blew past. His head fell from his neck, and at that moment, blood spurted out like a pillar. The remaining 5 people were shocked. They did not know what had just happened. Dongfang Shua laughed. Ha 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 ha, he's here, Luo Tian is here. Who knows why? He did not see Luo Tian, but he was sure that it was Luo Tian. He did not finish his words. A person landed beside Dongfang Shua. His body was filled with killing intent. That killing intent directly pierced through one's heart, causing one to feel fear. The killing intent of the death god had actually become stronger after such a long time in the ancient continent. After Luo Tian landed, he said, None of you can leave here alive. After he finished, he did not even look at them, and immediately used a regeneration technique on Dongfang Shua. Yao Hai had died, and he could not let Dongfang Shua die too. These 2 people had done him a huge favor, and Luo Tian would never forget it. Dongfang Shua said, I'm fine, I won't die. At that moment, a Taiyan realm cultivator pointed a giant Zamadeo at Luo Tian's face and said, You are Luo Tian, right? I want to see what a piece of trash like you can do. Others are afraid of you, but I am not. Imperial 8 blades. Imperial slash. His body moved, bringing with it a strong and domineering aura. On the Zamadeo, there was a hint of crimson red essence energy, and a domineering aura spread out. Luo Tian raised his eyes and moved his right hand. 9 Yang sacred art. His body suddenly leaned forward, and before the man could slash down, Luo Tian was 1 step ahead of him. He opened his 5 fingers and placed his palm on the man's chest. Luo Tian bellowed, Explode for me. The power of the extreme yang shot into the man's body. His entire body was on fire. His mind was instantly engulfed by this raging fire. It split open from the inside out, and within the cracks it was as if lava was flowing. Hot! Ah! Hot! Hot! It's burning me to death. The man's hand scratched wildly, tearing off pieces of flesh from his body. Looking at his own flesh, his face was extremely pale, and he was so scared that he even peed his pants. No, I don't want to die. Bam! His body split open and turned into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to player Luotan, the system sounded out. The remaining 4 people were immediately dumbfounded. A martial artist of the Tai Yin realm was instantly killed in one move. Didn't they say that he was only at the martial void realm? I think his current cultivation is at least at the myriad illusions realm, right? Motherf asterisk her, we've been played. Run. The 4 of them didn't have any thoughts and immediately wanted to escape. When they rushed to the entrance of the courtyard, at some point in time, a little fatty was leaning against the door. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? You want to leave after acting cool? I didn't even agree and you want to leave? Who the F asterisk CK are you? If you don't want to die, then scram." Scram! The 4 of them shouted at the same time. Lu Zhan's brows twitched as he glanced at Luo Tian in the courtyard. Luo Tian said coldly, "Kill." The corner of Lu Zhan's mouth curled up. His body moved, and he directly summoned his natal bow. He knocked an arrow, and in one breath, 4 arrows shot out. With the power of the awakened bloodline, they directly shot them back into the yard. Pung! 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 The 4 of them fell from midair. They rolled at the feet of Luo Tian. Luo Tian stepped on the head of a guy. His eyes were like that of a demon. "Go back and tell Dongfang Shua that last time you killed Uncle Yao Hai, and this time you hurt Uncle Dongfang. Tell him to wash his ass and wait for me." The cultivator on the ground immediately said, "I will definitely report it, definitely report it. Luo Tian, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Dongfang Xiong told us to come. We don't want to do anything to young master, Dongfang Shua." As he said that, he was about to climb up from the ground. Luo Tian's foot loosened slightly. The moment he got up, his body suddenly moved, and he ruthlessly stomped on his head. He said in an incomparably gloomy voice, "I didn't let you live to report." Following which, the other 3 were all insta-killed. A system notification sounded out. Luo Tian was furious. Killing Yao Hai had already touched the bottom line in his heart. He did not expect Dongfang Xiong to still come. This was no different from touching his reverse scale. "Dongfang Xiong, today I will definitely kill you." Luo Tian's voice was filled with cold killing intent, which even frightened Lu Zhan. Even when he faced Ghost Concubine in the first city, he did not have such a sinister killing intent. Dongfang Shua immediately pulled Luo Tian and said, "No, Luo Tian, I know you have become stronger, but the Dongfang family belongs to Haijia. If you kill Dongfang Xiong, you will offend Haijia. Haijia will not let you off. My matter is small. Don't let me put you in a passive position." He did not want to drag Luo Tian down. Although he hoped that Luo Tian would take revenge for him when he was about to die, now that he was not dead, he could not let Luo Tian take the risk for him. After the cooldown of the regeneration technique ended, Luo Tian used it on Dongfang Shua and said, "Uncle Dongfang, leave the city and go to Wuliang City. That place is under my control, so help me settle things there. You do not need to care about other things. I know what to do." He had endured for so long. Luo Tian did not want to take it anymore. Following which, without waiting for Dongfang Shua to reject, he ordered Lu Zhan, send Uncle Dongfang out of the city. Lu Zhan took a look at Luo Tian. He was definitely different from usual. He had never seen someone so serious. He said to Dongfang Shua, "No one can change his decision. You should leave first. We will be fine." Dongfang Shua looked at Luo Tian. At this moment, he really hated himself because he was a burden. "Okay, Luo Tian, you must take care of yourself. You must be careful of Haijia." Dongfang Shua said faintly, rejecting Lu Zhan's offer, "I can leave the city alone." Luo Tian said, "Uncle Dongfang, you must go to Wuliang City. That is my only capital. I need you to expand the strength of Wuliang City." Dongfang Shua smiled and nodded. "I understand. After Dongfang Shuo left, Luo Tian raged like a demon, his fists clenched so tight that they cracked. Dongfang Xiong, you are really tired of living! He repeatedly challenged his bottom line. Okay, you have totally infuriated me. Luo Tian said coldly. Lu Zhan asked, what do you want to do? Luo Tian said, protect me. I want to unlock the bloodline seal in my body. Then it will be Dongfang Xiong's death. He had to increase his strength. After all, Luo Tian was only Taiyan Stage 1. The Dongfang family might have Haijia experts in charge. He had to destroy the Dongfang family once and for all. Tomorrow the 29th, double the monthly ticket in the afternoon. Brothers, Old Cow is planning to go all out tomorrow. When the time comes, please support me.